if you can. Show me if you can. Was fine in the end. But you necesito. Pero nada They tryna shoot me, they tryna Uzi. Coming through jungle got Uzi. Dooley, but said you would lock me up, tapi aku ada kunci. Baddest in the game, better not test me now. 私のこと分かってどう疑って何もかも聞く遠くに向かってるんであんただってでもなんとか聞くしく I might need a moment to be above you don't know how much that I commit I don't need no reason to make you listen I shoot up pizza hit You make me go crazy Come and fight me baby Talk that talk and come at me now yeah So show me if you can Rampage. Yeah. Kau mencermin kan aku, tapi kau takkan mampu berjuang jamaku. Jadi terus mengaku. If you can, was fine in the end. But you necesito. Pero nada Rampage. Yeah. Rampage.
Free fire untuk semua.
Hey Bunga, join kita orang tak nanti? Woo! Yeah!
Hai, nama saya Razlan. IGN saya OE Jebat dari pasukan Orange Esport.
Hai, nama saya Alif Daniel. In-game name saya ialah OE Dekos. Saya berumur 17 tahun dan masih belajar. Saya akan bertanding bersama tim Orange Esport.
Hello, I am Jiminio.
Hello, I am Jiraya.
And we are from Team Princess.
Saya Jiminio sebagai IGL Team Princess, Tony dan Jiraya sebagai Russia, Mika Boy sebagai Frege dan dua pemain simpanan iaitu Abekari dan Nonem. Peranan saya sebagai IGL ialah meletakkan role masing-masing mengikut skill individu yang saya lihat dari segi gameplay mereka.
Peranan saya dalam tim ni adalah sebagai leader pasukan dan support dalam in-game.
Peranan saya dalam permainan ialah sebagai IGL atau support Russia. Saya yang selalu membuat keputusan untuk membuat rotation.
Semua ahli pasukan saya suka buat lawak dan tak cepat koyak.
Fakta yang menarik bagi tim Princess ialah tim ni baru sahaja ditubuhkan seminggu sebelum FFCS bermula. Seterusnya, player yang dikumpulkan ada yang berpengalaman dan ada yang juga baru bermain untuk Liga. Bagi player yang berpengalaman ialah TP Jiraya, iaitu Farang Pablo yang pernah mewakili Malaysia untuk Free Fire World Series 2022 dan sekarang bermain untuk tim Princess.
Cabaran utama yang kami hadapi adalah mencari chemistry sesama kami kerana kami merupakan tim yang baru ditubuhkan untuk FFCS kali ini.
Cabaran yang saya hadapi ialah ketika bermain di handphone kentang dan lain selalu problem.
Tim yang kita orang akan hapuskan ialah WNL dan Team Princess.
Tim yang kami tak sabar untuk lawan ialah Team X-Men, WNL dan Todak. Bagi kami, tim ni adalah agak mencabar sebab mereka mempunyai potensi masing-masing dalam FFCS kali ni. Pesanan saya untuk tim-tim lawan, good luck dan tim Malaysia boleh.
Tahniah kepada tim yang lepas liga dan Team Princess, jangan suka sangat. Opsa kita orang punya.
Orange Esport boleh.
Orange Esport boleh.
Up and down, we are together.
So show me if you can. Show me if you can.
Beat through storms to deliver a book is the stupidest mission I've ever gotten.
It is not just a book. It values more than you can think of.
What can I do for you?
Start 25 plan.
The risk level is high. Please confirm whether you need to run it.
Confirm.
be seen in Battalion Street. We are waiting.
Ku pantang dicabar, sudah lama menyabar. Rampaging the city, aku cari kuasa. Jiwaku membara, waking the power within. I know that it's in me, yeah. The world is divided, but we stay united. I know we can fight it, fight it, fight it.
Good morning. It's a beautiful Sunday for more Free Fire Challenges Series Season 2. Of course, it's me again, Husky, alongside the Mustachio AJ. We're about to bring you guys 8 more matches of impressive Free Fire actions. And today, Group B takes on the marathon of playing 8 rounds in a row.
I can't wait, man. I just want to see whether or not the Geek Fam dominance will continue in this day today, because yesterday, I believe they got, around 40 plus 50 more kills than any other team out there on the battlefield, and that was absolutely ridiculous. To finish off day 1 with more than 150 points, Husky, is mind-blowing.
Yeah, they have 83 kills, if I remember.
Yeah,
and
correct.
the second team, is either Diversity Gaming or
33.
It's 33 kills,
Yeah,
right? So
yeah.
they have, it's close to 100 on the first day itself, and they had 2 underwhelming rounds. And when we say underwhelming, we mean top 5 finish.
Yeah, 4th, 5th spot. I mean, the consistency is mind-blowing, and all of these other teams that are trying to keep up with them to a certain degree are finding it to be quite tough. But, no one can hold it against them, because at the end of the day, at the league stages, it doesn't really matter if you finish off in the 1st, 2nd, 3rd spot if you're not too worried about the prize pool, because the top 12 does make it through to the grand finals. I mean, we're talking about $30,000 on the line, and a majority of that 30,000 USD is waiting for us at the grand finals.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, at the same time, whatever you accomplish in the group stage does not translate into the grand finals,
Correct.
right? We have seen a lot of teams who perform swimmingly in the group stage. They reach the grand finals and they completely just collapse on their own.
Yeah.
So in this case, it has kind of been a trend for Geek Fam for more than a year.
Yes.
But if they're off to such a good start, I think they have already set the bar for themselves.
And this is one of the weaknesses of Geek Fam, because we usually see them, I mean, and I'm not talking about the Geek Fam 2 years ago or a year ago for the MCP Major Season 1. I'm talking about the recent times Geek Fam who perform quite well during the league stages. At the grand finals, on the other hand, is where we usually see them not hit as hard. Now, I don't actually know exactly why is this so. It could also be with the fact that some other teams, for example, like Farang and all, are holding back during the group stages, because for them, it is much better to hit hard and perform at the grand finals rather than, go all out during the league stage and give away all of your strategies. Because from what we have found out, that drop spot is something where you really, really want to keep close to your heart, if any case where people come to take you out of the equation. And this is what we were talking about, Husky. 83 kill points on the side of Geek Fam for a total of 151 points at that number 1 spot. 2 Booyahs, and just like them, Bloody Head has got the 2 Booyahs on their side as well. But look at the vast difference in the number of points they've amassed.
Yeah, and I think, to a certain degree, we can say that Geek Fam's number is inflated because Group B and C only played 4 rounds yesterday. But if you compare them directly to Diversity Gaming and Bloody Head, I think that tells a really compelling story, because these 3 teams are in the same group. They played the same amount of rounds yesterday, and we still see this massive lead by Geek Fam. So with that being said, I think we have already found the pack leader of Group A. But if we look at Group B and C, I think they are also not doing too bad. Access Esports in 4 rounds got 71 points. EWG in 4 rounds got 60 points. So there are a lot of talents in the other 2 group pools that have not yet to show what they're made of.
Absolutely, man. I absolutely agree with you, especially with Access Esports. Just 4 matches in there, 71 points. They're already matching up to the likes of Bloody Head as well as Diversity Gaming, who have had double the number of games out there, which shows us the quality that Access Esports has within the squad in itself, right? And Access Esports, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, will be jumping on out there to battle it out once again, but I don't know exactly how much they will be able to pick up on this day, because Group B, they have got it in mind to strike, I'm pretty sure, running the marathon just like Geek Fam. Everybody now knows exactly where the bar has been set, and they want to show that they can achieve the same as well, Husky.
Yeah, and if Geek Fam can achieve such a great height in 8 rounds, I think you give them 4 rounds, they will still be able to put up some decent result. And I'm looking at Geek Fam to break that 200 mark just by the end of their 4 rounds. I think it is a big possibility, but at the same time, I also want to look at some teams, for example, Anxiety, to kind of step up to the plate because we gave them so much of credit, so much of praise based off of what we saw them a week ago. But coming into this, it felt like they're off to a slightly slower start.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Let's take a quick look at the schedule for the day. It's going to be the exact same as yesterday in terms of the rotation of maps. So we'll go Bermuda, Kalahari, Purgatory, and then the all-new Alpine, which we see absolutely mucking up some of the strategies out there for the squads. But of course, we will hit the reset on that as well for the second half of the day. The only thing that does change for today is the fact that instead of Group A running the marathon of 8 matches, it will be Group B. So as you can see, Group B is in participation for each and every single game out there, and it'll be Group A that sticks with them for the first 4 matches, and the Group B goes up versus Group C for the remaining 4 of the day.
Yeah, I just want to make a quick correction. Thanks for the reminder. Axis Esports, actually, I forgot that they are also in Group A. So instead of the top 3 teams, we got the top 4 teams in the same group. And that tells an even more compelling story for Geek Fam, right? But I think the 5th place, if I remember correctly, is ORV, and that is the closest that we got right now to contest of whatever top 4 that we have. But I would say the same thing. It's not too bad for 4 rounds. I think ORV are doing a fantastic job keeping up with the likes of Axis and Diversity in just 4 rounds. So the only real threat right now is actually Geek Fam because of their consistency, but I think the battlefield is open up for everyone else.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And these are the teams to watch here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Geek Fam for obvious reasons. And Diversity Gaming, this was the team that got me so hyped up yesterday. The Cambodians who have just entered the scene are lighting it up, and I love the way they're taking these battles. But once again, I am not a huge fan of their very aggressive approaches at the start of the game. And the one match where they did stay patient and take those engagements in the final circle rewarded them with the booyah. So this is a team that has got a lot of promise, but in terms of the strategy out there on the battlefield, day number 1 was still a matter of figuring out exactly how they wanted to take some of these battles. Bloody Head, on the other hand, a team that has matched up with Geek Fam with the number of booyahs hit, but the inconsistency that this team has been bringing into the competition is one that I'm not going to complain about, because the Bloody Head that we used to see, I mean, like way back, a year plus ago, used to be dead last on the leaderboard. So I'm happy with what I'm getting. I'm very sure Bloody Head is not done just yet. The team wants more out there. But looking at how hungry these 3 teams that are out here that we are watching in here today, Husky, who do you think is going to impress today?
I think putting Geek Fam aside, Diversity Gaming has a lot more to offer. I definitely think that after yesterday, Diversity Gaming will show us even more today. And I expect them to not only be in the final bunch of every round. They don't have to get the booyah. They just need to put up a solid enough performance, right? Clean up those inconsistency. I can say the same for Bloody Head, but to be fair, if we compare Bloody Head to them 2 years ago, they've already gotten more booyahs than they did in one whole major on the first day of this league.
And that's the main reason why I'm always going to be a huge fan of Bloody Head, because of that never say die attitude. They never ever give up. Yes, they used to absolutely bomb out in the past, and instead of just quitting the pro scene, instead of just going back home and saying, you know what, this is just not for me, they stuck around. Not only did they stick around, they stuck around with the exact same squad, the exact same lineup, and they continue to work their way all the way up to this point. So it is really impressive. It's really inspiring to see a team like Bloody Head. But, you know, without consistency, they're not going to get any one of those championships on their side. But it's good to see their path of progression. Diversity Gaming, the team that has just entered the fray, on the other hand, shows us the exact same quality, my friend.
Yeah, I think we have this presumption that teams from Cambodia and Sri Lanka are probably going to be performing at the same level, just judging by the fact that this is their first official league in the region of alongside Malaysia and Philippines, right? So we're expecting, the bigger teams to kind of eat them alive.
Correct.
But we see this entire polarizing characteristics where both teams from Sri Lanka, unfortunately, are in the last 2 spots. Archangel and Never Stop, 17 and 18. AKO Khmer not doing as well as Diversity Gaming, but at least there is some representation from Cambodia.
Absolutely, man. And the representation is heavy. We even saw AK Ukmer doing quite well in one of those rounds where they did take out Diversity Gaming themselves and then ran on to get about 10 kills in that round. But inconsistency struck that squad as well. The Sri Lankans most definitely are struggling, but I do not see them sitting down at the bottom of the leaderboard all that too long because I know how hungry these boys are. This is their very first opportunity to really put their brand out there on the international stage, and I feel like they are going to be grabbing it by the neck and wringing it dry, right? Let's see exactly how the Sri Lankans perform in here today, but rest assured, I don't think the other teams are going to be slowing down. Day
Definitely
number
not.
1 is when you go in there, you do your homework. Day number 2 is where you put all of that knowledge to the test out there on the battlefield, right? We will see those strategies evolve in here today, and I hope to see more careful plays, much fewer hot drops if possible.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday was a day of hot drops. Like every single map, there is always 2 or 3 different engagement right off the bat. I think some of these teams are taking advantage of the revival systems, which does help. And that was what got GeekFam their very first booyah on our opening round.
Yeah.
And I think this also ties in really well with kind of the change of meta, right? Now how people decide to split up. Back in the days, we say splitting up is a horrible idea if you get caught out.
Except if you're a Geek fan.
Except if you're a Geek fan, they always do that. But even then, there's a certain risk to that, right? If you get punished, that's it. But right now with the revival system, you can get punished as long as someone else stays alive. You have a chance, and I think Geek Fam have proved that statement time and time again yesterday. Though we looked at the team to watch, it was honestly just Group A. I want to look at Group B. Today is the marathon. I want to look at Todak and Orange Esports. I think these two teams were underwhelming yesterday, and if there's anything for them to prove today, is that in these 8 rounds, they got to show us something solid.
Yeah, speaking of, proving yourself, in Team B, we have got K9 Esports. And all they have done yesterday is to continue prove the quality that we have in that squad. We do have Bermuda coming up for you guys shortly, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. So do bear with us. And do not forget, during the matches, we will also have giveaways for you that will pop up on the screen. All you need to do is just take a screenshot. You don't need to redeem the codes immediately. You can wait all the way until about 5 p.m. or during the 2 breaks that we will be taking on later. Because as long as you redeem it between 1 p.m. to 5:30 p.m., you are all Gucci, and it is only available for all of the players on the Singapore server.
Yeah, apologies for those who couldn't get it. I feel the pain.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, I think I am very certain that down the road, there will be more to come for every other region, right? Just how it took us a while to get to this point. Back then, we were just looking at Malaysia, MCP, that's Malaysia and Philippines primarily, and then last season, we had Malaysia only league and Philippines only league, and suddenly within a few months after the 3rd major, now we got 4 regions playing together, right? We introduced Cambodian teams, we introduced Sri Lanka. So I think when it comes to the giveaways, it is going to happen in due time. We're just going to be a bit more patient, because at the end of the day, I think the most important part is to enjoy some good Free Fire.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, and just to throw it out there as well, we Asians dominate mobile gaming, and throwing all of these teams in there to show and to just sharpen their skills a little bit more before we ship them off into the World Series is going to be quite the entertaining journey to watch, right? Because some of these teams, they come out of nowhere, but at the very moment, the presence that even, for example, Malaysia has had in their 2 opportunities at the World Series hasn't been as powerful as we would perhaps want it to be. So maybe, for all you know, MCPS might just have the team get the next World Series, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and the whole journey starts right here at the Free Fire Challenger Series Season 2. A lot of quality very clearly out there on the battlefield, as opposed to, the usual old stuff that we have become so acquainted to with a 1-team dominance.
Yeah, well, you're giving them a lot of stress right now because we're talking about Brazil on the world stage. We're talking about Thailand on the world stage.
Eventually.
Not undermining our region. I just think that, realistically, these are the teams that are just so much better. I remember last year, I was a part of a Free Fire broadcast for some content creators, influencers event, and we were able to look at teams from other regions, right? Like Malaysia, we had Thailand, Indonesia. I think we also had Taiwan and Hong Kong at one point. These guys are built different.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you have 12, 13-year-old kid from Thailand that is just kicking our backsides.
Oh my God. Husky, this has happened once again. Clock Tower, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Diversity Gaming. This is round 2 against the consistent Geek Fam. Will they force the Kings of Old of Malaysia to run away from their home once again, or will they be able to take this?
Well, not this time. I'm telling you, this is definitely rehearsed.
And it's both the Cambodian teams.
Yeah.
Look at AKO Khmer going up against Toda. These two Cambodian teams are attacking the two best Malaysian squads that we have out there on the battlefield, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And I'm absolutely loving it. Man 04 down on the ground already. Diversity Gaming seems to be hitting hard. Papa 44 right from the top repositions, whilst Raja continues to hunt him down. Fikri just providing that suppressive fire. No one's able to get to Man 04 just yet, but they most definitely need to do that immediately.
And I think AKO Khmer on that mini screen out there is in a pickle, and this is probably the last member on the team, so Todak should be able to clean up house, as fast as possible. And there we go, AKO Khmer getting wiped out, and Todak only losing one member, so not much was lost. 3-4 points, and then suddenly Cambodia is just down to Diversity Gaming, who is still trying to get rid of Geek Fam.
I mean, props to production. I believe that's the very first time someone has solved the problem of having two hot battles going on the battlefield and having to choose which one to tune into. I mean, seriously, this is something that production has not managed to bring forth just yet, and I love that mini screen that
Actually, we saw that yesterday. It just wasn't shown much.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
Props to the
timing.
The timing, right?
Yeah.
Today is so much better. Yesterday, I believe there were a lot of like tiny fights that were shown, but it was like, what is happening? I can't really tell.
The story that is going to be painted on day number 2, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, is obviously going to be bringing this to a whole new level. Bloody Head have the opportunity to drop by and check out exactly what Toda has got on their side, but I don't think they want to get all that too excited with their opportunities. Watch and Learn getting that hot drop into the high tier loot zone at Hangar on the other hand, and as you can see, really stacking up well on those med kits as well as glue walls, which will come in pretty handy at that final circle.
Actually, fun fact. So yesterday, the only hot drop that we saw in Bermuda was Diversity Gaming and Geek Fam at Clock Tower.
Yeah.
There was actually no Todak versus AKO Khmer yesterday. But I do admire Diversity Gaming for in particular for not giving away that Clock Tower, even though they know they were up against Geek Fam.
That's Eye Weapon Loot Crate, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. The code is right there on your screen. Grab that screenshot, and what a screenshot you will be able to take, because the battle between Bloody Head and Toda is about to pop off, and I believe they are going to be catching a affix out in the open, but a great time turner pulled out just so that he can save his life by himself. A little bit more time there, but the timing from Mark is just a little too perfect as they manage to drop him down onto the ground. Morgana continues the hunt. Kaloy, they slowly push up, but Toda is not waiting around Pochinok to find out exactly what this squad has got in store for them. They back away to stand a chance to bring the rest of the team members back in, but two of the members from the side of Toda are backing away towards the wrong direction, straight into the arms of Geek Fam they might fly into.
Yeah, as long as someone stays alive, I think that is good enough. Well, I believe Diversity Gaming just brought back 2 of their members, so the 2 members that fell to Geek Fam are now back in the fray. For Toda, I think this is one of the changes that is happening to the meta right now with the enabling of the revival system, where you can take these kind of risks, and sometimes you do not need to stick around. Just like you said, you do not need to stick around to find out where the other enemies are, right? You can just get away and revive your teammates, because previously without this system, people would stick around and fight to the death, but in this case, Todak, I think they're making the right choice, splitting up, and no matter what happens, you will have someone to bring the team back.
It's the game of numbers here as the players of Eastern Wolves Gang find Team Princess. Jiraiya all tagged up already. The representative on the side of Team Princess, who has seen the world stage, understood that it is a whole different meta there to play around, and he brings that knowledge into Team Princess, and this squad has been doing quite alright so far in terms of some of their engagements out there on the battlefield, but nothing to show for on the overall leaderboard, Husky.
Yeah, and then I think in this case, EWG definitely are feeling the pressure because Team Princess are going for the push. But Tua does get a knock on the Mika boy though. I think mid-air he got shot by the shotgun. EWG holding up pretty well. Tua getting traded back with Tony rushing through the time turner, dobbing in and out again. This bob and weave from Tony is impeccable. And he runs into everyone for EWG and still managed to down both of them. Manchai is the last man alive against Jimmy Nyo, but Jimmy Nyo does not have the health, and Manchai keeps EWG alive.
And not a single player lost in that engagement. If you look at the game of numbers, EWG were always meant to win that contest against Team Princess. All of those numbers on the leaderboards clearly show exactly which is the team that is slightly better when it comes to those mechanical skills. But Team Princess got really, really close. If it wasn't for the Clutch King Manchai, things could have gone really wrong for the Eastern Wolves gang. Bloodyhead, they continue backing away from the compound. This time they meet the players of Axis Esports. Mark now getting tagged up by two players at the same time, pulls out an amazing glue wall as well as a time turner, but he doesn't really have much of those glue walls to play around with anymore. Out in the open lands, the players of Bloodyhead's gonna be under a lot of danger here, but Orange Esports will disengage as well, so Bloodyhead's not having to deal with the pressure that they bring out there on the battlefield.
Yeah, quite amazing that this is the first few times we see Bloodyhead able to get so much control and exert their presence.
Yeah.
If you tell me this is the Bloodyheads from 2 years ago, the teams will just try to feast on them.
Yeah.
They definitely have garnered some respect, especially Mark, who has been around since the very beginning. We saw him in the first major. I think the growth that this particular player has gotten for himself is exponential.
Yeah.
But the circle now favors GeekFam and Axis all the way all the way down in the southwestern side. The GeekFam puts themselves in a very good position, but in the meantime, Watch and Learn just found Diversity Gaming, and Papa is going to be the first one to get taken out.
And unfortunately for Papa, he was pinched between two players, Kid as well as Apoy down on the ground. And without Kid anymore, will Diversity Gaming be able to survive this? It's a 2v1 situation here, and Eden77 patiently waiting for those players to approach. One good grenade into this hut can finish him off, but Eden, just with the double barrel shotgun in hand, will be able to get one knock. Can he get two? Time Turner pulled out, but inside of the Time Turner, Maske finishes him off. And Watch and Learn just took out one of the most dangerous Cambodian teams out there on the battlefield.
Yeah, well, worst spot to be caught out by an enemy team when the circle is not in your favor, and that's Rimnam Village. Unfortunately, Diversity Gaming, they wanted to take refuge, basically a butterfly effect from their hard drop into GeekFam. They got everyone back up, went to Rimnam Village, only to get ambushed. So very unfortunate circumstances for both Cambodian teams, one in the hands of Todak and the other in the hands of Watch and Learn and GeekFam. Bloodyhead, on the other hand, somehow was able to sneak past Todak and head into Porchinok. So still playing on the perimeter of the circle, and I think this is completely fine. They should be able to find some great resources here before they head into the center of the circle. Same for Todak though, but Todak are a bit more spread out.
Yeah, and in terms of bringing the players back into the fray, that hasn't been an issue for them at all, but straight into the arms of Axis Esports now. That rotation is going to be bringing them straight towards Flame, who doesn't really stand a chance. Afik might get caught out here. Oh, he spots the back of Flame. Flame was just looking at the wrong side. An unfortunate drop here. The plays of GeekFam, nearby factory as well. K9 Esports on that minimap. Everyone is around the same compound, and it is just waiting. The clock is ticking. The big battles haven't really come on board just yet, except for the initial hot drop by Diversity Gaming. But it's good to see both of the teams initially break away. But of course, Watch and Learn put a quick finisher to Diversity Gaming before they could get into the next circle. Now K9 Esports getting stuck between X-Men Akatsuki and GeekFam themselves. Not really a great spot. But this compound holds a lot of those defensive positions that they can avoid those shots from.
A part of me thought that Fikri would try to take a shot and somehow knock Normain off the bike. Rugged discipline, right? They actually gave up Clock Tower and decided to take refuge in Factory, which I think is a smart choice because Clock Tower is going to get pushed by the circle pretty soon. But with that being said, Todak now shows up alongside Watch and Learn, and that means GeekFam might consider getting involved in this because Watch and Learn Demon is pumping a lot of shots. In fact, Watch and Learn themselves are just putting up pressure, not just on Todak, but also on GeekFam, and Demon is going to go for it, close the gap between them and Todak, giving themselves a bit more leverage against this Todak squad. But Demon needs backup from afar, and he's the only one in the front lines.
Yeah, Demon drops the beat, gets that extra boost in speed just to run away as quickly as he can, and still sustains as he hides behind a glue wall. Just a little too much of ruckus created out here, and GeekFam is just lying in wait, trying to catch the flank off of the team Watch and Learn as they disengage with Toda. This is going to be a good play if GeekFam can secure a couple of knocks here onto Watch and Learn, and the circle just follows these three teams in. The players of X-Men Akatsuki can perhaps engage with K9 Esports, but it looks like they are playing the game of patience so that X-Men evacuates the area first. And all of these teams, as expected, are so much more careful on day 2.
Yeah, and here comes Orange. about to make contact with Geek Fam instantly, and Geek Fam have already started firing at Orange. And I love what Norman is doing. He's getting information to make sure that he can find the best route for K9 to get into the circle. But right now, Geek Fam not only have to deal with Orange, they gotta be careful to watch and look from behind. And Man04 just lands a good shot onto Paran, and Orange Esports are under heavy pressure. Orange fights Jump Out again, and Jump Out actually was trying to help Paran, and that means that Orange Esports have just lost 2 members without getting anything done.
It's a little unfortunate for Orange Esports, and there is a buy center right towards the top outside of the circle, but 18 more seconds in, that blue zone will start closing in. Oh, there you go. There's another buy center at Factory as well. As you can see, one player from Orange Esports already moving on in to pull that player right back, and Decos with the Groza will be able to buy the team a little bit more time. As Rosso X gets taken out of the equation, it will still be a decoy by Decos.
I cannot believe that he actually got a full spray of all the Groza. It's actually super impressive. But you gotta watch his back though, because Bloody Head are about to enter the party, and Deco's his back is completely exposed, and there's nothing that he can do. Morgana is gonna use the same weapon that he has to take him out. And Bloody Head now finds a clean entry into Factory. The only team standing in front of them is gonna be Toda.
Let's see if or not Toda can secure the defensive perimeter here, because Bloodyhead has been sharing this compound with them for long enough now, and the encounter is about time that it is going to appear on our screens. Morgana, I believe, has spotted out a player from the side of Toda, but Geek Fam, they continue the pressure onto X-Men Akatsuki from afar, and the sniping ability of Fikri, nobody is safe out here in the open lands.
This is such a smart move. They initially were in Factory, and now they moved out to the perimeter to gatekeep teams that are coming in, just like X-Men Akatsuki, and also avoid those cluster fights that might happen in the center of Factory. So Geek Fam just making very smart decisions. Bloody Head at the same time also picking on some members of X-Men Akatsuki, flank, hiding behind the glue wall. Kaloy does not want to tank the damage. It is circle number 3, so that those blue zone is going to start hurting. Bloody Head themselves have 6 kills already, and unfortunately for X-Men Akatsuki, they are trapped. Flank himself is trapped in a very rough spot, and there's no way forward, and unfortunately he is the last man standing for his team.
Yeah, I love the communication that you can clearly see through the gameplay of Bloody Heads, all of them focusing their shots onto X-Men flanks. Glue wall moments ago, trying to take the guy out of the equation. Each and every single point here counts, and Bloody Head most definitely can do with a few more on their side. 6 kills in so far, and Kaloy does manage to pick up that kill that they were looking for from X-Men. Still holding on to the perimeter of the circle, not the greatest places to be in when it's about 20 seconds away, but the good thing is they can rotate over to the right hand side, which is not a lot of distance to cover, but those that wait for them at that spot will be the one and only Geek Fam, which makes this maneuver a little bit more difficult.
And again, remember what I said, Geek Fam making the smart decision. They have secured the entrance of Factory, so whoever wins this fight between Toda and Bloody Head will have to deal with Geek Fam themselves. But I do like what Bloody Head did. They tried to dodge Toda as much as they could and to put themselves in a more favorable position. Now both teams are fighting an even fight with covers to work with, and Toda actually gets an easier outro, but Mark snipes Afrik in the back, and this is going to force Toda to make a choice right now, because if they get out, they actually have a better entry into the circle compared to Bloody Head, simply because Geek Fam is waiting outside.
Absolutely, man. Toda, and I believe the disengagement has come here from the players of Bloody Head straight into the hands of Geek Fam, but on the other side, we've got Watch and Learn taking on K9 Esports. K9 has tried to stay away from all of the battles as long as possible, but now they can no longer avoid this. Maske does not get taken down, but Norman does not spot a player right behind him, has the Mag 7 in hand, but no players in front of him to spray down, and they continue their hunt. The double vectors does not get anyone just yet, and Geek Fam off screen finishing off the players of Bloody Head one after the other. Maske gets flung, puts him out of commission. Mark takes out Orin. This is just an all-out chaos on the battlefield as K9 Esports find out that Watch and Learn might not be that easy to take down, but Watch and Learn, as they lose Demon 76, still has an opportunity to overcome the team of K9 Esports. A single player left in the equation, and Pain is still putting up a great fight.
Yeah, and Pain at least get one more guy with him before he goes down. But K9 Esports ends up falling. And Morgana, meanwhile, off-screen gets a double nade on the members of Geek Fam. And this is the best case scenario for Bloody Head. EWG, in the meantime, is going to face off against Toda. We see the nade getting thrown out. Monito connects his, but they need to get into the compound. And the best way is actually to go for these boosts. Thanks to the blue zone. Manchai, they're all tanking the ice grenade. Manchai, you cannot heal through that. He's going to get knocked down. Monito blows him up. You're not not supposed to do that to your team, Monito. That is your buddy right there. EWG slowing down a bit, finally brings Manchai back up, but it is kind of a smart way to get a bit more health in his teammate. But now they gotta do the hard part.
Yeah, man.
Do the shoulder boost over the wall. They actually saw aims, but they cannot get a clear shot at him. They need some kind of grenade to flush him out.
And they haven't really brought out all of those lethals just yet. Manchai has got a good position with the Groza here as they try to spot out the players of Watch and Learn, who managed to tag up his feet with a misplaced glue wall that was right in front of him. Venom 96 on the other hand, trying to catch Tua off guard, gets that one shot off point, and Tua gets away with his life. Maske on the other hand will have the double barrel to work with, taking on the full EWG gang, but he gets traded out by the one and only Manchai from the back, and the Eastern Wolves gang. Battle 4 gets taken out of the equation by Morgana. Bloody Heads themselves single-handedly teasing Toda and taking out Geek Fam from the equation, but it looks like the time for Bloody Heads has run out.
Yeah, and it's now down to Watch and Learn, EWG and Toda. You see Watch and Learn is only down to X-Boy and Venom. Aim and Afik, they are just doing God's work. The two last bastion of Toda with 9 kills in the bag. They see the members of Watch and Learn running past, but somehow Afik got like those shots, and with the help of Monito, they actually do it. So we down to a 2 versus 2, both Monito and Daisy right in front of each other. They're breathing right beside each other, but Monito loses the fight, and his aims from long range making it work. Daisy tanks the blue zone, and Todak off of a great round 1 performance nails the booyah.
And this is the day for Group B, and Toda representing Group B here to show that they want to start this marathon off on a great note, picking up the booyah in the very first matchup in a super impressive manner. It was the disengagement from Bloody Heads at the factory after Afik got knocked down. That in itself shows the quality of Toda, knowing how to prioritize their battles out there on the battlefield. Although Bloody Heads had an amazing engagement later on with Geek Fam and had the ability to take them down with beautiful grenades out of Morgana, stellar play, it just wasn't enough because they weren't focusing on those right fights, and the backstab taken by Watch and Learn was just a little too easy at the end.
And I do love the adjustments from Toda, right? Yesterday they played with Exac, and I think today Exac was not playing, so it does affect the dynamics a bit, but I'm pretty sure the Coach Alpha went back and gave them a stern lecture after a slow start. So we do see a bit of change in Toda's decision making. I think when you have 6 members in your team, you gotta mix and match to find the perfect combination. And this one so far I think looks pretty solid.
Yeah, and I feel like the advice was to avoid all of those engagements as best as possible, but if there's no running away from it, take it on with full confidence, and that's exactly what Toda did. It's not like they avoided each and every single confrontation, but it was the situations, once again, like Factory, where they just prioritized the circle more than a few kill points that kind of got them the booyah at the end of the day, right? And it feels like all of the decisions made was perfect for Toda in the very first game of the day. But will there be consistent plays from the squad, just like what we saw from Geek Fam yesterday? That one, on the other hand, is a little bit tougher.
Yeah, but while Geek Fam were directly challenged by Bloody Head, which I think is super impressive that Bloody Head became the bane of Geek Fam in that particular situation. But if we can just get a full sequence, if I can just watch the full 5 to 8 minutes of that factory dance between these 3 teams, I think there's so much to unpack because it is a good demonstration of Geek Fam, Todak, and Bloody Head.
Correct.
3 experienced teams making the right call, the best possible call in that situation. How Bloody Head moved away from the pack, how Bloody Head and Todak, how Geek Fam moved away from the pack, how Bloody Head and Todak danced around each other while trying to avoid a third-party conflict, and how Bloody Head dealt with Geek Fam when they had to fight them. I think it was possibly a good show of how veteran our team are.
I absolutely agree with you. And when Geek Fam backed away from Factory, the one spot that they took some refuge in was the worst position, in my opinion, at one of those watchtowers. We've seen time and time again how that has turned out to be such a terrible experience for teams because a couple of good grenades lobbed in takes out your whole squad, and they had 2 very important players placed on that watchtower. But the difference here is they had Fikri on that watchtower, one of the best snipers in the competition, and nobody dared go near because the moment Fikri spots them, it's an instant down for the guy, right? So they could play the slightly more risky tactic out there on the battlefield because they could depend on their mechanical capabilities a little bit more in comparison to some of the other teams out there. But even like K9 Esports, I really like the fact that they try to stray away from all of these initial engagements to take the final battle. battle, but they did not expect a watch and learn squad of this stature, man. This particular engagement was just way too close earlier on, and K9 Esports almost got that victory there.
Yeah, almost got it. But unfortunately, Normain was not paying attention, right?
Yeah.
He was the one who charged in with his double barrel shotgun, trying to look for those kills.
Yeah.
But he did not see where the members of Watch and Learn are.
Correct.
And I think that was a huge oversight in such an important fight. Because I think if he spotted the member of Watch and Learn on his left side, that fight could have been so much different. And so, no, just I think a bit of criticism for K9, pay more attention, because I think everything was very good up to that point.
Yeah.
But also credits to Watch and Learn. I think this very first opening round was pretty solid from them.
Absolutely, man. But it's understandable as well, because Normain didn't really have a vehicle on him. And we know the meta that Normain usually brings into the competition. You run them down first, and then you hop off that bike or that vehicle and you spray them down.
He had it up to that point. I
Correct,
don't know what happened. I believe he decided to not use it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
it was
that's
in a
Bermuda.
compound.
Yeah, that's
Exactly.
Bermuda. Later, when we go to Purgatory, we're pretty sure K9 Esports will make a huge comeback with those vehicles once again. But it's not Purgatory time, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We now move on into Kalahari, where the terrain makes the biggest of difference, where the loot makes a slight difference, whether or not you get the grappling hook for yourself. Because moving from one spot to another, if the elevation greatly differs, that's where we see a lot of teams kind of crash and burn, Husky.
And this is where we see some teams like Bloody Head, for example, to really shine, right? Because both times when we looked at maps like Kalahari, we see a completely different approach from a lot of these teams. And I think teams that don't really like to fight early on sometimes benefit a bit more. How Bloody Head snuck away that Booyah yesterday on Kalahari simply by playing the circle. But in this case, I want to see if there's any changes. Starting from the hot drops. We had hot drops. I mean, Orange Esports still hates K9. That's a given. Diversity Gaming always hunts for either Geek Fam or any other teams from Malaysia for some reason. So let's see if that is going to be the case for Kalahari. And if not, I want to see some of these teams, especially Orange Esports and Toda, make a bit more take more calculated risks. Because yesterday, it felt like Toda were running out into the open.
Yeah.
And getting taken out early on. So that wasn't really good.
I kind of feel like that's part of strategy on the side of Toda as well, because they just wanted to just go out and get a feel for all of the firepower that the other teams bring into the competition. But I feel like lesson well learned. They have taken all of that information, brought it into day number 2, and managed all of that firepower well. A 24 awesome golden ratio hit here with the 12 points from placements, 12 points from kills for Toda to grab that number 1 spot. Bloody Head right behind them, and this is what I want to see more from the squad, and consistent plays just like this. 18 points overall through the 11 kills that they got. They didn't even get the second spot. I believe they were placed 4th in the previous round, but they still managed to climb right back up.
Yeah, I mean, Bloody Head did a fantastic job, right? I think 3 of those kills came from taking out Geek Fam.
Oh, yeah.
And in fact, they were the one who crippled Geek Fam. And Geek Fam had a very slow round, but we're not surprised. You know, there were some rounds yesterday that they played pretty slow, and then they show up at the end and they got a heap of kills. But in this case, it was not enabled because they went down pretty early
And they were on the defensive. They had the spot first.
Yeah, they were on the defenses, right? They were the first team alongside Axis to be in the center of Factory. And then when other teams stopped coming in, they moved out to the Watchtower and they put themselves in a position where they can pick off other teams, right? So X-Men Akatsuki became the team that Geek Fam eliminated, but they couldn't get anything more than that because they were constantly trying to catch teams running into them. They caught Bloody Head, but Bloody Head won the fight.
Yeah, and just really nice to see Bloody Head managing very complicated situations like these.
My heart was pumping because when Bloody Head ran into them, we actually had to watch Todak fight EWG.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what's happening to Bloody Head, right?
Yeah, what's going to happen to Bloody Head? Because they were running straight into one of the craziest groups out there. Like, from what we shared with you guys on the overall leaderboards, they have close to 50 kills over, some of the best teams out there on the battlefield. Yes. So it is not a small task at all to engage with a defensive Geek Fam who already have been sitting down in that spot anticipating a battle from all of the other squads. So what they did bring forth in that situation was nothing short of an amazing play, but I kind of feel like the timing was perfect because the circle was just about to start moving in. The battles outside of the factories just started to get heated up, and that was the part where Geek Fam just got a little bit distracted. And the moment they took their eyes off of Bloody Heads, and we saw Morgana hit those double, triple nades, man.
Yeah.
Taking down 2 players at the same time from the side of Geek Fam, clearly was the best thing that could happen to Bloody Heads at that point.
Yeah, at that point of time, there's no way Bloody Head can backtrack where Tovra came from, right?
Yeah.
Because it's a death wish. But maybe Kalahari is going to be a bit different, right? We always look at Refinery. The only team that takes it is Anxiety, but Anxiety is in Group C. K9 were thinking about it, but they decided to back off. Let X-Men Akatsuki have that. Normain, as usual, he's going to put himself in the forefront. But we get this triple hot drop. Bloody Head, Diversity Gaming, and Watch and Learn all at command post.
I really, at this point, have no idea whether or not Diversity Gaming is doing their homework or doing their homework, right? Because clearly they would know that this is the home to Bloody Head, but Diversity Gaming is this the kind of team that just is like balls on the table. Let's go, we can take on anyone, and they literally go out there to take on the best of the best in the competition. But Bloody Head now, with a great pickup, very quickly coming through, will be able to disengage and back away from their own home as Watch and Learn and Diversity Gaming slowly try to take over. But clearly, only one team is doing really well here as Watch and Learn manages to grab quite a bit of loot for themselves and force Diversity Gaming alongside Bloody Head towards the perimeter of command post.
Well, thanks to the kill feed being disabled and everyone looking exactly the same, both teams happen to take down Diversity Gaming members.
Yeah.
So they're just down to Papa, which was very unfortunate. I'm surprised that, Watch and Learn decide to challenge command post.
Yeah.
A spot where even GeekFam doesn't have no intention, have no interest in challenging Bloody Head, but they actually push Bloody Head out of command post, but that is also because we have a three-way fight, so Bloody Head unfortunately got the short end of the stick, but I think for them it's completely fine. Now I want to see what the decision-making for this team is, because normally they would stay there until the circle forces them out, but in this case, they are already out before we even see the first circle.
Yeah, and there's nothing much that they can do at command post even if they stay on in there, because the loots are all just being picked up by the team Watch and Learn here. And as you can see, Venom96 is not skipping a single beat. He wants to catch up with Morgana, but Morgana has got the perfect SMG in hand with a great rate of fire. Take him out of the equation. Oh, but he manages to hop on inside of the house and avoid all of those shots. Maske, on the other hand, bringing on the P90 for a little bit of battle, and a beautiful prone shot coming through from Shanks, but Maske makes quick work of him. That headshot puts him down on the ground. Morgana out of the equation as well, and Watch and Learn very quickly take over the situation, and the 3 kills that comes through from the side of Watch and Learn shows us who did the majority of the work at command post earlier on. It was Bloody Head.
Yeah, and Maske even stole one of the kills from Bloody Head. But that was a pretty sick move though from Bloody Head. I never thought that you can pull off that cheeky prone shot from Shanks. And Morgana had the right intention, but unfortunately, when you jump down from a building, there's that slight animation delay, that keyframe where you can't move. So, but thankfully for Bloody Head, they still have 2 members alive. It's not the end of the world just yet.
Papa!
And Papa actually gets caught out, vehicle blown up, Twab picks him off, and Diversity Gaming just another round where they could not get anything done.
Yeah, what's up, Diversity? I mean, here's the small problem, Husky. The Cambodians are not tuning into the English stream. I believe they've got their own Khmer live broadcast going on. So whatever we say is not going to go to the ears of those players. But hopefully, one of their managers or someone is tuning into the English broadcast, because the only request that I have for Diversity Gaming is to just avoid battles, avoid those hot drops, and get to the final circle, man. Because this is the team that can really, really do Cambodia proud, but just too much of risk being taken in the early moments, which is just so unnecessary.
Yeah, don't count AKO coming out just yet. They obviously, I think, based off of day one, AKO Khmer just look like the more lesser team, right? We see a bit more of a reckless maneuvers from these guys, but I personally think that this team has a very different approach compared to Diversity Gaming, and that's what makes AKO Khmer such a volatile team, where they were taking all these fights. We thought Diversity Gaming is aggressive, but I think AKO Khmer is a tad above, a tad more aggressive than that. I mean, 2K comes in for the flank and try to catch out Orin, and that's bring Orange down pretty low. They want to go for a double pincer. Boyloy also joins in the fray. They have Orange completely surrounded, but Geekfan shoot at a couple of backup, and Orin unfortunately ends up getting caught. Again, a double magnum from Boyloy. Finishes off Orin, and Doom and Jun at the same time getting pressured by Raja, but that glue wall is doing heaps of work, and Raja just cannot get through the defense.
Yeah, but he's about to break the glue wall already, but another glue wall stacked up right in front, and Man04 dropped down onto the ground. It's going to be Doom and Jun with an amazing shot from above
grenade.
but Vickery just trades him out instantaneously. AKO Khmer now have got their work cut out for them, but Raja, as he tries to go in for a pickup, what a grenade dropped by 2K, eliminating Geek Fam themselves at Santa Catarina, which is the stronghold for the Malaysian Titans. What a play!
What did I tell you, AJ? What did I tell you?
Beauty, man.
Khmer, don't count them out just yet. Do Min Jun doing a great job taking off Fikri, but I love what 2K did. That Nate ended it all. Now we can officially say this is the worst performance on Geek Fam. That's fine. Not top 5,
Yeah.
11th place.
Oh, that's a GG right there. But watch and learn now. This is the rematch as Team Princess now try to take out Team Watch and Learn. Are they going to be able to do that? The answer is most definitely yes. Venom96, the final player to get eliminated. Watch and Learn bombs out in the 10th spot. But the action continues as Axis Esports now meets Orange Esports out there in the open. The compound held on by Orange Esports. They've got the defensive, but here comes Axis to break that down little by little. Neptune holding on to the outside perimeter with a double glue wall, whereas Shahid just walks on in with his shotgun, taking those sprays. Neptune put down onto the ground. A little bit too simple of a tactic to be played to catch off the players of Orange Esports, but Flame is doing the majority of work inside of the house.
Man, I love what Shahid did. So he put out the time turner, and he just sticks his gun barrel outside. He got a knockdown. I love these kind of. I love it when people play around the time turner. It's so funny. Sometimes you get these funny interactions, right? You don't know if the bullets are hitting, but it's just people dancing in and out of the dome that always makes me lose it. But Orange Esports, you know, they still have 2 guys alive, I believe. You can easily go. Well, I only see Rosso, so 1 guy alive, but he has 2 revival zones near him. So
it looks simple, you know, dancing in and out of that time turner. But you know, if you play Free Fire at this level, my oh my, as you are nervous, as your fingers are just shaking, rattling on your screen, you don't know what you're doing out there. The amount of composure that it takes to execute that and at the very same time get the win through those gunfights is miraculous, man. These players are on another level, Lasky.
Yeah, even the best teams, best players sometimes fail to do it, right? I think yesterday we see Zenza, I believe from Never Stop, if I'm not mistaken, win those solo gunfights through the time turner 2 times in a row. So I think these players, well, no, I'm sure these players are all mechanically gifted. And when it comes down to those 1 versus 1 fight, it really boils down to your decision making and how well you perform at that point. But K9 now shows up and it's them against Axis.
So who can hold their nerves better? K9 Esports spotting out Axis Esports, and Neptune not waiting to be sprayed down, runs up top. But they have to deal with Blank as well, who is already, Normain, my apologies, who's charging up the grenade already, waiting for his opportunity to drop a pop. Spots the player from the side of Axis Esports, but doesn't fire off just yet. Joined alongside Payne, and K9 Esports take over the top segment of this compound. Rose on the other side, and now Normain, as he repositions, finds all of those players, sends that information right back and throws out a glue wall to block the shots from Rose. And what a beautiful glue wall by the one and only Normain to avoid that grenade. Orange Esports out of the equation, all thanks to Toda, and Shahid put down onto the ground. Neptune trades back Blank. Payne takes Neptune out of the equation. Back and forth these 2 teams go, Husky.
Oh, I love the glue wall at the last second. Flame protecting himself just in time, but can he end this though? No, Wushi says no. And Axis down to, I believe, just Rose. The Flame should be finished out pretty soon. Can Kana get Blank up? I think they should be able to do so. And unfortunately for Rose, he has to bolt out of this area before Kana catches sight of him. And they actually do, but Rose makes it down the hill just in time. K9, I have a feeling that they want to chase down Rose and not let him get away. They're positioning themselves on top of the cliff, and Rose is taking a lot of shots. And K9 makes the right call, and they take out Axis.
I guess the one saving grace there is they performed slightly better in this round in comparison to the previous. They picked up 2 points in the last round. This time round, they pick up more than 2. That's the important thing here. K9 Esports, vantage point held on by the players. A revival point there as well, which they don't even need to use because of how stellar they've been so far in taking some of these engagements. And at the very moment, no other teams who are ready to take over their compound. Toda, on the other hand, just a single kill on their side, but it was an important one because that single slay came through from Spark, taking out the final player of Orange Esports, Sasuke.
Yeah, very unlucky. I think Rosso, the 2 revival zones were near him. One of them covered by danger zone, I believe, at one point, but he just could not get there. So in this case, I mean, can't really blame Orange Esports. They just could not hold off, the onslaught of Axis, I believe. But we see EWG actually hanging on the bottom end of the refinery, which was primarily controlled by X-Men Akatsuki. We have, I believe, AKO Khmer nearby as well. We are like, what? This is, I believe, less than 10... Well, we are only just 10 minutes in, and we are down to 7 teams. This is one of the fastest Kalahari rounds I've seen.
Absolutely, man. And X-Men Akatsuki now engaging with AKO Khmer. Doomin Jin backing away, not wanting to take the shots against Shots, who has the great vantage point. The headshots are a little bit too easy, and the timing is not going to be perfect as the players of Spark now fly in straight towards Bloody Head. Kaloy has the information, but the rest of his team members are nowhere near to give him that backup that he so desperately requires now. But Toda disengaged. They move on to the right-hand side of the compound, not wanting to do battle with Bloody Heads just yet. Good decision being made by these teams. Once again, this was the engagement at Factory earlier on that went sour for GeekFam. Now GeekFam doesn't have to worry. They are sitting back at the lobby.
Oh, Toda, they're thinking of going for the push, and I love Speedo actually spots up the trip mine. Takes it out. That's going to give them a free entry. Meanwhile, on the other end, Team Princess engages in the fight against EWG, who are just chilling underneath Refinery. Jace is actually low, but they got picked back up. Mika Boy swings the corner, takes out Mantai, and actually gets the finisher. But Monito comes in for the backup. He's going to get swarmed by Jiraiya, but thankfully for EWG, they have the numbers to work with. The grenades from Team Princess are not landing. Monito somehow wins that fight. Jiraiya runs in and out of the glue wall, and twice going to have assistance from Jay-Z. Jay-Z blocks the bullet. What a loyal teammate, but that's not going down anyways. And it all comes down to Monito once more. The hero of the Eastern Wolfgang
GG!
runs into the dome and takes out the remnants of Team Princess. 4 for EWG.
Yeah, that's decision making right there. He was in a tough spot, but if he did not take that risky play into the time turner, he might have just gone up 1v2, which wouldn't have been the best of scenarios because he only had the shotgun in hand, and a single shot at a point of time. That lag is a clear GG if he had taken on that fight. So good decision making, and he now has an opportunity to buy back his players as well. So we will wait for that to happen. But K9 Esports, on the other hand, on top of Refinery, taking the fight up against X-Men Akatsuki, but the problem is X-Men Akatsuki have hidden themselves out quite well. But Shots from afar finds the information and nails a player down onto the ground. Wuxi, on the other hand, will be able to respond. Amazing plays from K9 Esports so far. Back to back, they take it, Asuke.
Yeah, Wuxi is doing such an incredible job in this round too. A blank did get caught by Yan, and X-Men Akatsuki again. Yan is up against 3 members.
Oh my lord.
Doesn't really get the 3rd kill though. Could have been a miracle for X-Men Akatsuki, but that means that the rest of K9 Esports can come in and get the members back up. I believe they also saw shots. Pain gets the finisher onto Yan, and X-Men Akatsuki are down to just 2 members. This Refinery control is starting to slip out of their hands.
Jusly as well as Shots. Jusly now holding on to a great position here. Has got the double vectors, but it will be an unfortunate situation if he gets caught out from the back, which is exactly what happens. Blank now on the exact same elevation as him, hiding himself away behind the glue wall, waiting for Jusly to make a wrong move. But Jusly has got the double vectors, and he plays the game of patience, and a beautiful glue wall pulled out to make sure the players cannot go in for the chase. And Shots from up above can lend a little bit of assistance now, but nothing is taken by Shots as he buys too much of time for himself and wastes the beautiful opportunity.
I like K9. They actually set up a distraction to try and get Jusly to lose focus. But somehow Jusly is running away with X Shots protecting him, but Jusly actually fell to his death. And unfortunately, Afe still shots away, and that spells the end of X-Men Akatsuki. But that means Todak now shows up to the equation, and I think K9 Blank knows this, because that kill was a bit suspicious, being stolen away from them. But Todak have to work their way up the structure, and with the circle in their favor, we are in for a very interesting fight.
Disappointing performance from Shots multiple times. He got that piece of information, couldn't really make much of it, couldn't give that suppressive fire, that backup that his teammates required so much. But now K9 Esports moves on to Toda next. Eastern Wolfgang, Monito, one final player on the side of EWG. Can he make it out of there? Has got the grappling hook, but Afik from the back aims now. K9 Esports helping out EWG unknowingly, ladies, German boys and girls, and Toda were not able to go in for the finisher just yet.
And Monito actually makes it out of there, but I think he is stuck on the mid part of the cliff. There's nowhere else for him to go. He goes up, it's going to be K9. He drops down, it's going to be Toda. Just waiting like sharks in the water. So in this case, EWG Monito is still safe thanks to the circle, but Bloody Head and AKO Khmer, they will have to fight through this open ground. There's very little to no cover, so that means that K9 and Toda puts themselves in a very good spot. AKO! Ends up eliminating Bloody Head. So what is it? 3 kills in a row. 2K and Boyloy putting in much of the work, and we're down to just 2 teams. But Wuxi was able to get Normay back up after he actually doused Dooming Jun, but no finisher from the side of Toda. AKO Khmer are just a bit too far away.
AKO Khmer, what a play so far. Taking down the Titans, taking down the one and only Bloody Head on the way in as well. Doomin Jun, very sneaky. Teases the one and only aims, but that Groza wasn't able to spray just enough from that long distance to take Doomin Jun once again out of the equation. Boyloy has got a vehicle to play around with here, but at Kalahari, it is not the best of metas to bring in for the play because of situations like these. But behind 2 stray glue walls, they find some refuge. 2K cooks up the grenade, but just a little bit too late to pop off, and Boyloy goes in for the save through that glue wall. Boyloy now put down onto the ground as well. What a beautiful pressure by Pain, and K9 Esports running this final circle. Toda waiting from down below for K9 Esports to make one mistake before they can take advantage.
Monito sneaks the last kill away from
Monito's still alive, bro.
He's still alive. Monito makes top 3. The nade.
Oh, nice one.
That's how 3 members of Toda, they all got hit. But it was all scrap damage, so Toda still surviving, and Monito, I mean, if he steals this round away, he is the biggest hero that we have seen. I think K9, they are forced to come right now, but they got to deal with Toda. Those sparks grenade actually bounces off the metal pillars, and Pedro actually downs Pain. Monito is still not in the picture just yet. They got to keep our attention on that. Spark takes out Black, and they all drop down like flies, and Toda just picks them up. We're down to potentially Toda against Monito alone. K9 Esports still also have one more member, and that guy is going to be Normay. But as the circle closes in, what have you have left in the tank, Monito? What have you left? Normay, it seems like Monito has already expired. Normay waits for him. Toda, they go on an aggressive move. They want to block Normay out. They want the Blue Zone to do the work. Pedro, can he at least force Normay out into the open? And yes, he can. The pressure is sufficient. And guess what, AJ? Toda finds the second booyah of the day.
Back to back. If GeekFam can do it, we, the current kings of Malaysia, most definitely can secure the same as well. Afix most definitely deserves the MVP title, and this is how Malaysia shows its power out there on the battlefield. The quality impeccable from Toda. And you know, when at Kalahari, if the circle is moving in towards Refinery, the one spot that you want to be holding on to is the lower ground instead of the higher ground that the platforms give you, because we've seen this result one too many times already. A couple of situations, I believe it was Normain that hopped off of the platform, takes the fall damage, and it was just a couple of bullets from the side of Toda just to finish the guy off. But Monito, that guy is my hero.
Top 3 finish. Top 3 podium finish despite a horrendous fight. But I think, you know, Monito being put in that spot, actually I have a secret MVP. The guy's name is Jay-Z. Because as Team Princess, I believe like Tony was about to finish on Monito. Jay-Z happened to accidentally jump in front and block the full mag for Monito.
I mean, that's what friends are for, man.
Yeah, that's a true friend right there. They'll take a literal bullet for you. I don't know if we would see it on the replay, but if we do, I'll be sure to let you know, because that's one of the most impressive moments I've seen. Coincidence? Most likely, but it is very impressive.
Yeah, but I am just fascinated with AKO Khmer. Not only did they take GeekFam out in their own stronghold at Santa Catarina, they went on to also remove Bloody Heads from the equation. And Bloody Heads obviously were aiming for, at the very best, the second spot. And, you know, if possible, even the Booyah. But against the raging Toda, obviously that was going to be a challenge. But even before they could get to contest the Booyah, AKO Khmer, the unsuspecting tyrants of the competition, slowly start waking up here.
I bet they didn't know that AKO Khmer was there. I think this is the moment. So watch as Tony tries to go for the finisher. Jay-Z actually, I believe, got brought back up. Well, before that, we actually didn't see it, but the point where Jay-Z got knocked down was when he blocked the shot.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And I kind of caught that moment, but, you know, I had my eyes on something else at that point of time as well. I'm so upset that I missed it, but a replay of the show most definitely will be able to show us that, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. So I know what I'm going to be doing. I'm going to be checking out the replay, because, I mean, it's for moments like that, man, that, you know, I took on the job of shoutcasting in the first place, because it's just so exciting to not just watch the broadcast, but to bring you guys all of these extra bits of information that just puts these players up on a whole other level, man.
I like it when players just push the limits of the game, right? When people look at, no matter what game it is, we always have the idea of not dying, right? Not dying is the best. But sometimes you just got to throw your body in front to ensure your team's survivability. And that's what JT do. Whether it's intentional or not, I think that's going to go down in history. He probably will get a pat on the shoulder after that round. Because, my goodness, I believe it caught Team Princess by surprise for sure. Because that was a sure win until he showed up out of nowhere.
And that was also a good highlight as to how important it is to loot up that grappling hook very early in the game. Because if we did not see that in the hands of Monito, getting up to the edge of the cliff, going into a better position to avoid the engagement with Toda wouldn't have been possible. He would have just been stuck, and a sitting duck he would have been.
And you have to thank K9 for that, right? Because Toda actually tried to go after him. And K9 was like, we see one guy, let's take him out. And Toda was like, damn it, we can't get this guy.
Exactly, yeah.
But they still won.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, if you are at Kalahar, you do not want to be up top on that platform, man. Because when the circle starts moving in, the fall damage in itself is torturous to deal with. What more, Toda awaiting your presence at the very bottom. I think it was quite an awesome matchup. All of those beautiful engagements out there in the battlefield. We begged for no hot drops. Diversity Gaming, I'm speaking to you. I know you're not watching the broadcast, but please, because, Husky, there's so much of promise in this team. There's so much of quality. You know, but they just seem to be wasting it at those early moments.
Very slow start though, like 2 rounds in a row, I believe. So they only got 1 point out of 2 rounds.
Yeah.
Contrary to AKO Khmer, they got 1 point in round 1, but I think this round they probably got like 15, 16 points. Around that, right? Based off of the performance that they had. Watch Allen also went for the hot drop at command post, which I think is very surprising because normally I don't recall them doing that. Maybe they do go for command post, but they never hot drop command post.
Yeah.
But you know, I also got to see what Bloody Head does when they're forced out of their comfort zone this early on, and I say they did a fantastic job.
Yep. It is not the old Bloody Head where we always had some sort of comment, right, with one of their engagements out there, like why did they abandon command post or why did they even step out in the first place? But, you know, looking at the leaderboards here, amazing stuff from K9 Esports to match up with Toda with the 19 points through those 10 solid kills and that second placement. But obviously, back-to-back booyah for your boys from Toda. AKO Khmer, this is one of their best performances out there on the battlefield. 7 kills, 7 from the placement points, 14 overall. Eastern Wolves Gang right behind them with the 13. Team Princess, a huge improvement from round number 1 where they bombed out with absolutely no points whatsoever. And Bloody Head this time around, all thanks to the one and only AKO Khmer, had to eat just 6 placement points this time around and not many kills with the 8th point and the 6th placement.
Yeah, Bloody Head spent almost a whole game running away from other teams, right? And that really brought them down to a more unfavorable spot. But I do not blame them at all. I think 8 points for them, it's still unacceptable, right? Because they do have, I believe, 2 more rounds today to play. But I think Geek Fam is the one to look at 0 points. First time ever, right? Off of yesterday, there's a lot of leeway, right? This is what I think not just Geek Fam, but but other teams over the course of these 2 years of competitive Free Fire have shown where you get such a good day one that it doesn't matter if you don't show up, you can still be at the top. I mean, Geek Fam getting the 0 points is definitely not any chance, not in any circumstances by luck. It's also AKO Khmer playing a fantastic defense on Santa Catarina, but I doubt it would happen again. I think Geek Fam would have some takeaway from this.
Yeah, there was an official update as well. There are a couple of bans being lifted for some of the pro players within the scene, and a couple of Geek Fam players are in that list up as well. So we can potentially expect more fire from this squad out of Geek Fam very, very soon. I am excited to see exactly
next tournament.
Yeah, what's gonna happen when that lineup changes, right? But at the Free Fire Challenger Series Season 2, for the time being, this is what we have to deal with. And based on what they brought forth to the competition yesterday, they deserve a few rounds of rest. So it's okay to bomb out.
Yeah. That's what we always say.
When it comes to Geek Fam, man, and you know, sometimes, although we teased them in the last time, we did not expect the infraction points to be the way
I knew you were about to say this, right? I was just waiting for you
Don't be late for matches. I mean, it's as simple as that.
Yeah, I was waiting for you to bring this up. It's okay.
It's
Top
okay.
12, man. Top 12 is what matters.
2 years old story. We don't need to bring it up now, but yeah.
Stop beating them. They're dead. Stop beating them. The lineup has changed, AJ. It's not even the same team.
It has. But, you know, it's all in good fun, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as all of the teams out there very slowly adjust their approach to these matches, except Diversity Gaming. They are adjusting it in the worst way ever. I mean, what's up with the hot drops? That's what I don't understand. And what's up with the hot drops on teams that are going to be able to match up with them? I guess command post, they felt like they could take on Bloody Heads, which I would agree. I feel like Diversity and Bloody Heads are quite on the equal level.
Yeah, I think it's possible, right?
Yeah.
But at the same time, again, it's something that I admire that, yeah, sure, like, we are the newer region, right? And sure, you know, you like to take clock tower, you like to take command post, but if we've been doing that in our scrims and we feel confident, we should go for it as well. And I think there's a completely understandable perspective from Diversity Gaming. And what comes after that is trying to win the fights, just that they haven't been able to win that. So that makes them look slightly worse, but I don't think they should necessarily change everything just because someone else is already there.
I agree but disagree at the same time, man. I mean,
it's hard, right? You have to find that sweet spot.
Yeah, you gotta find the sweet spot. And early engagements, the main reason why I'm so opposed to them is because you cannot guarantee anything for yourself. You don't know what sort of loot you're gonna be able to find in that small compound. You cannot guarantee anything, and that's where things go sour. And you have to disengage, but running out in the open field without much ammunition on yourself isn't, you know, the best of situations to be stuck in as well. But campsite this time around will be the spot that Diversity Gaming picks up for themselves. Not an intentional hot drop this time around as they try to disengage, but Axis Esports will find nowhere else to run at Brasilia as Watch and Learn have got them all covered.
Well, we did see a mini screen, but
Orange Esports, bro!
They're getting wiped out by Bloody Hit. I think we need 2 more mini screens because I saw a triple hot. I saw like 3 different hot drops.
Yeah, I would like that mini screen now, production. I mean, I was so hyped up moments
we
ago.
We need 2 more, right? I know you can put one on the right side, but I don't know where you can put the third one. But right now, Axis Esports are trying to hold on against Watch and Learn. And I hope that, I assume that Orange Esports were able to get out of it because they haven't been knocked out just yet. But Watch and Learn is trying to storm the building and get Axis out of the way. And Venom is playing from a separate building, which is very smart, providing those cover fires for his teammate. But both teams have suffered initial casualty. So Watch and Learn have to be really careful as they do have that slight man disadvantage in this main compound of Axis.
Let's see if or not the players of Axis Esports can compose themselves and set up an ambush, a counter ambush instead for the players of Watch and Learn, who are super aggressive after they manage to get that initial knock. And Axis Esports, as they back away, unable to bring Flame 7 back into the lineup just yet, patiently awaiting the presence of their opponents. But Watch and Learn have watched many encounters like this in the past. They've been a part of those encounters as well, and they're not looking to make those mistakes. Shanks to finish off Boyloy as AKO Khmer. Now, this is the perfect... Where is Boyloy? Boyloy is unfortunately under the boulder. We don't know exactly what happened there. but Bloody Head, that if they can finish off AKO Khmer, that would be one of the best revenge, you know, back-to-back, right? They just got taken out by them in the previous matchup, and they're immediately engaging Boyloy out of the equation, all thanks to Shanks. But we hop on over to X-Men Akatsuki as well as Team Princess puts them 6 feet under.
Oh, they're out. Actually, they're out. It's very unlucky. Yeah, I believe they dropped near Team Princess and somehow they ran into each other. Bloody Head having the best possible start with 5 kills already, and they're not done just yet. Diversity Gaming, yeah, they're back for revenge. Bloody Head is like, you try to drop command post, you brought Watch and Learn with you, and we're gonna send you out of
and
the
you
lobby.
took us out of the equation before we go to the final circle. That's the most bitter part of that whole story.
But that's AKO Khmer, but from the same region, right? How dare
Fair
you
enough.
do
My
this to
apologies.
us? It's fine, you know. Like I think Diversity Gaming has a lot to think about. And they just lost 2 more members. I think this is probably... They only have like 1 more. Orange Esports were able to get away after a horrendous opening and bring their members back. Diversity Gaming needs to do the same, but Ski Lodge is a place that you can hold out as long as no one comes by, but thankfully no one comes by Ski Lodge.
Yeah, unfortunately, Diversity Gaming, they continue to struggle in the early setups of these rounds as they unfortunately get hot dropped this time around. I don't think they were looking to engage very early on. They were just unfortunate with the initial encounters, and obviously Bloody Head's looking for the finisher on them. But Axis Esports alongside Watch and Learn, this has gone on for long enough, and Geek Fam now joined the fray to put Maske alongside Watch and Learn out of the equation perhaps. Orin, Trigger Discipline at its finest here, not popping off just yet, just watching exactly where Maske moves on into and trying to spot out the rest of his team members before they aggress on. Fikri, very brave to move on out in the open sectors here, but they are looking out for the player, my lord! Wow. Fikri, don't do that, my man! X-Boys just got back!
It didn't even let X-Boy fall to his death, you know, it's just... just finishes him off mid-air.
Oh my goodness, Geek Fam.
guy's
They strike
ruthless.
again. Maske, now he just moves on back towards Axis because he feels like Axis is much more easy to deal with in comparison to the team that just took out his team member. They just got brought back into... And X-Boys, look at the icon beside his name, man. He quit the game. He's like, I'm not coming back. Let's just do this the next round.
That's the tilt right there. Watch and learn are done for the day. Completely destroyed mentally.
Oh, Lord.
Thank you very much, Geek Fam.
Oh, that's... Thanks, Fikri, man. This guy is just
Thanks,
a crazy, crazy sniper. Bloody Heads, 8 kills so far. They're not slowing down, but just stuck outside of the circle now. Just looting up a little bit more before they can get into another engagement. 2 back-to-back teams that took them on has managed to deplete the resources of Bloody Heads, so we understand the decision being made. But Axis Esports now, they have to deal with the whole Geek Fam squad. Let's see how they fare. Neptune put down onto the ground as Fikri finds his back as well. Shahid, all he has is a time turn, and when that runs out, he goes 6 feet under as well. Everybody getting sent back to the lobby, but Axis Esports still has Rose to survive with.
I want to see more of Watch and Learn because I just want to laugh at the Wi-Fi logo. It's very hilarious. Like if you understood what happened, it just sounds really, it just looks really hilarious, right? It's
Yeah,
not
man.
like, oh, my internet died.
Unfortunate, okay? It's unfortunate. The guy would be so mad
I would
right
be
now.
mad. Like
Yeah.
that's the last game for me of the day. Like I would not continue playing. Like bring in my sub or something.
Geek Fam now. It is going to be K9 Esports that they try to hunt down, but will these guys get taken out of the equation as easy as the other opponents? Geek Fam might just have this turned on its head as the nade after nade, the final nade out of the hands of Orin, but K9 Esports continue to disengage and run away from this battle. They return fire at the perfect moment. Orin still with the beautiful glue walls because he's got 7. Now make that 6 as he pops out one after the other, but straight into the arms of his opponents to spray one down. But the cojones of this player to get that done is because of that revival option that the Geek Fam squad has. And now they go in for the full-on finisher. Blank will be caught out in the open. It's a 2v1 and Blank gets put down onto the ground. K9 Esports have sustained long enough in this battle, and for them to turn things around against Geek Fam now might just be impossible. One more shot against Normain is all it takes as the players of Geek Fam put the players of K9 out of commission.
All of that was made possible because of Fikri. Because Fikri was so good, he was able to provide so much cover on the other end. AKO Kamir wipes Team Princess off the face of purgatory. And we're seeing AKO Kamir stepping up to fill in the void where Diversity Gaming has left at the start of day 2. Just loving how AKO Kamir so far. Sure, in the round 1, it felt like they were the same as yesterday, but this is a completely different approach from them.
Yeah.
But yeah, back to the point about Geek Fam. Only made possible when you have someone like Fikri. Normally you will not see Orin make that move. Normally it's Man 04 running in. But why did 3 Geek Fam members run at K9? Because Fikri has a clear shot. So if K9 takes those fights, Fikri will provide the support fire that allows them to win that fight most of the time. But for some reason, well, by some miracle, Diversity Gaming got hunted down twice by Bloody Head and somehow still gets the full team back.
Yeah, and that's just so impressive, man. Earlier on, we did see, I believe, Boyloy getting taken down out of the open. Now, JZ, it's going to be the Eastern Wolves gang who get entangled with Watch and Learn. X-Boys, there's no Wi-Fi signal there, so maybe he just refreshed his phone. He said, you know what, I was lagging moments ago. Now I've restarted my phone. I'm ready for action. But the rest of his team members haven't had the opportunity to bring them back. But Geek Fam might just be able to finish off the boys from the side of Watch and Learn. The backstab puts Demon 76 down on the ground. Riptide Rhythm takes, no, does not take down that glue wall. A little bit of a misfire there, but Fikri makes quick work of the rest, and Geek Fam will eliminate Watch and Learn. But the full squad of Orange Esports for the second time round now have been revived.
I wonder if Bloody Head will try to hunt out Diversity Gaming again, right? This is just a gold mine of points, but while Watch and Learn wants to disconnect altogether, I think they can do it right now.
Yeah.
For a while.
No.
I mean, Geek Fam did not give them any break.
Yeah.
They just kept going after them, and I think Geek Fam definitely aren't happy with the first 2 rounds. And round 3 is where they kind of start coming online. They only have 4 rounds today, so you gotta at least put up one good show.
Yeah, and in all fairness, Watch and Learn hasn't really been terrible in the competition so far. So they can afford a couple of mishaps like this to exit the lobby a little early. Hopefully a little bit of a comeback is going to be possible because, you know, you usually see teams getting taken down in most ruthless of ways, and then you see the fire in them ignite a little bit better. Eden, my brother, he misses that player from the side of Axis Esports, and with the trigger discipline from Axis Esports just to play the game of survival is beautiful here. I believe that was Rose, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
like he went into the room. He didn't even bother checking the room. He walks in and he's like, I don't see anyone.
That
and,
sounds like me when I'm looking for something in my room and then I tell my fiance, babe, I can't find this.
and then she finds it under the
She
table.
finds it right there on the table as soon as you step into the room. I guess it's a guy thing. I don't know, man.
I feel like it is. happens all the time. Like I have conditioned myself to believe in this theory where the thing that you are looking for will show up if you stop looking for it.
I know, right? Or you ask the ladies in your house. It's either your mom, your auntie, or your fiance, whoever it is. The ladies usually find it, man. I don't know. I mean, I kind of feel like these things that we are looking for sometimes have just got it out for us, that they just want to make us look like we are blind or something. I don't know, Husky. I now am getting some bad memories back in my head and I feel sad.
Sometimes they just misplace it. Well, they just place it elsewhere without telling you, and you're like, where did it go?
And they say it's clean up. No, you do not clean up and misplace all of my stuff. That's where things go missing, man.
I like my paper clip at the side of my bed frame, you know?
Yeah, I like my room messy the way it is. But of course, the ladies who are tuning into the broadcast, I'm very sure they disagree. And although you disagree, we can all agree that I'm sometimes messy. I guess there's no running away from that, right? If my fiance is tuning into the broadcast right now, I know I'm probably not going to get dinner when I go back home.
It's okay, we can have dinner together.
We take that risk sometimes.
You only live once, you know.
Yeah, man. Toda finding the edge of the circle, trying to gatekeep AQ Khmer. Now, this is going to be a big fight for AQ Khmer because this is out in the open with just two of these tents to deal with. Afix with a beautiful grenade lobbed on in and pulls out the time turner. But 2K can respond now as he tries to gear himself. It is the reposition that he goes for. All of those players. Afix does not spot anyone, has got the MSMC in hand and a beautiful rate of fire, but nobody catches him out. Pedro beautifully knocks down 2K, but he does not get traded out in the process. Spark out of the equation already. Pedro for the backstab with the double barrel, and he just sees a player running away from him. Boyloy, my apologies, will get taken out of the equation alongside Heng, and it quickly breaks down for AQ Khmer.
Yeah, complete meltdown. I mean, AQ Khmer had a better position. There's such a good start to the fight. They actually did everything so well. I believe Afiq was missing all of his grenade launches, and they rushed him. But they did not win the fight. I don't know what happened. Probably a disconnect in communication for AQ Khmer, because it was a very huge missed opportunity. They could have absolutely won that fight. But meanwhile, on the other side, Geek Fam, with 9 kills in the bag already, now puts themselves on the edge of the circle. And this is going to be the next challenge for them, the next hurdle, which is EWG.
Disconnected my brain as well, as I called Boyloy Boy. It is what it is, man.
So when I was doing my internship, my supervisor calls me boy because I happen to be the youngest guy in the company, of course, because I was doing an internship, right? So she knows me by boy.
That's so cute, by the way.
It sounds really weird as the older you grow, you know, like.
It is cute, I mean, I wish I had a boss that called me boy.
She was parading me around the company like, hey, this is our boy.
This is our wonder child, our little boy.
Yeah, this is our marketing team, this is our PR team, you know.
And look at the players from the side of DG. The one guy that brought in the rest of the players has been taken out of the equation already. Geek Fam, on the other hand, 9 kills raging in here so far. They want to make up for the previous round, and they take on Toda themselves, the ones who have gotten the back-to-back booyah. And Toda wants nothing to do with this engagement, allowing Geek Fam to take the edge of the next circle, whereas they themselves play the very perimeter of the existing one. But the circle has already started moving in, which gives Geek Fam the perfect opportunity to gatekeep all of the players from Toda, allowing the blue zone to do a bit of damage, and they wrap things up. Raja has got the opportunity as well to strike all of them down. It is all going to be about the game of glue walls from the side of Toda now.
Oh, Abe actually uses the time turner to deflect the nade, so very well done. They were able to, I believe, sneak Pedro into the circle with all those glue walls that they gathered early on. Now Pedro has a nade himself, and this is very important. Pay attention, does not connect. Relocates just in time as Geek Fam are ready to take on Toda in the face. His aims has been eliminated by Fikri once more, and Toda are just down to 2 members, but this blue zone is really pressuring both teams. As RG Spot down in the hands of Bloody Hit. Geek Fam still up with all 4 members alive, getting 10 kills so far. and Todak are stuck with almost limited resources at this point in time, trying to fend off Geek Fam. Meanwhile, Diversity Gaming, someone is on a bike and just going for all those recon missions. Pedro and Afi getting tagged by the ice grenade, being forced out into the open, and Pedro again using that glue wall to bring us closer and closer into the zone, and that means it allows Geek Fam to set up this whole pincer maneuver to rush forward. The time turner protecting Oring as they both have their double barrel shotgun, and Todak's time is limited. Pedro downs one, but Geek Fam should be able to clean up house.
Pedro backs away, downs another one as well as Oren gets put down onto the ground. Pedro, how long can he survive this? Not for long at all is the answer, as Raja finishes off. Pedro has got a backup with him as well as Geek Fam wraps things up on the other side of the map. Bloody Head continue teasing the players of Eastern Wolves Gang. This 3 squads will be the ones, and it will be the players of Eastern Wolves Gang that once again prioritizing the circle, moving on in for the battle. But, you know, this is one of those times where being first doesn't really favor you in any way whatsoever, because it makes you the main target, and that's exactly what happens here. Eastern Wolves Gang are the first ones to step on in, and they become the targets of Bloody Head. A good nade lobbed on over might just be able to do Kaloy in, who repositions, and the nade bounces away. Kaloy is safe, but now needing to deal with Geek Fam instead, Husky.
Geek Fam just straight up runs into the circle, knowing that Bloody Head and EWG are distracted, and just like that, Geek Fam has controlled majority of the circle. They are now going to do it a 2-2 formation that we always see from them, taking on Bloody Head on one side and EWG on the other, as Orange is going to do most of the heavy lifting against Bloody Head. Fakery gets a snipe onto Morgana for an off angle, and Morgana being taken down means that Orange cannot run in. They actually go for the flag. Geek Fam again try to collapse their weight on the members of Bloody Head. As Kaloy goes down, Bloody Head will be no more. Shanks becomes the last to stand, and EWG taking this opportunity to try and ambush Geek Fam. Grenade launcher in the hands of Manchai. Can EWG do this? Orange does not hold on. He does go down, and
nice.
Try to take on Manchai. Loses that fight, but Mano 4, he's running out of hell. EWG just and EWG has done it. Geek Fam shall not get the booyah, and EWG plants their name in that first place.
I love it. I love it. I love it. This is the strategy that we have, or I have been harping on non-stop. The strategy that was executed by Eastern Wolves Gang, avoiding all engagements, making their way into the final circle, and then taking all of those fights. They nearly got caught off guard, man, because the first ones into the final circle, engaged by Bloody Heads, but instead of going in for the full-on fight, knowing that there were more teams out there on the battlefield, they did their best to try to stray away from that engagement, and that gave them the opportunity to deal with a little bit of firepower on the side of Geek Fam. And, you know, thank heavens Geek Fam decided to wipe out Bloody Heads first instead of moving in for EWG, and to take them out of the equation is impressive. But of course, the #1 spot is still going to be snatched away by Geek Fam nonetheless.
Most likely, right? Because they have so many kills, but that is the most chill gaming position I have seen. Oh, there we go. They finally get to see the end game screen. It's a very solid statement from EWG, right? They got third place thanks to Monito's heroic play on Kalahari, and now they finally got the booyah. But I think Geek Fam, I don't want to say they make a reckless choice. I think it was the best possible position. Initially, I thought that they would take their time, but then we saw them go into the middle, and we see them split up. They try to go for Bloody Head, the team with the lesser member. But I think EWG made the perfect call. The moment Bloody Head was under attack, EWG say, let us push.
Correct.
And they were able to catch Geek Fam off guard. So all in all, EWG played a fantastic game. And Geek Fam also were able to put up a very decent round.
It was all up to the decision making at that point of time. And yes, Geek Fam, they didn't really do anything wrong at all, but it was the game of choices at the end of the day, right? And moving in to wipe Bloody Head out of the equation gave Eastern Wolves Gang the perfect opportunity. But this was the takedown through the air. Watch and Learn stood absolutely no chance to bring their player back into the mix. And it was just an all-out killing feel for Geek Fam to just lap up point after point after point. And this was one of the most impressive engagements from the side of Geek Fam. This is the Geek Fam of old that we know. Ruthless aggression back to back, looking for fights and getting that win on each and every single one of those engagements, except of course for the very final one where Eastern Wolves Gang outsmarted them.
And this was the unfortunate downfall of AKO Khmer. Very good start. And I think they even caught Todak off guard, but they just were not able to close out the deal. So I think that they could have gone so much further. But Geek Fam against Todak again, showing the understanding of where the circle is and how to play around it. Todak was always racing against the circle and trying to avoid Geek Fam's shot. And until one point where they have nowhere else to go. Geek Fam cleaned them up, and of course this is the last fight where EWG just utilized the chaos to catch Geek Fam from the back and get the booyah for themselves.
And Bloodyhead managing to improve their performance in here. I asked for consistency, and my oh my, the boys are giving us consistency in here today. I mean, Bloodyhead, match number 1, they did quite decently.
Yep.
Match number 2, somewhere around the middle of the leaderboard. But to hop on right back into the final circle for Game 3 shows us that this team is on form today. Hopefully that continues in here for them. But diversity gaming is the topic of the day for me as usual. I mean, it's too much of risk, but I don't feel like this time they intentionally took that hot drop. I think they were trying their best to avoid an engagement.
Yeah, I think this time it was pretty sad because they got caught by Bloodyhead 2 times, right? Lost 3 members, brought all of them back at the most obscure area on the map. And guess who visited? Bloodyhead shows up at Ski Lodge and be like, "Hey, what's up, baby? It's us again." Kills 3 of them once more. I think most of the points that Bloodyhead got was basically farming diversity gaming, and the results were pretty much diverse. No pun, very, very intended.
Yeah.
But for Bloodyhead, on the other hand, 3 top 5 finishers, and 2 of them are top 3 so far.
And I love how they have shown us that as long as you dream and put in the hard work, stick at it for quite a long time, you will be able to achieve everything that you want. But we haven't seen them win a championship just yet. That is the next target for the Bloodyhead crew. But getting into the grand finals, that's their main goal. And things seem to be going their way for sure at the moment.
Yeah, things are going swimmingly, right? I think they're taking a lot of good fights. I think Mark is playing out of his mind today.
Morgana
also,
on another level.
The 2 veterans of the team, right? The 2 standing remaining veterans from the original roster, I think 2 years in the making, are doing a fantastic job. I think, at the same time, Todak, of course, also showing up huge 2 booyahs in a row. Round 2 was slightly hard because they were caught in all these fights. But even then, they were able to hold on until the very end, which falling in the hands of Geek Fam is something that you can't give yourself a pat on the back for.
And on top of that, it wasn't like the engagement that they took with Geek Fam was weak in any way whatsoever. The strategy to cut down the distance to, if they only had more players to sustain by the time they got into that final engagement, things obviously would have been a little bit different. But it was just unfortunate. I believe it was a snipe on the side of Geek Fam that initially took their very first member who was moving from the tree to the glue wall. Forgot which player that was, but that was the start to the end to break down the place.
Yeah, of course it's Fikri who did that, right? Like, he caught one guy.
Always Fikri, man.
And the second member who tried to revive him got caught as well. And at that point, you know that Todak is most likely not going to make it out of that. But even then, it was a very smart move, right? They diverted Geek Fam's attention. They were able to snuck Pedro into the circle. But it's just to get everyone else to join him. That's the tough part, and I think they did the best they could.
And super aggressive Geek Fam this time around. I mean, Orin has very clearly assumed the role of a rusher, continuously barging his head in time after time, opening up all of these engagements, and the guy has got no chill whatsoever because of the point that you brought up earlier on. When you've got the best sniper having your back, there's nothing to fear as you rush into all of these squads.
Yeah, I think Fikri probably also gave them the call to just go for it, right? Like he got their back. Yeah, sure, there's glue wall and all, but as long as they're on the offensive, and we can see it clearly in the case of K9, they are not in any way prepared for Geek Fam because K9 didn't even attempt to fight back.
Correct.
So
exactly.
when you see all these aggressions from a team like Geek Fam, it really does get into your head. And I think Geek Fam knows how good they are individually and as a team that they were able to take advantage of that. And that means that, like you said, they're at the top 24 points with 15 amazing kills. But EWG getting the booyah puts them in second place with 21. And Bloodyhead once more gets 19 to put themselves in third.
And EWG continues to perform very, very well. I mean, we're talking about 4th spot for the first game, 4th spot for the second game, 2nd place for the 3rd game. I mean, that's not well. That's solid in terms of performance out of the Eastern Wolves gang. Bloodyhead, like you said, in the 3rd spot. Hey, Khmer, this is what we're talking about. The Cambodians slowly climbing back up after day number 1 where they most definitely struggled. Followed up by Orange Esports here. Not sure exactly what's happening, but this round was clearly one of the toughest rounds for Orange Esports. We continuously saw them being revived, continuously saw them being brought back, only to get taken down once again. But that being said, getting the 5th placement is quite the impressive play.
Nothing is as sad and as tough as Watch and Learn, who obviously suffers some pretty pretty deadly blows, especially X-Boy, who didn't even get to play the game, even when given a second life. Of course, K9 Esports, so far still a very slow day, and it's something that I think, it kind of reminds me, I think of Divinity Esports from the Philippines, you know, where they have a very good track record, but when it comes down to the official league, for some reason they just could not make the cut. And K9 Esports does give me that flashback.
Yeah, absolutely. And K9 Esports, although they do have the quality, although they do have exactly what it takes to go the distance, in this round, obviously, nothing much to show for it. And even in the first game of the day, they didn't really step up to their own name that they've built for themselves.
I just remember something, right? Speaking about Divinity Esports, the current banner that they're under didn't even make it for the Challenger Series, right? It really shows the amount of, the level of competition and how much more competitive it has been.
Correct.
And for those who are wondering which team is the members of Divinity under, well, they are now called Hard to Get, and they're not here. And K9 Anxiety are here, so that really says a lot of how intense the competition is in the Philippine region. But man, K9 Esports, you got to step up.
Absolutely, man. But of course, that being said, the number of Malaysian teams show you exactly who runs the show at the point of time. And, you know, the back-to-back booyahs yesterday with the crazy performance of GeekFam today with Toda stepping up to the plate as well. Malaysia has got quite a lot to offer on the Free Fire battle stage at the very moment. But very slowly, I'm expecting Cambodia to take over. And Akyok Mir has shown us that they not only have the quality to improve from day to day, but they've got what it takes to take down the one and only GeekFam at Santa Catarina. And that is their stronghold, Husky.
Give them 2 more years. I firmly believe that we will
Hopefully
get more
not 2 years.
All right, 1 year.
1 year.
1 year, right.
Acceptable.
I'm a long-term guy, but one year is a good. We do an annual milestone.
Yeah.
Right, I think that makes more sense.
But of course, the players have to be all-rounders, right? Because we've seen teams that rise up to the top to dominate some of the matches out there. And when the meta changes, so does their performance out there in the battlefield. When they lean too much into those snipes or they lean too much into those grenades, remember Weite Esports, what they used to be with McRory. But now, looking at the previous matchup, it looks like the number of grenade supplies back in the matches have been resupplied.
And I just love the shift of meta, right? I think every single meta has a team that dominated it, but we're gonna talk about that a bit later on because we will take a short break. But do not go anywhere though. We still have 5 more Free Fire rounds today, so come back after a short break.
Breaking news. A wanted fugitive was recently seen in Petaling Street.
Ku pantang dicabar, sudah lama menyabar. Rampaging the city, aku cari kuasa. Jiwaku membara, waking the power within. I know that it's in me, yeah. The world is divided, but we stay united. I know we can fight it, fight it, fight it. Aku tolong babar, aku tolong ajar, takkan tersasar, sasar. You make me go crazy. Come and fight me, baby. Talk that talk and come at me now, yeah. So show me if you can. Show me if you can. Bullets flying in the air. Bullets flying in the air. You need to set a wall. Let 'em know what you know. They tryna shake me, they tryna oozy, oozy. Coming through jungle got Fuji. Dooley, dooley. Must said you better lock me up, tapi aku ada kunci. Baddest in the game, better not test me now. Watashi no koto wa wakatte, go if you can. Bullets flying in the air. But you necessary world. Pero nada original. Rampage. Yeah.
Welcome back to the Free Fire Challenger Series Season 2, day number 2 today of the league stage, and it has been even hotter than day number 1. We didn't even think that was going to be possible. My name's AJ, I'm the Mustachio, down here with the one and only Husky to bring you guys the broadcast of the day.
I didn't even notice that we have finished 3 rounds.
I know.
Like when our producer called for a break, I'm like, wait, what? 3 rounds already? I thought we just got into round 2, but then it was purgatory, so
yeah.
It confirms that it's 3 rounds.
But you know, the beautiful part about the concept in here this time round, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, is the introduction of Alpine. And this one map has been quite the game changer for quite a number of Titan teams out there who seem like they haven't really sorted out their strategy for Alpine. And on top of that, even if they do know their rotations, they haven't been able to, you know, keep up with the changes or the surprises that the other teams bring into the fray as well. Because almost no information on Alpine prior to this in terms of the drop spots, in terms of how some of these teams take those rotations out there. And that has served up to be a great platform for teams like Bloody Head to just rise up to the occasion.
Yeah, even Diversity Gaming,
Absolutely.
Teams, I think AQ Khmer is probably going to benefit from this.
Hopefully, yes, today.
Hopefully, right? Because they've been having such a good first 3 rounds. And just now off broadcast, you were talking about how with the introduction of Alpine, the current format that we are playing in is inevitable. And I personally think that that this is actually good because, again, like yesterday, we get more rounds, more opportunities for the teams. But understandably, it's slightly a bit more taxing because we've got 2 more rounds and teams now have to play a marathon on certain days. But this is the map recap. Todak kicks off the day with 2 impressive booyahs, but fret not, Todak fans. They still have 5 more maps to play. EWG getting the recent booyah on Purgatory. Now we head into Alpine, and afterwards we will send Group A on their way and bring in Group C as the members of Group B continue the rest of day 2.
Yeah, in round 3, we do see Todak kind of bombing out just a little bit, but there's a lot for them to throw back into the play day in here because it is the day of marathon for Group B. Yesterday, where they only had 4 opportunities to go out there and shine, they couldn't really find their I guess, true strats to be perfectly executed out there on the battlefield because every single time they went on out, there was a certain challenge that kind of held them back. But today, the ferocity out of the players of Todak has been on another level. But that being said, speaking of ferocity, Geek Fam, their aggression on Purgatory was something that I just wasn't expecting to see, Husky.
Yeah, and this is classic Geek Fam, right? I think Purgatory, they definitely got a way better start. For Bermuda, it was unfortunate. They made it pretty far, and then they fell into in the hands of Bloody Head. Kalahari was the most unlucky one because I think they felt fairly confident that they have, isolated Doomin Jun from the side of AKO Khmer, but they did not expect a 2K nade from downtown. With Purgatory, they were in a very good position to perform and get those kills and make sure that they are always in a good position. But now we get a sneak peek at the overall standing, and guess what? Geek Fam still in the lead, and they've broken the 100 kill mark, 103 kills in total with 186 points, and following behind is actually Bloody Head with 120.
I want to say the words, I'm so proud of this team, but I had nothing to do with their growth, nothing to do with how much they've been able to achieve for themselves. But it's so inspiring, once again, to see where they are today in comparison to where they were during MCP Major Season 1, right? Such an impressive feat pulled off by Bloody Head. Hopefully they can keep up this consistency that I was begging for yesterday. Today has been quite the consistent day for Bloody Head, and we want that to continue on for the squad. They only have 4 opportunities in here for the day. Eastern Wolves Gang in the 3rd spot with 111 points, and this is actually quite the big deal because if you look at Eastern Wolves Gang and their overall performance, yes, they have had the same number of matches as Geek Fam as well as Bloody Head, but we've seen some of those engagements where they continuously get down, and through those kill points you can see, they are not the biggest, most dangerous team out there, but when it comes to the placement points, they know how to sustain themselves on the battlefield. Even at Kalahari earlier on, where we saw need those crazy survival skills. That is a reason, a huge reason why EWG is surviving, but they need to kind of buck up when it comes to those kills department. Diversity Gaming, impressive as ever as they sit down in the 4th spot with 87 points. They are in Group A as well. So the top 4 that you see here all have had more matches in comparison to the others. But Axis Esports, the ones that are the outliers here, potentially, that is quite impressive in the top 5.
Yeah, I mean, so we have Group A teams in the top 5, but the Axis Esports, like you said, right, kind of the outlier, the team that felt a bit underwhelming, especially today. And Diversity Gaming, despite having a rough 3 rounds, was still able to maintain top 4, which I think is very impressive. And if you look at the chart, I think EWG has the 2nd most survival points, barring Geek Fam, who are in the 1st place, and that really says a lot, right? But they also have 20 less kills compared to Bloody Head, who have a very even share of 60 placement points and 60 kill points. And it's the whole definition of started from the bottom 2 years ago, and now they are here.
Absolutely.
From 18th place to 2nd.
Yeah, and it's not just about the mechanical capability out there on the battlefield. I mean, you can shoot in Free Fire, right? I mean, if you love the game, if you play a lot of matches, you will learn the mechanical skills over time. But it's the strategy that makes or breaks some of these teams and their performance in the competition. And, you know, like you said earlier on, Husky, there were times where we were just so frustrated watching Bloody Head making the worst of decisions, taking on battles that they could not sustain out there on the battlefield. But today, in the competition that we see, you know, yesterday and today, they choose their battles really, really well.
Well, good news is that they are no longer the comedy relief.
Oh, absolutely. so glad that isn't the case anymore. But I also loved the comedy relief part where they were constantly gunning for Geek Fam in the past. I mean, that was on another level.
That was the best part, right? Because you know they had nothing to lose at that point. They were like, yeah, Geek Fam, you're going to win anyways. We might as well just try.
Those were the moments which gave me the confidence that Bloody Head had so much more to them.
Absolutely.
Because they had the confidence and they had the ability to take on Geek Fam but not sustain the rest of the matches, which is why I keep saying Diversity Gaming can do so much more in the competition,
well,
as long as they avoid people.
We have 2 different hot drops. AKO Khmer, well, Todak against Geek Fam and AKO Khmer against Bloody Head. Todak, a very bold move that actually starts off well. Caught Orin out in the open, and this is a confirmed kill. Let's see if Geek Fam decides to walk away. And of course, Raja instantly brings Orin back right after he dies. So Orin didn't even get to catch a break in the heavens. But on the other hand, AKO Khmer against Bloody Head is something that I'm very interested to find out, because AKO Khmer definitely wants to look for this win, and Bloody Head continue to be on the roll as Karloy able to ambush 2K, but Hank catches up Morgana, and Karloy, with just good presence of mind, manages to buy some time and now looks for Boyloy, who's going to turn the corner but gets caught by the time turner, and Karloy does all the work on his own, taking out the entirety of AKO Khmer.
Oh, beautiful stuff coming through from the teams in here, but the standoff between Toda and Geek Fam will go ahead to continue as Orin is brought right back into the mix thanks to the buy station right in front of us. And Orin, opportunity! But a beautiful glue wall will make sure the players of Toda continue to sustain themselves. And now, the first strike from the side of Toda, but they haven't finished off one of the biggest rages in the game. Fikri now caught between Pedro as well as Ames. Ames fully tagged up, gets put down onto the ground, but Fikri with a beautiful backstab from Pedro. Spark as well as Pedro, they both attack at the same time. Spark on the chase now. Man04 might get caught out here, but Spark just needs to be really careful with the way he approaches the situation.
And I just love this fusion. Is such a huge area. Man04 against Spark, and Man04, one of the best close quarter combat members. A Gauss outdo Spark. I mean, what do you expect if you go up against Man04 just like that? The audacity of Spark to do so. Tola gets punished, and Pedro just turns the corner for Raja. And now Orin realizes, oh my god! Pedro salvaging the round for Toda. And there's 2 more kills for the team. And Man04, left to his own devices, has to disengage.
Run, Forrest, run! Man04, once again, this guy was the survivor that brought in the full team where they secured a booyah as well. So, no doubt whatsoever, the Geek Fam is not out of the mix just yet as they disengage from Toda. Man04 pulls off the best decision of them all, but I believe he's going for a swim, which might not lead him to the best of places later on. But Axis Esports, they have to make do with the players of Diversity Gaming right now as a grenade is popped out by Papa 44, has got the Mag 7 to work with for anyone that closes in the distance. But one of their players is just a little bit too far off from all of this action, and they need all of that backup if they possibly can get it, Husky.
They actually tagged, I believe, Flame with a nade early on, just the damage wasn't enough. Now Papa is going to turn the corner. No nade available, but he's certainly going in for the push, and this is very dangerous though. He's running into 3 members of Axis Esports, and Papa, I don't know if that's the right choice. Pulls out the time turner, runs in and out of the glue wall, and actually Rose gets down in the process. They get a 1-for-1 trade. Neptune now comes in to provide assistance, and Shahid joins to take out King BN. And Diversity Gaming just pushing the limits a bit too much, and they break under the pressure.
Axis Esports, once again, they needed that backup, and the backup was most needed from the kid, most definitely, right? Shahid, great tag, but no knock just yet. Diversity Gaming, they do have the numbers out there on the battlefield for sure, but can they survive this encounter with Axis Esports, who are hunting down their star player, the kid himself, who heals up just a little bit, but Neptune about to take him out of the equation. Bloody Head engages with Toda off screen, and we don't get to watch that entertaining engagement just yet, but it seems like Toda is not getting the better end of the stick.
Carlo getting a quad, and Toda, they just revived, I believe, like 2 of their teammates, and one of them instantly got, and 2 of them got picked off by Bloody Head. One of them went down. So Bloody Head is having a field day right now. 6 kills again, another dominating performance. But I think Todak's time might be running out pretty soon because Bloodyhead has this entire compound surround the team. Princess falls in the hands of EWG once more, reminiscent of what happened in Kalahari. And Pedro this time with a double barrel shotgun in his hand is about to face the wrath of Bloodyhead.
Let's see what they can pull off here now, because Spark has managed to disengage and back away from all of that craziness, and it's just the one final player on the side of Toda, Pedro, the one and only who will get taken out of the equation. But just like Geek Fam with Man 04, there is still hope for Toda in the hands of Spark. This was the guy that got brought right back into the play earlier on. As he was purchased back into the game, he made sure to not drop anywhere near to the rest of his team members, which turns out to be a solid strategy, so he can survive, loot up, and bring them right back into play.
Orange Esports right now will have to face off against Axis, and it's a danger zone. Staying out in the open is definitely not the smartest choice, and Orange are fortunate to have some sort of compound to work with, but can't say the same for Axis though. Shahid is actually playing around the corner and not able to find an entry into this area just yet, whereas for Orange Esports, they can just hunker down and see what Axis try to do. And Neptune somehow snaps Parent from afar, something that I don't think Orange Esports expected. Now Axis is just running into the building head on, right into the Lion's Den. And Orange Esports able to seal off the entrance with the glow wall and bring Parent back up. But Axis comes in, Neptune the ice grenade takes out Parent, who just got brought back up. Deco sprays him down. And Axis Neptune from the other end, somehow still able to win those initial skirmishes, and now he should be able to rush in to get some finishes done.
Could this be the end of Orange Esports in this round? It potentially looks like the way, and Rosso alongside Decos fire right back, but Flame has got the Mag 7 just to put Rosso X down on the ground. It is all now in the hands of the one and only Decos, but unfortunately for him, he gets caught out by Flame 77. The Mag 7 close range auto shotgun does the job, and he gets it all sorted out perfect. The whole of the Axis squad on their feet. No one needed to be revived in that engagement. Eastern Wolfsgang, on the other hand, being forced into their defensive stature because Watch and Learn are on heavy fire. Manchai dropped down onto the ground, all thanks to Maske from afar. But it is a good defense pulled off by EWG right now. That nade is just beautiful. Jay-Z down on the ground.
Yeah, confirmed kill for Demon for sure. There's nothing that Jay-Z can do. Just lovely nade lobbed into the shack. That's going to force the rest of EWG to completely back off. And I think they made the best decision, right? The moment Jay-Z got knocked down, EWG says, we have to pull the plug and back off. So let Watch and Learn take this compound. We just got to fall back to a safer spot. Esmenakatsuki don't have to deal with K9. We've actually popped up from Diversity Gaming, somehow holding onto the perimeter of this area. I'm not really sure how long he can hide. And Jan's going to come in for the backstab again. K9 caught off guard. And Normain's going to pay the price for it. And X-Men Akatsuki able to hold on. Meanwhile, Pain was able to catch a stray Papa, who somehow is trying to sort of sneak by. So it's 3 point for K9 Esports, but it's going to be a 3 versus 3 between them and X-Men.
X-Men Akatsuki, the Riptide Rhythm sent forth, but it was a double glue wall that they had to take down, so a little unfortunate there as it was wasted. But the players of X-Men Akatsuki now on the left-hand flank, whereas K9 Esports doubles back down into Garrison to put up their solid defensive fort and tease the players of X-Men Akatsuki straight towards them, but to no avail as X-Men disengage and reposition, which forces Blank out for the chase. Can he get the grenade? The answer is no. Right in front of 3 players now, catches the back of flank on his own right-hand side flank and manages to put him down onto the ground. It's going to be Woxie now from the left-hand side, but as he sees the one and only Yan flying towards him, Pain delivers exactly that, the Pain to put him down onto the ground. Justly, the final player now in the equation, taken out by K9 Esports. Normain and Woxie to be brought right back into play here. No revivals needed as Romain can sustain for a couple of more seconds by the time Blank gets to him.
Very well done from K9, just playing to the strength of numbers, taking on 2v1s instead of those direct 1 versus 1 challenge. So loving what K9 is bringing in. So much better than what we've seen in the first, I believe, especially the first 2 rounds. Meanwhile, with Toda, everyone brought back, except for Afik, who is still, out of commission. But with 3 members, Toda are in a more comfortable spot and actually able to find a revival zone as well. So Toda are definitely back in the game. Just need to kind of find a way to get Afik back. And GeekFam also got a revival to ban on 4 just now. So all the damage that has been dealt to a couple of these teams have been completely nullified. As for Diversity Gaming, they had their full squad back up.
I actually love seeing that, man. Diversity Gaming. I thought they were going to be wiped out early once again, but thanks to Eden managing to bring back the rest of his team members in here. But Toda, on the other hand, they don't seem to be stuck in the exact same situation. Spark all alone, and K9 Esports, they're on fire so far. But Spark finds a vehicle and says bye-bye to K9 Esports as he finds the circle for himself instead. And it looks like Pedro and Ames are right back into the fray here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. So Toda is going to be quite solid to make it through to the next circle. And look who's in the center of the circle in Malaysia. It is going to be Axis Esports, who have been quite steady the whole day.
This round so far has been pretty decent for Axis.
Yeah.
K9 gets the 5th kill onto Spark. That's the guy that had the car. And K9 Esports should be able to hijack this one and, give themselves a bit more mobility to work with. But can't say the same for Diversity Gaming, who brought their whole team back to life, only to have a couple picked off by EWG, who are now at 6 kills. Very solid start so far, and they do have the bystand. As Diversity Gaming continues to go on the recon mission. Orin getting sniped by Papa from long range. Eden providing the recon information as well. Very well done from Diversity. That means that GeekFam gotta be a bit more careful. They were able to bring Orange back up, but they don't have much cover or levitation to work with.
Amazing plays in terms of the game of survival, but without the kid, I don't know what the chances of firepower as well as overtaking some of these gunfights are going to be for the side of Diversity Gaming. But thankfully, it will be an engagement between Toda as well as K9 Esports that perhaps Diversity Gaming can then pick off from as the third party. But as now Blank opens fire against Pedro, a beautiful glue wall pulled out, hiding behind the crates for the time being. But a backstab by Normain should be able to finish this off. Pedro gets away. Normain finishes things off with a mag 7, and Toda are out of the equation in the 8th spot, bombing out for the first time of the day.
Yeah, and thanks to Axis, able to, I think, pick off one of the Toda members from long range. He just sent Toda into complete chaos, not knowing how to handle the situation because they were constantly playing from behind, don't have the resources, don't have the members, and Normain able to find Manchai from afar as K9 decides to join in as a third party to get rid of EWG, and they are doing a fantastic job. And then so far they have 8 kills in the bag, but about to found number 9, Tua, not able to avoid all of these barrage of bullets. K9 now takes the lead with 9 kills, but they're not done just yet. Watch and Learn is now going to be next on the menu, and K9 have all they need to deal with Watch and Learn. Demon goes down, K9 gets 10, and even though Maske was able to down Blank, I highly doubt that they can hold on for any longer because 3NT actually got down by the Maske! Maske catching Wusi as well. Venom's going to join in to provide some backup, but K9 has a compound. They will bring everyone back up.
Oh, so lucky they had the compound to deal with because the circle was putting a lot of pressure on them as well. And Maske giving that suppressive fire as he saw the players of K9 Esports taking down their players one after the other. Demon out of the equation, and Maske could not lose yet another, and he jumped into action at the very perfect moment just to slow down the pressure that Normain was putting on all of the other players on their side that was trying to get the next circle. But as to see Diversity Gaming sharing the outside perimeter alongside K9 Esports as well as Watch and Learn. The other teams make their way in. Bloodyhead safe inside of Malaysia already. Finally, trying to tease the players of Axis Esports. And GeekFam, on the other hand, very slowly from the back, gonna be staying away from all of these engagements until they truly need to, Husky.
And I like Morgana just securing this bottom floor so that if Axis Esports can just rush in and take over the building. Bloodyhead kind of split up in numbers because of that though, making sure that they keep this compound as safe as possible. They were able to force Axis Esports away, but they might have to do with GeekFam if GeekFam decides to push through this. But even if GeekFam goes the other way, they gotta run into Watch and Learn, so there's no easy entry for GeekFam, but Watch and Learn definitely is the easier prey to go for. We already caught Muske, and that means that Watch and Learn are just down to Venom. And knowing GeekFam, they should be able to finish off Venom and get rid of Watch and Learn from this map.
Watch and Learn. Can we see a miracle play? Can we see a miracle knock on? Maybe not. Here comes the push finally coming through, and as Venom tries to tease the players who are coming in for the aggressive push. A beautiful double glue wall pulled out, but to no avail at all as Man04 finds the Axis in. Axis Esports steps on in for a wipeout, but they themselves get wiped by the raging K9 Esports, who have struggled just a little bit. But look at this, Bloody Heads. They turn their attention over to Diversity Gaming, knocking down two of their players. Papa44, the final player left in the mix, and Bloody Heads, they don't want to get aggressive just yet. K9 Esports, the ones who are closer to finish off Diversity Gaming, and Bloody Heads, they now need to prioritize the circle instead, Husky.
And look at the last three teams. If Diversity Gaming gets knocked out, GeekFam, K9, and Bloodyhead, this is going to be an epic final circle. And Papa has been hiding most of the game. I wonder how long he can remain in the shadows before they find him. Wow, Shanks already saw him, so Papa is most likely going to be knocked down soon. But it also attracted the attention of K9 Esports. And I wonder how Bloodyhead is going to deal with this, because we know that GeekFam is going to run straight into the circle, and that's exactly what they did.
Bloody Heads with 8 kills now. We asked for consistency out of this squad. Today has been nothing but consistent performance from the side of Bloody Heads.
Oh,
so impressive. Grenade flies on in. GeekFam, as you can see, 5 kills on their side. Not the most impressive run for them. And now they take on the rages of this round, and a beautiful glue wall pulled up by Man04 to make sure they cannot respawn. In Diversity Gaming, it's Mark with a scythe who takes down the final player. And the whole of the K9 Esports squad find out the wrath that the GeekFam players can bring into the matchup.
Ooh.
But Bloody Heads run out of nowhere. Morgana with the pressure, and now it might just be Bloody Heads taking on the players of GeekFam instead. No knock comes through as they spot each other and instantaneously disengage.
Yeah, GeekFam has someone playing from afar, and I believe that guy is Victory, so gotta keep an eye out for Victory on the kill feed, because if he gets a couple of those pickoffs, he can easily win GeekFam the round. But Bloodyhead, I think they're aware of this. They know that GeekFam will always have someone playing Sentry, so Bloodyhead is gonna cut the battlefield into half. They want to take out the lone sniper on the side of GeekFam first. Carlo Raja. What a good start from Bloodyhead. Absolutely loving this approach from the Filipino squad.
Amen.
As GeekFam are very engrossed and very invested into K9. And that means that Bloodyhead can take advantage of this, because no one can rescue Raja. Man04 trying to run down Pain, but Pain is being a pain in the backside. Man04 finally wins that fight, but GeekFam starts off on the back foot already, thanks to Raja being knocked out. And now Fikri is playing on top of the roof, but Bloodyhead is going to try and look for him and try to finish off the remnants of GeekFam.
It's back to 4v4 as Raja gets picked up now as Bloodyheads now move into the compound in itself. Grenade launcher in hand. Kaloy has the Mag 7. Everything going the way of the players of Bloodyheads, and now with the player down on the ground, all thanks to Kaloy. Kaloy gets traded out by Man04, who finds the vantage point. Raja inside of the circle. The rest of the players of Bloodyheads getting taken down by the blue zone. Inside, Bloodyheads out. GeekFam with the booyah.
Sneaky little rats. They ran out of the compound in time. They were like, guys, I think the circle is outside. They make it out of the compound, and Bloodyhead were left wondering, why is no one in the neighborhood?
Oh my.
And GeekFam, for once, instead of brute force, they outsmarted Bloodyhead, just like what Bloodyhead did to them yesterday on Kalahari, getting a sneaky booyah. But nonetheless, this is not the most glorious victory for GeekFam, but it's one that they would take to close out the day number 2.
Yeah, most definitely, man. But in terms of how Bloodyheads sustain themselves out there on the field, they only had 4 opportunities alongside GeekFam as well, and they made great use of their 4 opportunities in here today. I mean, I cannot believe I'm saying this, Bloody Heads, not only are they doing well, they're bringing the consistency into the competition. My mind is blown. Morgana, I don't know how they've done this.
It took the words right out of my mouth, because what I was thinking was that I cannot believe I'm saying this, but Bloody Head had a full day of great performance. Since 2 years ago, this is the first time that Bloody Head has such a good performance throughout all matches that they played. Not just one matches, but all 4 of them. All top 5 finishes, 2 top 3s, and this one is a top 2 that could easily be top 1 if they've gotten enough kills. But again, it was down to a battle of wits. Geek Fam were just a bit smarter in identifying where is the safe spot. Bloody Head got a bit too bloodthirsty, not able to close out that round, but nonetheless an impressive Group A performance by the end of the day. By the end of at least their day.
Yeah, and Toda, on the other hand, these were the early engagements that were not going 100% their way, but Geek Fam couldn't catch hold of them just yet, even as they shared a similar compound towards the start of the game. And the struggle for Diversity Gaming will go ahead to continue, and that is just super unfortunate. Why? Because Diversity Gaming, alongside Geek Fam as well as Bloody Head, are in Group A, which makes that the last match and that last opportunity for Diversity Gaming to get anything out of the competition at all. They have to wait for day number 3 of play, which is all the way next week.
Yeah, and even then they only have 4 rounds, right? If they want to run the marathon again, it's up to that group shuffle. It depends on which group they land in. But aside from that, I think EWG also had a fantastic day. So had a fantastic day 2. You know, they are also, I believe, from that Group A.
Yep.
In fact, 5 out of the 6 teams on Group A are in the top 5.
Yeah.
So I'm definitely not complaining at all. I love what EWG has brought to the table. I think probably the only outlier that we are looking at is Watch and Learn. But even then, Watch and Learn had some moment of brilliance. But this is kind of the final moments, which I think is very, very impressive, because they trapped Bloody Head inside the blue zone and just let the clock run out. And Bloody Head basically, you know, getting caught with their pants now.
Yeah, and that was just the one mistake, but every single time so far I've noticed Bloody Head making any mistakes, we don't see them repeating it twice these days. I mean, in the past, it was just painfully again and again and again. We had to just pick up on the exact same points, and we just sounded like broken tape recorders at a certain point whenever we talked about Bloody Head, because it was just the exact same actions out there on the battlefield, but they expected different results. But this time we see them varying the approaches to each and every single one of these fights, except for that very final circle, where they should have followed the center point of the circle, but just a little too distracted with the battle.
Yeah, definitely, right? I think they found the perfect opportunity, especially when they got the knock of the Raja. They know that they had the advantage. But well, with the kill fit disabled, it's very hard to say.
Correct.
But they definitely kind of, you know, felt that this is the chance for them to cause some chaos and pick up some stragglers, and they did not account for the fact that the compound was enclosed and they couldn't get out without getting a boost, which was, at the end of the day, unfortunate. But in the bigger scheme of things, I think Bloody Head should be very proud of themselves for their performance on day 2.
But I want to throw one point in there, because I know Bloody Heads are always listening. The one way they could have improved that final play, Husky, is to have one player always have the high ground. And that's something you never fail to see Geek Fam execute each and every single time they find the final circle.
And that's what I pointed out even before we saw Bloody Head on the screen, right? We can see that there's one member of Geek Fam who is away from the team, and of course it was Victory. And even though he wasn't landing those godly shots onto the members of Bloody Head, because those guys were scurrying around like little rats, but it did not matter, because he was able to provide the information for Geek Fam and make the call for them to get the heck out of the compound and win the round without much bloodshed.
Yeah, and that's the very slight difference between Bloody Head as well as Geek Fam in that final circle. But after hearing this, I'm very sure Bloody Head will be focusing on those plays.
But again, it's pretty smart from Bloody Head, because I think they saw that one lone guy and they actually split the battlefield into half and converged onto that one lone member. So both teams making very smart split-second decisions. But of course, one of them triumphed superior, and that was Geek Fam.
Yeah, spotlight for K9 Esports in this particular engagement as well, because this was one of your most ravaging rounds to search for those kills before even getting to the final circle. And I feel like I have not seen this aggression in a while.
We did last week by like 1 or 2 rounds, right? Like, it's a hit or miss for K9, which is slightly worrying. Again, I think we were drawing parallels to teams like Freedom Rumble or Fastkill and MY, right? Where they had breakout rounds and suddenly they just run out of gas halfway. I think K9 have some remnants of that. But with that being said, K9 still has a lot more rounds to play alongside Todak, but they can be rest assured, no Bloody Head, no Todak, no EWG, no Axis, and definitely no Diversity Gaming.
And now for the most anticipated part of the day 2 for me personally, it's because we get to witness the presence of the Sri Lankan teams in the mix. Just like AK Khmer, I'm hoping to see a bout of a performance improvement from the 2 Sri Lankan squads that we have in play today. Because yesterday, I mean, to a certain degree, Never Stop had great opportunities.
Yeah, we spent a lot of the rounds fighting each other, so we didn't get to see much of
Although
them.
not intentional, it was just very unfortunate.
It just somehow happens, right?
Yeah.
Where they show up, and then they were like, "Wait, we're not supposed to fight each other, but we can't work together, so we might as well do it." K9 Esports, 16 monstrous kills, 24 points, even though they finished 3rd place. GeekFam in 2nd because of the Booyah. Bloody Head again, a top 3 podium finish, giving themselves 19 points.
And I mean, that's nothing short of impressive because it is who it is. Bloody Head, man. I mean, I've been a huge fan for a long time, and I'm just a bigger fan all the more right now. Axis Esports, they continue their brilliant run in the competition, and this just makes such a huge difference for Axis in here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, mainly because of the situation that they're placed in, right? Because today, that matchup was the final one for them, so they had to make the most out of it, and I feel like all of the teams from Group A did exactly that for themselves. But K9 Esports have just hit their high momentum. They are in Group B. They are running the marathon today. So this is quite the good opportunity for them to build up all of that adrenaline for the remaining 4 matches in the day.
On the contrary, Todak felt like they were running short of breath, right? Since round 3, understandable, but match 4 was pretty painful for them because they were always playing from behind. Definitely circumstantial in that case, but let's see if Todak can bounce back in the last 4 rounds. But AK Khmer, after one great round, Kalahari, it felt like they have also slowed down as well. But it's not to blame them. I mean, they ran to K9 Esports and Bloody Head, who were farming them the whole game. So it was very hard for AK Khmer to do much. What I'm worried about for Group A as we send them off is definitely Watch and Learn. Because I feel like if we look at all 6 teams, Watch and Learn is probably the team that's going to get bullied for not being smart enough in the gang. But we will only find out on day 3 whether they can step back up. They definitely have some great moments. Demon, especially being Demon and Maske being the 2 tip of the spear for the team. But something just doesn't feel right about Watch and Learn. They could not close out the deal, just like what we saw from Todak and Orange yesterday.
Yeah, it's just a little unfortunate with some of their approaches to these gunfights so far. But AK Khmer have shown as day number 2 is so much more decent than what they could bring in day 1. And they are running the marathon in here today as well. So for the second half of the day, hopefully we see this Cambodian team rise up to the challenge and continue hitting those hard shots. I want to see more of those wipeouts, man. I mean, if they could take out a supreme team like GeekFam in their stronghold at Katarina, I think they can achieve anything for themselves in here. But the consistency that we used to look for in Bloody Head, now I want to look for in AK Khmer.
I want to look for that in Todak. I think Todak is Todak and Orange.
I'm not concerned about Todak because I know their main goal is usually make it into the grand finals, and the grand finals is
and
where
then they win the grand finals.
they really hustle. Yeah, and winning the grand finals, that's the kind of team that Toda is, right? And Farang as well. They might not have hit very hard just yet, but that's one of those teams that really know how to lie low in in the league stages and then hit hard when it truly matters.
So I remember when someone told me, so I was asking about what happened during MCP Season 3. I was talking to our friend Danny, and Danny was like, Duizy actually, I think, won the whole thing or something, and I was like, what?
in the most unexpected fashion, right? Just when you think a team can just be written off, that's when they rise up to the challenge. And I feel like that is what some of the big squads are trying to project during the league stage, that they might not be a huge threat, only to attack at the grand finals. But Garena has a solution for that. It is a 2-day finals this time round.
Oh, yes.
Things can go well on day number 1, but you do not know exactly how you can keep up your performance in day 2. Look at GeekFam.
There was this one team, I believe, I'm not sure if for Philippines or Malaysia, that I'm thinking about. I'm going to search it up later on. That I believe you also remember, they had this monstrous league stage run. 200 points advantage in first place, and they ended up losing that spot towards the end of the league stage. I'm going to find that name in a bit.
Yeah, it wasn't 4X-Men Expert, right?
Oh, definitely not. Definitely. I think it's a Philippine team.
Yeah,
I mean, look at the records. Because it was one of the most historical moments, I think, for competitive Free Fire in the MCP region, where you have a team who has this insurmountable lead that felt impossible to surpass. And in the last week, they just completely flopped, and they lost every single game that possibly could.
Orange Esports trying to not lose this game against ORV, and the struggle continues for Orange Esports. They are running their own marathon in here, but the first blood picked up by D-Cause as he manages to find one stray player who was a little bit far away from the rest of his team members. And now Latte just taking on the hard fight against Storm. They dance their tango around each other. The backup comes through a little bit late, brings out the pan, finishes him off, and Latte on fire. But this is a 1-to-1 trade that ORV has taken back from Orange Esports, and Rosso X now gonna spot those players, but he gets tagged up in his own accord as well. And here's the problem, Orange Esports, they don't have a lot of medkits to work with here, Husky.
And yeah, and I think this is gonna be very tough for Orange Esports to even get out of this. You can say the same for ORV, right? They have medkits, right? They do not have blue walls, so it's kind of a pick your own poison thing. And Latte is thinking about it. The ice nade, it's just a bit short, but was able to at least make Orange Esports, get some movements out of Orange Esports. And ORV are looking for that angle to see if they can pick off a couple of members from the side of Orange, but unfortunately, that is not going to be possible. ORV now finds themselves in this Mexican standoff against Orange Esports. Even though there are some random gunshots, it was not enough to finish off Orange Esports. And Pirate thankfully does have the medic gun from his teammate, and the early grenade from Cookie also finding no avenue.
And Orange Esports managing to sustain because ORV is not coming through for that heavy engagement just yet. And there is a good reason for that, because ORV themselves realize that they do not have great loot on their side. In fact, both of these teams have been fighting in such a small bit of that compound, and they haven't really spread out and looted just yet. So it's a good decision by ORV to disengage instead of getting super aggressive, and they peel away to continue looting up. Team Princess, on the other hand, they find the Sri Lankans, and it looks like the Archangels might just be sent up top, but Team Princess in their own accord have been struggling in the day of play today, so maybe Archangels can prove that they are the better side this time around. But for all of you at home, please do take a quick screenshot so that you can get this gun redeemed before the end of the day. Make sure you redeem all of these giveaways before 5:30 p.m. because after 5:30, unfortunately, it's not going to be available.
And I just remember what the team name is called. It's during the MCP Major Season 2. It's PXG Radical.
PXG.
The team that had an insurmountable lead but was not able to close out the league stage in first place and ended up 5th place overall in the grand finals. But now Team Princess facing off against Archangel. They've already lost Joker though. So Seeker still trying to go for the rush. Very dangerous maneuver.
Oh, beauty!
Mourinho, but he's not paying attention. There's someone behind you.
One more.
Seeker gets caught up by surprise, but still stays alive at least for now. No medkit, no blue wall.
Oh,
Seeker! And wins out. Beats Uriah to the ground. Tony now comes in the back up his own teammate, but the rest of Archangel have shown now. Can Tony make his final stand? And the answer is yes. Team Princess throughout it all beats it, and now it's just down to Roma. 1 versus 2 again. A very tough spot for you to be in.
So
but Mika Boy ends it all, and with all that commotion, they attract the swordfishes of Toda.
And that was really... And they also attract Anxiety as well. What is going on here? And now Anxiety finishing off Team Princess from up top. They've got the vantage point. Toda right down below. Toda as well as Anxiety, all taking out the players of Team Princess. And now finally the engagement. Pedro down onto the pro, not getting taken out of the equation just yet. Anxiety Spark removes him from the equation. But Barba, on the other hand, a beautiful grenade launch. It is a double, but Spark runs away as quickly as possible. But look at Toby, the right-hand flank is going to be solid now as he brings it through.
Yeah, and Toby was able to find Spark out of surprise. I just love that
Beauty
position from the side of Barbara. Look at that high ground. Toda had no idea that they were getting shot at from that angle, and Shield not knowing where Toby is going to get caught off guard. Time turner drop, but he's trying to outrun Toby as much as possible, and those blue walls going to help him just for a while. But again, that angle that Barbara was standing on top of just gives him so much leverage, and the end of Toda is confirmed. Anxiety picks up 6 points.
Yeah, boy, you are looking at one of the Ravagers, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And, you know, you were talking about PXG Radicals. Look at the names under Anxiety, right? You will see some familiar ones ones like Barba, etc.,
Oh,
who
yes.
were a part of that squad. So a lot of promise from the Anxiety squad, as you have seen on the camera just moments ago, on the broadcast moments ago, as they took on one of the strongest teams on the side of Malaysia, but they made that look so easy in terms of engagement, and they finally managed to catch them all off guard. Akyok Mer, unfortunately, against the players of X-Men Akatsuki, could not sustain as long. And the damage continues. Here comes Farang now. Farang, they take on Never Stop, but the Sri Lankans are managing to get the impossible done. Farang being taken down one after the other. Can they take out Zensei as well? Zensei sustains, recovers a little bit of his HP in here, and the backstab is perfect by Sana with the double vectors. Zensei outside. Jesbu trying to run away, but Zensei is on the chase. But from the right-hand side, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Zensei might get caught out, but the Max 7 is perfect, and Never Stop, strike back!
Critical mistake from Spade, tries to go for the backstab, shows up and realizes that there is more than one guy and tries to turn instead of fight and gets picked off without dealing any damage to Never Stop, and Farang off to the most abysmal start imaginable for a squad that had this reputation of laying low. But there's a difference between laying low and laying dead, and I think Farang needs to get that straight. The circle does close down towards the center though. Anxiety now up against No Escape, separated by a canal. And Anxiety having the revive point in their favor.
Yeah, too bad. Brings Bayet back into the mix, and Farang haven't really dealt with a lot of losses in here because of that final surviving player who negates all of what Never Stop has managed to achieve in the previous engagement. But they did try to tag him up as he tried to run away from that fight, but to no avail. No Escape, on the other hand, finding the players of Anxiety who were in the middle of reviving their players, trying to tag them up, but no knocks coming back through, and X-Men Akatsuki managed to get their players revived as well. You gotta love the revival system, man. Makes such a huge difference in these engagements out there on the battlefield for sure, Husky.
Yeah, it can be pretty frustrating if you are like Diversity Gaming in round 3 where they revived 3 teammates and got far
like Orange Esports as well.
And Orange Esports, right? But you get more points, right? The points they do have it. They do get increased value because of that. But in the grand scheme of things, I think the survival system does give you a second chance, but it doesn't mean that you can be reckless with it, right? There are still times where you get the revival system, but it doesn't guarantee your win. In this case, I mean, K9 Esports are just camping in this watchtower near the clock tower, which is currently occupied by No Escape.
I'm so confused with K9 Esports and their setup, you know. I mean, one point they're super aggressive, another point, you know, they're super campy, and this round we are getting the slowed down pace out of this squad, and I'm guessing that this has got a lot to do with the map that they're sitting in as well. So good luck to K9 Esports. We will obviously see them getting into an engagement later on, as there is a couple of teams moving straight towards their hideout. But Never Stop, on the other hand, are still holding a very close proximity to the players of Farang, and this could turn out to be very bad, because I'm pretty sure Farang is looking for a little bit of revenge, albeit they do not know who they take on the battlefield. We know, and I believe fate just has it out for the Never Stop squad at the moment. It's all going to depend on the decisions that they make. Do they walk into the K9 Esports squad or back into the arms of Farang? Either way, hopefully Never Stop takes this slow.
K9 will only be aggressive if they see Orange Esports. Their mortal enemy.
I do not disagree, man. I feel like, you know, that battle has been carrying on for quite a while.
Orange can only blame themselves for starting the whole thing.
Yeah.
Could have prevented it if you just don't shoot the dead body. Just don't shoot the crate. Now you've angered not just K9, but I think a lot of people have a lot of sportsman-like things to say about it. But K9 definitely are milking it, right? Just looking for Orange. But Orange has a positive track record.
This is the slowest climb up the hill by a Jeep that I've ever seen, and now Jep himself, no pun intended, gets taken down with those shots out of Spade. And Spade looking for yet another onto flank. Riptide Rhythm takes down that glue wall, but the timing wasn't solid as Spade just unscopes right at the wrong moment. Flank finds a defensive position to heal himself right back up. Spade, what sort of gun does he have for this close range combat? Only has the sniper like we saw moments ago, and now spots out flank, waiting for that perfect opportune moment. Flank on the other hand has the double barrel on himself, and the pressure comes through from Farang on the left-hand side.
He misses the nade, it bounces back onto him, and it was an ice nade, so he could not stay there, and he had to evacuate. And that means that X-Men Akatsuki is getting knocked out. Bit of a misplay right there from flank. And Farang gets the second kill and should be able to bring Bayet back. That trunk needs to go into the workshop for sure.
I mean, if you want to play with nades, it's like playing with fire, right? You got to be really careful
I'm
with it.
surprised he tried to cook it up. I feel like he wanted to focus on who's in front of him, but he got caught off guard and he just released it and he bounced back and he was like, oh crap.
Yeah, it's really important to cook up your grenades because it catches people off guard. But you cook it a second too long, it's an unfortunate situation. And to throw into the mix the accuracy of tossing the grenade out of a window, yeah, it just complicates the whole equation, right? But K9 Esports, as patient as they are, they find the circle, the center of the next circle, and that's going to be a lot in terms of opportunity. Spade, on the other hand, with a great knock onto a player from the side of Orange Esports, continuing the barrage of gunshots, one after the other. Riptide Rhythm will take down one glue wall, but it doesn't seem to affect the players of Orange Esports as well, who pull out those double glue walls just to back themselves up. And Farang running out towards the outside perimeter instead of the inner circle because of the heavy pressure that the teams will be able to bring on. They've already teased Orange Esports, and the last thing they want is to run directly at them.
It seems like that's exactly what they're doing. Well, Orange Esports are running into anxiety, right? So
correct.
Orange Esports got to pick the poison right now. Who do they want to deal with? Never Stop, though, will have, ORV as their next opponent. Never Stop already getting off to a pretty decent start with 4 kills in the bag. And the circle is not really detrimental towards them in any way. But needing to get deeper means that they have to go through ORV. Now, Orange Esports are in a horrible spot. The nade from Latte is a bit too late. Just get a
GG.
Too bad actually catches a Latte off guard. Bayek gets knocked down. Fighting lock on missiles, and Orange Esports now getting pelted with bullets from far and wide. Anxiety shoots at them. Farang also wants them gone, and Orange Esports just could not catch a break.
Oh my goodness me. They are pinched between two squads now. To have Anxiety on your right, to have Farang on your left. Orange Esports, they are gonna be toast. Potentially a fresh orange juice for everybody else to lap up, and Barber now bringing his shotgun straight to the fight, cutting down the distance between himself as well as the Orange Esports player, putting himself in the line of fire from the players of Farang, but managing to... No, actually it's Anxiety that finishes them off.
Oh wow, and Never Stop just took out ORV. A full wipeout. The Sri Lankan squad showing us a lot of promises. Never Stop doing a fantastic job, and now Jezbu, last man alive, chessman. There's a couple of fire, but Anxiety have more than enough ammunition to back him up. 9 kills so far for Anxiety, 6 kills for Never Stop. We're down to just 5 teams. K9 still in the fray. No Escape so far has been very quiet.
Come on, Sri Lanka. This is the game for Never Stop to redeem themselves from the introductory day yesterday. It was quite painful to see them bomb out round after round. But with their opportunity in here, this is the first round out of 4. How much can they pull off? So far, they have clearly outperformed their own selves from day number 1's performance. Anxiety getting pelted from those bullets from 2 different teams. K9 Esports alongside another in the name of Anxiety shooting at them. Why? Because they do hold the center of the circle, with one player being brought back just seconds ago, flying into the fray. Needs to hope and pray that nobody shoots him out of the sky. Thankfully, GeekFam's not in this game.
Yeah, and No Escape actually tried to ruin the party by shooting at Anxiety as well. And now K9 completely surrounded. Never Stop shooting at them. No Escape wants a piece of them, and Anxiety is definitely not happy that they took the shot and tried to take out Normain. Kanoho actually steals Normain away from everyone else as Anxiety hit the 10 kill mark, and then now they see No Escape trying to run through the battlefield. Sentai is preoccupied with the last man of Farang, who is hiding in the building. Barbara takes out Blank, and I think K9 Esports, they are pretty numbered. Jesbu getting completely shot. Barrage of Never Stop's bullet, and decides to surrender himself to the blue zone, giving nothing over to Never Stop.
And at this stage, obviously, each and every single point matters. You getting taken out by the blue zone doesn't give you a detractor, but obviously it doesn't give an extra point to your opponents. K9 Esports doing well to send back some suppressive shots to take down the players of No Escape and to make sure they stop firing at them. And even if they do get knocked, they do have the players within that watchtower itself to pick each other right back up. The one thing that can complicate the situation is when the circle starts to close, everybody else... Look at the barricade of glue walls around K9 Esports. You gotta love it, man. But hopefully K9, they've got those snipers to work with alongside those grenades, because players will be rushing towards that watchtower watchtower the first thing as the circle starts to close.
I think the hardest thing for K9 right now is that Never Stop has the high ground. So you can actually see the head of K9 members. Sana goes in for a recon mission, but you gotta be aware of the fact that there's gonna be no escape members there.
Sana?
And Never Stop actually tries to go for the rush. Okay, K9 having a new contender straight into the face. Grenade launcher out as well. They got to deal with no
Beauty.
escape. And
Good
now
job.
they see the members of Never Stop as they put up the glue wall. And Never Stop also opens themselves to be shot at by the members of Anxiety. And Never Stop, maybe this impatience might have costed them some kills. As Aquila now down, but they do have a decent supply of glue wall to keep themselves in the fray. But this is just a painful process that's going to keep repeating itself. Zenze has been eliminated. Barbara takes a couple of shots. And now going to try to heal up to get rid of the blue zone damage.
Santa delivery!
Possible. And
Oi.
Wusi takes out Barbara. Santa is
Come
still
on.
there. Barbara on the ground. And here comes
Nice
the name
one.
of Santa. This is going to connect. And a good kill for Never Stop.
And that's a beautiful gift presented by Santa. And now Santa just needs to stay, hush, not move out. Santa Groza! Santa! What a play! Eliminating the whole of No Escape all on his own. And now, grenade delivery once again. Come on, Santa. Come on, Sri Lanka. They've got this in the back. And now Anxiety taking on K9 Esports. This is exactly what Never Stop needs, Husky.
Yeah, and because, through all of that, K9 still had 3 members alive. I did not know how they do that. But now it's a 3 versus 2. They're trapped there. Blind's gonna jump right down. Wusi comes in and instantly picks Toby for the win. And just like that, they overwhelm Anxiety. And K9, through all odds, turns this into a win.
K9 Esports, brilliance in terms of gameplay. We saw them bring out the aggressive side of themselves. We saw them take those back-to-back kills. And this round at Bermuda, it was all about their positioning. It was all about where they placed themselves in the circle. And it was such an early gameplay to get into the center of the circle and take over the watchtower. Yes, it was a dangerous spot to take over, but it was the most smartest plan executed out there on the battlefield. And the barricade of glue walls around them, the only thing that could have done them in were the grenades, but they maintained the pressure to make sure nobody gets close enough to execute that. Beautiful play, K9 Esports.
I love it. They're playing together because last time we saw them, they were playing from their own home, and now they are in the same house.
Yes.
So that is perfect. That is how you get things going. But I mean, Santa almost made a miracle play with his dying breath. Not able to do it because K9 had, I don't know, 10,000 glue walls.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean,
I love it.
I think the fact that I Never Stop rush in for that is very bold. Could have gone way, way worse.
Too bold.
But they made top 3. And I think that's what matters for Never Stop, right? Best performance thus far out of all the rounds that we've seen them. Anxiety also having a phenomenal round. But the fact that K9 held on until the end in that situation while being assaulted by 4 teams from all angles, that is impressive.
And it's a game of smarts through experience as well, right? Because at that very compound, there was no high ground advantage that any of the other teams had to take them out. There was just no elevation, and all they needed to do is just stay crouched, and that was just the winning formula for the players of K9. But you know, the one thing that I expected the players of Never Stop to do a little bit differently there, Husky, is, I mean, it was a crazy play to take the vehicle and stop it right beside the watchtower, but they managed to approach K9 Esports, whereas no other teams managed to do that.
Yes.
And the one thing that was missing from that equation was the grenade lob into the watchtower.
Yeah, and because when they got out of the vehicle, they instantly got shot by Anxiety and no escape, right?
But they pulled out the glue wall. They pulled out the time turner. But they start to focus on to no escape instead, which is just ridiculous because the players of K9 Esports have got that vantage point over you. And the one thing that blocked off K9 Esports from finishing off Never Stop was the old glue wall that they pulled up in as an insurance. But Never Stop could have finished off K9 Esports in that particular situation.
Yeah, I think there's a huge chance for that to happen. But I think when they lost 2 of their members, it became slightly harder, right?
Correct,
Santa completely isolated from the rest of the pack. So I was wondering what the communication was on the side of Never Stop. But nonetheless, again, this is the best finish for them.
Oh, yeah.
And of course, K9 Esports did a fantastic job. Just the peak shotgun pump from Wuxi completely catching Anxiety off guard. Because Anxiety were waiting for them to jump down.
Yes.
and they didn't even get to react.
Yeah, and that was the only proper defensive position that was left in that final circle, which shows how important it is to prioritize your defensive spot whenever you know exactly where the next circle is going to move on into, right? And K9 Esports had that round won out even before, that final circle came into fruition. And that's just what's insane about their strategy. They can take it aggressively, they can play it smart as well, makes them one of the dangerous teams out there to look out for.
Yeah, and I say it like I want to look at K9, Orange, and Todak. I think K9 is slowly on their rise again.
Oh, yes.
I just want to see them keep that momentum. Because
Yes.
sometimes they tend to drop it, but this round definitely says otherwise. Contrary to round 4 where they went totally berserk, this round was a bit slow, but towards the end they made up for it with just strategic play and one of the best watchtower defense I've ever seen.
I absolutely agree. I used to hate the teams who hop on into the watchtower because just used to be a circumstance that they could not sustain. And most of the times when they do hop into the watchtower, we have seen circumstances where the other teams have got that high ground advantage, which completely nullifies whatever sort of defense the watchtower provides you, because you shoot from up top, you get the hits either way.
Yeah.
And we used to see players getting knocked down over and over and over again. That just didn't happen for the players of K9 Esports. Perfect.
Fun fact, Never Stop actually had the vantage point, which was why I was surprised when they went for when they tried to rush, because you can actually see the head of K9 members from where Never Stop was before they dropped. Yeah, you could.
I know you could not reach them with the grenade, but I didn't see that.
You could see their head, it's just like tiny little dots.
So what's up, Never Stop?
I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure you can see the heads of K9 Esports members. But nonetheless, again, a third place finish. Not bad, right? 9 kills and a third place finish. 17 points for Never Stop. K9 gets 18. Anxiety with a
Steals the
20
number 1
point
spot, yeah.
with 11 kills. Very impressive start for some of these teams, for 2 Group C teams, in fact.
Absolutely. And of course, Farang with the 4th place. We did highlight this team earlier on, one that can strike when it truly is required, but this time round, they go ahead to hit, but not so hard. More like a wet towel. 4 kills in total, but the 6 placement points does them well. No escape with the 7 placements. And the 2 kill points gives them a 9 point at the 5th spot. 6th place taken by X-Men Akatsuki with the 8 points. And this is a surprise here. Orange Esports. I feel like they are quite subdued in this competition, Husky.
I honestly think so as well. Even ORV yesterday had a better performance than Orange Esports. So this is very worrying, because when we look at Orange Esports, some of these members have played for a long time, right? Again, when we call back to teams like Freedom Rumble, Fastkill, MY, Do Easy, you kind of see mix and match of these teams in Orange Esports. And you can, even though they are kind of the newer name, just like Axis in competitive Free Fire, but the players definitely are not. So it got me wondering, what is the challenge that Orange Esports is facing right now? Because those guys, 1 year ago, were putting out a lot of numbers.
Yeah, but it kind of reminds me of the acquisition of Baby Argon. When they became Blacklist International, they faced a lot of challenges. There was a very clear drop in performance, and just when we started questioning, was this acquisition perhaps not the greatest for the team? Then that was when we saw them really hit their strides, right? So perhaps it is a process of evolution now for Orange Esports. Maybe they're going through a training regimen that is holding them back in some of these competitions, but I'm pretty sure we will see them hit hard very, very soon, because the brand in itself takes no defeat for an answer. They always want the best.
And I think at this point, people might be wondering, why is Blacklist International not even playing well? We have a surprise. Well, they have a surprise for us in the next tournament. So they actually qualify for the next MCP. So we will see them by then. But for this one, they are going through some changes, some roster changes, as far as I heard. So we gotta wait, right? Blacklist International, they will always be around. And I think their entry into Free Fire was probably one of the best form of entry, because they came in and in a matter of months they were able to get such good performance. Never Stop. Well, again, it's the Sri Lanka fight between Never Stop and Archangel. And it was the same thing that happened on Kalahari yesterday, where they both shared Hampton, and no one's the wiser in this case. And of course, when it comes down to this, you gotta try to get out of it alive. And in this case, Archangel is having a way better opening, taking out 2 members of Never Stop. As Sana goes down, that makes it 3. Sana tries to get away, and Archangel are looking to hunt him down.
The engagements at Maze, the engagements at Oldhampton, the saying that great minds think alike seems to stand true for the Sri Lankans wherever they choose to drop. Most of the time, it seems to be a shared drop spot, and clearly that's not helping out either side. But Sana with a good play to hide himself away, but the players of Archangels are no new team to the gameplay of Free Fire. They know exactly where to look, and they peek at the exact right spot. The flank might come through here from Seeker and Joker. Shots coming through from Archangels. They seem to have spotted someone else by the looks of it, but that's just going to give Sana the opportunity just when I thought Archangels, the ones with the perfect game sense to catch out Sana's hiding spot, they turn around at the worst moment. It's like that meme where you see of this guy digging for diamonds, and he turns around at that very moment, just before he hits that final stroke, right? Unfortunate for Archangels, but a blessing in disguise for Never Stop. Sana, please survive. Please bring back the squad. Let us see some consistency. But for all of you guys, we are quite consistent with a giveaway, so make sure you hit that screenshot, rewind it if you're on YouTube. You will be able to redeem this only for those on the Singapore server before 5:30 p.m.
Yeah, that's the keyword, before 5:30.
Yeah.
Don't try to do it at 7 and complain why you can't get it because there's a time limit. But as long as you key in the right code, you will get one each. Right? Don't be greedy, just one each.
That's a challenge on the other hand also, right? Like getting the codes right. My goodness, like can't we find a way to shorten these codes, Garina? I mean, even I get confused sometimes.
I used to read it out on stream, remember? And the more I do it, the more stupid I sound, so I just gave up.
Oh, GG, man. GG. But of course, Baron now for the side of Orange Esports trying to play this a little carefully as they spot out the players of ORV. A couple of warning shots will be fired to make sure ORV does not storm the front at Bayfront, no pun intended. And ORV, they fire back a few warning shots as well. But with Mocha down on the ground, I don't think this is a risk that they want to run for a long time. But Rosso X is not giving them time to recover. The flank from the right-hand side with the grappling hook now. As he repositions, he might just be able to catch them off guard, but Lotte spots him out, shoots him right up to make sure he does not pile up the pressure on the rest of his team members. Good play, good response from ORV.
Yeah, and with that being said, Orange Esports are doing pretty well. And Archangel, they're running straight at no escape. Joker, not really sure if that was the right choice, running into 3 members of the enemy team. But X-Gun gets the flank off, able to at least take out Potter, and now No Escape is going to try and rush him. X-Gun does have 2 more wars left, and now he was able to separate the members of No Escape. Look for the isolated fights, but he is still getting shot from behind. Pulls out the time turner. X-Gun taking this head on, but he does not have time to heal, and iPans will shut him down. Archangel got up to a good start, but a bit of over-aggression might have costed them this one. Thankfully, they do have survivors, and that is the blessing for Archangel.
Absolutely. Just like how we had one last player on the side of Never Stop. Please do not allow us to see an engagement with this one-on-one between Archangels and Never Stop. That'll be so saddening for the Sri Lankans. But Roma trying to play the game of survival here. Joker managing to get those 3 kills before getting taken out of the equation. Hopefully we see both of the teams right back in here. But X-Men flying into battle. This is the battle that X-Men perhaps did not anticipate as D-Course gets brought back by Tom. Flank drops Rosso X. Things not going well for Orange Esports, but one guy flies away. He says, thank you very much. I'm going to be the survivor for Orange Esports. And there's a breakaway from yet another player as well. And D-Tom might just be stuck in a corner here.
Oh my god, he snuck away.
I don't know how far he can run away though.
Let's see.
GG.
Wow, they probably left.
Oh, they did it. Oh my god, they turned right. Can someone turn around? D-Tom still hidden. The ninja on the side of Orange Esports. Such a cute move coming through.
You should see something, right? Like gun barrel, I don't know, his cape.
I don't know. X-Men Akatsuki, what are they doing?
There's
That's
no way to find
unfortunate.
it, right?
But Yan, come on Yan. Is he going to get it? D-Tom, Max 7, sprays him down. Yet another party gets caught off guard. Double barrel manages to get the shot this time around. And no finisher coming through as well. So it's a little bit unfortunate for Orange Esports.
Yeah, and it might be unfortunate for No Escape as well because they just got caught out. They just finished a fight with Archangel, and now Todak is the team that shows up to deal with them. They're also pressured by the blue zone. Meanwhile, Todak is getting all these stragglers from the side of No Escape. Cask is knocked, and this will be a finisher coming in from Chill. So Todak getting 3 kills thus far. No Escape again making it out with 1 member, and that's Potter, the guy that got revived and now carries the entire hope of his team. But he's gonna run into Never Stop.
Anxiety straight into AKO. This is going to be unfortunate. The baby is in a lot of trouble. Anxiety. Will the Filipinos finish off whatever that the AKO Khmer squad has managed to build up for themselves so far? We will be spotting that out in a little bit. But Never Stop seems to have brought their team members right back in for the play and found a very important vehicle. Although not the best meta to be playing around in Kalahari because of how the elevation changes from one compound into another, the vehicle surely is going to help them get around, loot up a little bit more before they're ready for another battle. But what is up with this squad? X-Man Akatsuki flying into fight after fight after fight, and now straight into Farang, dropping by it. X-Man Akatsuki are on fire!
Yeah, and the fact that they're doing this and winning the fight, that is impressive as X-Men Akatsuki finds 5 kills. Because they did get knocked down.
One more!
7 kills for X-Men Akatsuki. We thought that they are the ones that lay the back. They're like, no. We will jump into you, we'll fight you, and we'll win. And X-Men Akatsuki with a change of pace was able to want that. Anxiety though, taking on AKO Khmer. Getting a 1-for-1 trade so far. Barbara goes into the building, doesn't get it, reload, and still loses the fight. But Anxiety were able to get rid of AKO Khmer, complete dispatch without losing anyone.
I mean, no hard feelings, AKO Khmer. The players of Anxiety have got so much more experience in the competition, and we're very sure we will see AKO Khmer reach that heights at one point as well, because, you know, mechanically speaking, they have got a lot of talent out there on the battlefield, Husky, but strategy-wise, taking some of these team fights has not seemed to be the strongest suit of AKO Khmer. Individual skills most definitely on their side. Hopefully we get to see that chemistry kind of bond them a little bit better together over time. Pedro out of the equation on the side of Toda, but there is a buy center right in front of them at Shrines. Hopefully they've got enough coins on their side to bring their team members right back in, but Ark is still hunting for a revival point.
Yeah, Roma is going on a man on a mission.
Yeah.
Gotta keep the team alive. In fact, both Sri Lankan teams are still in this map, which in itself is good news. But for Orange Esports, it is not a good news. Not good news. I'm not sure if they saw Paran. I feel like they. Oh yeah, no, definitely
now he did. Chessman, one shot, 2 shots, all glue wall down, but the timing of my lord, Chessman!
Through the gaps of the glue walls.
I believe Chessman is Jaboywa, bro.
Yeah, it could be, right?
Yes, Chessman is Jaboywa. He changed his name.
Hold on. Let me pull out my my record. I have, cause like I feel like this face was very familiar. Like I'm very bad with face recognition, but I remember one if it's very noticeable.
Big fight. Toda now finding the players of Never Stop. Aquila, beautiful. The time turner pulled out, but the time turner response coming through as well. As Toda now finds Anil, he will get sprayed down onto the ground as he tries to respond to Afix, but Aquila 99 gets taken out of the equation as he gets caught in a 3v1 situation. And a little unfortunate for the players of Never Stop, but once again, still surviving because Aquila 99 was just a little too far away from the rest of the players. They seem to have picked up the meta to split up and play the game of survival, play the game of chance to get into that final circle, which I'm not the greatest fan of, but as long as they can survive until the final circle, I'll take that, man. Never Stop now, flying straight into the hands of ORV, but they have to be careful because right onto the right-hand side, Anxiety makes their way into the circle as well. This could be a good thing for them because they can gatekeep Anxiety, but like what we just saw the one and only Chessmen do, the snipes are a little bit dangerous to deal with.
Yep. I see K9 this time again playing the slower game. ORV though able to catch out, Never Stop out in the open, and Aquila unfortunately just not able to get anything done.
Aquila just came back.
In a rough spot. I think Sana wasn't even with the team right now. As Anxiety now shows up to the compound. ORV having a lot more on their plate than they expected.
And this was the situation that Never Stop obviously wants to avoid, getting stuck in an open area like this. But once again, they do have players who have strayed away. So even if he does get taken down, they can still hope and count on chance to have their team members brought back into the play. Anxiety closing the distance between themselves as well as ORV. A great time turner pulled out by Latte. No grenade's going to take him down. But another grenade pop comes through. Mocha drops Kanoho. What a play, but Chessman from afar. Cappuccino taken out of the equation, and Anxiety strikes back, pulls one kill back for the squad. squad. Sana on the left-hand side. Barba might get caught out right now. Chessmen, they finish off the players of ORV, and now it is the opportunity for Sana to strike, and I believe Chessmen got tagged just a little bit. Sana not able to finish off the job.
Another monstrous round from Anxiety. 9 kills in the bag so far. Kanoho just got brought back, so the full squad has reassembled. X-Men, on the other hand, 10 kills to the name. Still going on the aggression, and that's not done just yet. Riding on the high, as Jiraiya was able to stop Jeb in his spot, but he's gonna get overrun by the members of X-Men. Akatsuki, the rest of the clan has arrived. And Team Princess are no more. 12 kills for X-Men Akatsuki.
Pablo, Jiraiya's name used to be Pablo. Pablo was on Toda, right?
I like to believe so. I could be wrong.
Because he most definitely has got the World Series experience under his belt. And that seems to be bringing the team quite far in here this time round. But the players of Toda flying straight on in. Anxiety now dealing with the pressure, but never stop, still surviving. The players up in here, even if they get taken out at this situation, they are still going to finish up in that 6th spot. But Santa has been so patient with his positioning so far, not peeking out, not doing much, not bringing any attention towards his side. And they still play the game of survival here for the Sri Lankans.
Yeah, I like how Kanoho just goes for the very cheeky peek and somehow makes it out alive. You can see a nade from Torak trying to secure the staircase. And Anxiety trying to find a way in. Toby actually flanks upping. Oh, Torak did not expect that. And that means that the defense in a blink of an eye has been broken by Anxiety. The nade does not do anything. Toby, the hero of Anxiety. Where did this guy come from?
Oh my lord, and Anxiety now just eating up the players of Toda. One final kill as they need to take down this glue wall. Spark has been exposed, runs on out, plays the defense, but obviously the game of numbers catches up. Kanoho with a beautiful takedown. 13 kills in. Anxiety looking for that booyah for sure, and they've got the numbers to do that. But K9 are right on the horizon, perhaps to steal that booyah away, but the #1 spot, I believe, might just be guaranteed based on how they have been aggressively taking those kills on the battlefield, Aske.
Yeah, and now Anxiety are taking on the second team that also has a double-digit kill, and that's X-Men Akatsuki. K9 actually chipped in, they just knocked out Barbara, so Anxiety has to be a bit more careful with their position. Chessman, in fact, caught out in the open. X-Men Akatsuki most likely will be losing one of their members, and Chessman still continuing this barrage of bullets. This blue zone is going to push them down, but Chessman does have the grappling gun, so he's able to rejoin his team pretty quickly. But that means that Never Stop ends up being the cork that runs dead into X-Men Akatsuki. Anxiety, on the other hand, will be able to reposition themselves and find some safety. But unfortunately for X-Men Akatsuki, they only have 3 more members to work with. No revive available at this point of time, and they will have to try and get through Anxiety.
14 kills up. Anxiety looking for more. Yan, one more shot. That's the way Chessman goes. And now with the 6th kill in here, making it 7 with that knockdown as well onto Yan. Chessman looking to be the MVP of this round for sure. A good grappling hook, repositioning coming through for the players of Anxiety. Santa still alive. Sorry, Santa still alive alongside Zenzei on the opposite side.
Wow.
The SMG to play with. Toby, Anxiety, there's a lot of Spider-Man action moving on out there.
What a play from Barba. He ran out into the blue zone, revived Kanoho, and got back in. X-Men also doing the same, so another 4v4 between the 2 front runners of this round thus far. K9 wants to spoil the party, and they have just ran into one of the members of Anxiety, I believe. K9 still with 0 kills, very quiet as flank. Again, kills up Kanoho just as he drops back down. This is the 3rd time he goes down. And Barbara actually finds blank instead of the members of Anxiety. And Barbara just doing such a good job. Meanwhile, like you say, Santa still hiding. And Santa pops up. No, Barbara finds Santa. And he's still alive. Barbara finally knocks him down. But the nade from flank catches him from the back. Never Stop. They got knocked out, and it's Roma who spoils Never Stop's chances. But Barbara going down means that Anxiety only have 2 members left. This sets up to be a K9 match again.
Yeah, K9 matchup indeed, but that #1 spot will still be ripped away by Anxiety because K9 has absolute nada in terms of kills so far. X-Men, Akatsuki, impressive play so far. Flying in from team to team, taking on those battles. Roma knocks Jazli down onto the ground, and it is gonna be the Archangel still surviving in here. here. This is the time as Sri Lanka rises back up to the top, but Archangels get taken out in the 4th spot following their brothers in the 5th place. Amazing spot coming through in with the 3 teams still left on in here.
Oh, this shot is important. Chessman misses it. He has another chance. He finds flank. Flank goes down. Perfect one from the side of a Chessman, and this should be a finisher that Anxiety has been looking for, and suddenly Jap is the only one left for the
Circle
team.
closing.
Toby finding blank. This is a perfect, but the circle is going to be the be-all, end-all for this. K9, they're in the center, but can they hold on for long enough? They only got 1 kill so far. Anxiety, they have 1 member in, and it's Chessman. The nade doesn't connect. Chessman still alive. They're looking for it from the grave. Chessman is still holding on. He's in the center. Chessman, has he done it? X-Men Akatsuki is out. Chessman is playing the killing game, but he
Yes, he does!
wins the round for Anxiety. What a play!
Anxiety breakout round, back to back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the performance we expected out of them in Anxiety. There you go, my man Jaboiwa on that right hand side. Player number 4 from the left, and we can expect more out of all of these players, making the Philippines proud. What a breakout run indeed. But I have to say, X-Men Akatsuki equally as impressive this time.
That is definitely Jaboiwa in the flesh. The name might have changed, but the plays definitely did not. I mean, Kanoho from the grave wins the game for his team. And I believe he died like what, 3-4 times? It's like even then he contributes. And that was all planned out. This was why Anxiety was holding onto the building the entire time. And that landmine could not have been any perfect.
And this is Free Fire, man. The excitement in all of these matches. My goodness me. Garena has done such a great job balancing out all of the battles on the battlefield.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, when it comes to the trip mine, when it comes to the firepower of all of those grenades, at one point overpowered, but then nerfed up to a point where it just balanced out what sort of damage you can do with all of the grenades available on the field, because they reduce the limit, the number of grenades available during the looting process itself.
Oh yeah.
And that just changed so much. But X-Men Akatsuki, how did they achieve that, Husky? Flying in to team after team after team, surviving, slaying them, and then making it to the final circle as well.
I believe they have like what, 17, 18 kills?
Yeah.
By the end of that. They're only separated by the placement points, right? Of course, Anxiety is going to have the most points, but man, these 2 teams combined wiped out more than half the lobby.
Yeah. And you know, shout out to both Archangels as well as Never Stop, because what I wanted from them was to survive until that final circle and not really get super aggressive with those engagements. And although those engagements, some of them unplanned, they took it quite well, and still managing to send the 2 of their players in towards that final circle. Amazing play from Never Stop. But what was even more impressive was that Archangels had this one guy hidden away for so long who popped out and of course managed to grab that 4th spot. These placement points do make such a huge difference in order to help them make it through to the grand finals.
X-Men Akatsuki has such a good run until Roma decides to show up and distract them and ended their run in, I believe, in like 5th place or something, 4th or 5th place. And of course, Anxiety, one of the best hosts ever, Chessman,
GG.
the final boss of this entire team, catching flank and forcing K9 Esports to fight them.
And the stylish medic.
He would not have been able to outkill the blue zone damage. It all came down to just half a second of difference. If K9 has 1 member with enough health, Chessman would have went down and K9 would have won.
Absolutely. And this is exactly what I want to see out of Bloody Head as well, right? Imagine the difference of throwing just that one Supreme player up on top of the roof, but obviously you need to have a solid sniper on your side because the distance, although not too much, it does help you out with some of these engagements. The SMGs, the assault rifles, on the other hand, the time to kill is just a little too long, especially with the chaos that you find in that center circle. And this is Chessman playing the best game of chess, just calculating the moves of his opponents and staying a few steps ahead at all times.
This is coincidentally also X-Men Akatsuki's best round so far. And
Yes.
also the best round for both Sri Lankan teams.
Yes.
Despite not having tons of kills, they were able to survive until the very end.
Correct.
Of course, Level Stop had to fall in the hand of Archangel, but someone has to go.
Absolutely correct, right? I mean, as long as the players just bring in the best strategies to pick up the most number of points, I'm all good, man.
Oh,
I mean,
yes.
it doesn't really matter to me at the end of the day who wins, as long as the games are exciting. And if there's one thing that we have gotten was an exciting day number 1, all thanks to Geek Fam and the consistency. And day number 2, we see that drop in consistency, but the other teams have stepped up to the play, keeping the day as enjoyable as ever.
It's a free for all, right?
Yeah.
You couldn't say K9 we would have seen K9 getting 2 consecutive booyahs. You know, there was a possibility at one
Correct.
point. Of course, Anxiety stole it away, but even then, K9 is so much more consistent compared to day 1.
But you know, speaking of K9 esports, right? What's up with? I mean, I love the fact that they bring in the consistency, but
Right.
0 kills towards that final circle.
That
A
was-
little too careful for a team that can engage.
That was actually very surprising. I did not
Yeah.
expect them to only. I think they have 1 kill off an Anxiety. It's pretty like 1 or 2. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, and okay, insane stuff for us to tell you guys right now. We're taking another break, and just like that, 6 rounds are all over. Free Fire, I think we need 12 rounds in a day to like really live out this. I'm kidding, Garina. Don't
Please
do
no,
that.
please don't do
Take
that.
a quick short break. When we come back, round number 7 for all of you.
Hi survivors, we are
Dollar, and we're starring in Free Fire's latest campaign,
Free Fire untuk semua budaya.
with our collaboration song
Fight! Sangat memujakan and very empowering at the same time sebab semua member Dollar celebrates different culture. Betul tak, girl?
Betul, and in the song as well, you can definitely see that the concept is that. And it shows you that walaupun kita orang cakap tentang, you know, tradition and culture, we don't make it old, we can actually make it cool and modern and fun.
Exactly, and it actually brings everyone from different cultures together and enjoy the same thing.
For me, on a daily basis, Dollar's schedule is very long, hectic and super long hours from day till night. So when we get sent home, I will pull out my phone and just and it helps me de-stress, you know, and it's a very relaxing way for me to unwind my day.
Exactly, and speaking of long work hours, we actually have a lot of waiting time too in between, which is when we go on and play as a team, which is super fun. It's a fun way to bond among us girls. Also, a really, just fun way to bond.
Yes. Untuk I pula, kalau I stress dengan assignment as a student kan, I akan guna Free Fire untuk release saya punya stress. Not just that, Free Fire pun easy to play. So, untuk orang yang newbie baru nak belajar main game,
That's me. I'm not a gamer, but I can play Free Fire really well.
Yeah, so this game sesuai untuk orang yang baru-baru nak belajar sebab memang very straightforward, korang pun boleh senang faham.
Easy to play.
For this time, for Free Fire, it is actually very different daripada Shoot Dollar yang sebelum ni sebab for this particular music video, semua member Dollar ada kita orang punya different team.
Yes, it was huge. There was different sets and everything. And walaupun sangat memenatkan, it was definitely super worth it because rasanya the result is gonna be super gempat.
Bang, bang, pow. And actually, throughout the whole time, we actually shot at different locations of Malaysia. So we actually had to experience places yang kita orang pun tak pernah pergi lagi. So it was really fun to see all these new places in Malaysia. It was almost like a mini tour.
Wow. Thank you so much for supporting Dollar and also Free Fire.
We hope you guys love the song as much as we do.
Yeah, and do check back in to see and stay updated for any more updates.
Yeah.
Don't forget to check out Free Fire's Rampage event,
where you can win special merch,
including our autographs.
Booyah!
Hai, nama saya Razlan. IJN saya OE Jebat dari pasukan.
And we are back for the Free Fire Challenger Series Season 2. I'm Husky alongside the Mustachio AJ as we have 2 more rounds for day number 2 before we conclude week 1 of the league stage. Thus far, we have had incredible amounts of amazing plays. I can list out 5 off the top of my head. Todak with 2 consecutive booyahs. Chessman with the one-man hold just now. K9 with the impressive run. X-Man Akatsuki with 16 kills. And of course, our Sri Lankan team is finally showing up big time on the survival game.
Amazing, right? And it's to a point where, Garina, please do not take this seriously. It makes me feel like I want more rounds. I mean, don't say it seriously.
Alright.
I like the balance. with
Add
the
1
8
more
matches.
map and we get 10 rounds per day.
If you add 1 more map, I'll take 10 rounds. But if there's no 1 more, let's not take this seriously, right? But because the day has moved on blitz fast, Husky.
Actually, I did not know that we were even at round 6 at one point.
It's unbelievable because the matches are just so exciting. The players are on fire. Performance, I mean, it just used to be quite a boring situation where you had one team dominating consistently all the time.
Yeah.
And although we had a breakout run from GeekFam yesterday, it was so refreshing to see the other teams step up even with them in the fray in the first 4 matches earlier on.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
now we see the quality out of the rest as well.
And it has been a huge step up, right?
Yeah.
In a matter of months since the last major. I mean, look at this. 30 points for Anxiety.
What?
18 kills and a booyah. X-Men Akatsuki backs themselves 17 to get 25 points. Archangel makes it to 3rd place with 14 points. K9 Esports, unfortunately, they were in 2nd place, but they had only 2 kills, so they only got 11. Toda got 10. Never Stop squeezed in with 7 points in 6th place. So this is, again, we cannot overstate how crazy this round was, right?
Yeah.
Just forget about our reaction. Just based on the gameplay itself, Anxiety bagging 30 points did not sound like a big surprise at all.
Yeah, and it's ridiculous, right? And on top of that, this is a record so far for the Free Fire Challenger Series Season 2. Not a record for Free Fire. We've seen teams like GeekFam kind of rampage on 25 plus kills.
Was it like close to 40 points or something, right?
Correct, yeah. But in terms of the Challenger Series Season 2, Anxiety has now set the bar as to where you should be. 18 kills minimum with the placement points gives you the 30. Anxiety just doing absolutely solid in the play day in here today. But X-Men Akatsuki, I have to say, were the slightly more impressive ones because of their very daring maneuvers, albeit not 100% planned, because they didn't know who's on the other side when they decide to jump, but they don't send in one recon first.
Yeah.
They just dedicate themselves to all of those
They
jumps.
just send the whole squad in.
And if they find someone, so be it. They take the engagement. This time, everything went to their side. But look at where the Archangels stand in that 3rd place. 14 points. The game of survival. 7 kills on their side as well. Impressive plays from the Sri Lankans this time around.
Yeah, and as we look at the map recap, I just want to quickly point out that the system of not knowing who is on the other side of the screen is actually a good thing, because now you can just be fearless, right?
Yeah.
They all look the same. Just take
Fearless
them out.
or constantly fearful?
Yeah. I think fearless is probably easier, right?
Yeah.
It's probably the better way to approach it, because like you find out who you take out later on, but you take them out first. And I
Correct.
think X-Men Akatsuki just switched off their brain and went on a 17 kill rampage. This is the map recap. Toda getting the first 2 booyahs, followed by EWG on Purgatory in round 3. GeekFam closing out round 4, and Group A's run with their own booyah. And then when we refresh it and bring in Group C, K9 started it off with their own booyah, and of course Anxiety just now with one of the best performance, the most impressive Free Fire round that we have witnessed thus far. and getting their own booyah in round 6.
Yeah, fantastic plays coming through from all of these players. At the end of the day, what we want to do is enjoy the broadcast, and that's exactly what these teams are allowing us to do, right? To enjoy their fantastic plays, their fantastic maneuvers from compound into compound. But next we have Purgatory. If you want to watch maneuvering around compounds, what better way to do that than on the biggest map that we have available for us? And just like what we saw Never Stop do earlier on at Kalahari, we are pretty sure they're going to do the exact same thing, but this time a little bit earlier. Getting, control, getting hold of all of those vehicles, zooming around. But I want to see them play a little bit of that Misha meta, running players over and then taking them out of the equation. In fact, that's actually the meta that I play on Battle Royale all the time.
Yeah, I mean, why? I mean, you can just run them over. Why not, right? Normay showed us how to play GTA and Free Fire. Because Geek Fam breaking 200 points. It's 100 points per day. No problem, right? It took them 8 rounds to go to 150, and now in 4 rounds, they're in 208 points in first place. Bloody Head in second, 139. EWG still in third. K9 Esports. Perfect performance, breaks into 4th place. Todak in 5th, as Group B finally showing up huge on the leaderboard.
Axis Esports in the 6th place with 98 points. Just 2 more to jump into the 100 point club as well. Diversity Gaming slowly slipping down a little bit lower, but that is inevitable since they don't have an opportunity to play and collect more points for themselves. Anxiety, on the other hand, still have all of those opportunities in here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to make the best of the day for themselves as they are in Group C. And on top of that, this is the build-up for Anxiety because tomorrow is the marathon day for Group C, Husky.
Yeah, and I think right now, even the race for 12th place is very, very close. Closer than I think a lot of leagues that we have seen, right? Because a lot of previous leagues, by the end of week 1, you kind of know who is not going to make it to top 12. But
correct.
I think the race is still pretty much open. Sure, 12th place is 63, held by AKO Khmer, but you can easily be overtaken with just a couple of good rounds. Even, when we talk about Archangel and Never Stop. And I just realized that we were playing on Kalahari just now, but it did not feel like a Kalahari round at all.
Yeah, absolutely, man. It's crazy how it did not feel like Kalahari. The only thing that I guess made the biggest of difference was the launchpad shooting players all around, but the elevation from compound to compound made no difference whatsoever because
it did not feel like it, right?
Yeah, the teams are so much more proficient in terms of traveling into those defensive spots as they have been in the past.
Yeah, like I don't remember seeing Refinery. I only remember Oldhampton. That's pretty much it.
Yeah.
Very high octane match, but again, Purgatory is probably going to slow that down, and afterwards we get Alpine, which is kind of the biggest X factor in terms of the map pool. One of the best introduction that I think from Garena to throw a wrench into the competitive scene in a good way.
Yeah.
But right now, with how Group B are showing up in the top 5, I think we got a competition on our hands.
Absolutely, man. And with Group B now having their day of marathon being run all throughout, it is the perfect opportunity for teams like K9 Esports to kind of rake in the points. But, speaking of their opportunity, it just seems like they haven't really figured out exactly what sort of strategy they want to stick with, right? Because I feel like their aggressive side kind of gives them more in a round rather than the very passive side of K9 Esports that we see heading into the final circle. I mean, I know I beg of this from some teams, for example, like Never Stop, Archangels, where they struggle a little bit. So I want to see them in the final circle before they pop off. But for K9 Esports, they have shown us that they can get it done.
We saw 3 different styles of K9 across 3 consecutive rounds, from a hyper-aggressive team to a very strategic team that plays safe, and then they pop off in the final circle, to a team that is so safe, they only got 2 kills because the circle was closing in.
I don't know how that is so, but K9 Esports needs to figure that out before it catches up with them, because it might not matter all that too much during the league stage, but at the grand finals, where the lion's share of the prize pool is still waiting for them. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we've got 30,000 US dollars on the line here at the Free Fire Series, Challenger Series Season 2, and it looks like all of these teams, as they gear up for that opportunity, might just leave Sri Lanka in the dust. At least that's how it looked like at the start of the day, but the Sri Lankans are waking up, man.
The Sri Lankans are doing fairly well, right? Even, I think, in round number 5, where they bomb up pretty early, we can see them taking a lot more initiative. I think props to Never Stop for making it 4 fifth place, even though I felt like it could have been a bit better, but I'm cutting them some slack as well, because that is a round where I think they really figure out some niche to the meta.
Yeah.
Archangel also stepped up, even though they have to step over Never Stop.
Yes.
But you gotta do what you gotta do, and I think Archangel also figure out how to sneak past with just 1 or 2 members into the last circle.
I mean, that game for Never Stop was most definitely super awkward, and I feel like because they're trying to change their playstyle, becoming a little bit more safer, making sure they don't get into all of these engagements and trying to play that final circle. So there will be I guess a duration of adjustment that we might not see them really hit their full potential, but hopefully they hit that potential before they run out of time. This is only day 2. They've got 4 more days in the future as well for play days within the league stage, and they need to rise up to the top.
I love how like Jens sees Orange Esports, see a separate team, and he's like, oh guys, I gotta back off. And then he's like, oh wait, that's Orange Esports. There's actually another team going to Moat House, and now they are forced to fight Orange Esports, you know, in this unintentional hot drop.
Yeah.
And the worst part is Parvin is not even with them. Parvin is trapped at Moat House with AKO Khmer. So Orange Esports are inherently fighting 2 fights with a man disadvantage, but it might not matter because Torm had just gotten the first drop onto Justly as X-Men and Kasuki. They just got onto. They had a good round just now, but if it gets put to a stop this early on, it might not even matter. And that seems like that's what's happening because they have already lost 2 members as Orange Esports wins the initial engage.
Yeah, Orange Esports just being gifted a couple of kill points here by the players of X-Men Akatsuki. This hot drop not doing them a lot of good at all. And this is, once again, the statement that I've made in perfect example, right? Regardless of how good of a team you are, a 50-50 chance of a hot drop is not going to go your way all the time. And now Rosso X, shotgun in hand, catches the back of a player on the side of X-Men Akatsuki, but he manages to get away. Jeb now from the top. Tom has the opportunity. Beautiful shots coming through. Rosso X catches his back to take him down and out of the equation. Flank, the final player left in the equation here on the side of X-Men Akatsuki, and he's not going to survive for much longer as Tom does spot him. Nowhere for the final player on the side of X-Men to run off to.
Yeah, it did not matter if X-Men Akatsuki got a brilliant round just now. If they just bomb out, that's gonna be the case. Orange Esports fighting with a default disadvantage still manages to win. They actually lost Parent because that guy somehow dropped at Moat House, and Do Mingjun from AKO Khmer got a free kill.
Yeah.
But they can just bring him back.
Yeah.
They still got 4 points. Nothing of value was lost for Orange Esports.
And it's good to see the players from the side of Sri Lanka avoiding a lot of these engagements. Yesterday, we did see the hot drop coming through from the players of Archangels, but this time around at campsite, fully looted up. They move on straight for the attack, and no escape. Might not be able to escape the onslaught coming through from the Sri Lankans in a little bit. And even if they do manage to get away straight towards Key Lodge, they will get stuck with another team who will be more than happy to pick up those kill points, and that is the one and only Anxiety. Team Princess, on the other hand, spotting out ORV not having a lot of this compound to work with in terms of the loots, might just struggle in this engagement.
Let's see how Archangel deals with this, because Dada is actually very much split up from the rest of his team, and of course they gang up on him. Love what Archangel is doing, strengthen numbers, bring in 2 guys to fight 1, and this should be an initial pickoff for Archangel, and they're taking control of all this area. The ice grenade actually gets blocked by Joker's glue wall, and Seeker is going on a recon mission and just providing a lot of distraction for his team. And iPants, I don't know what he's trying to chase after, but he feels like he's running into the crosshairs of Archangel. Seeker is just doing his job fairly well, getting an advantage for his team.
Archangel's opportunity through the drive turner, and Joker puts him down onto the ground, laughs his way straight to it. Kaz now has the opportunity to peel away and play the game of survival, bring the rest of his team members right back into the play here. But with the vehicle on the side of Archangels, he might just be able to circle on around and make sure nobody else gets away. The Seeker living straight and live and keeping up to the name that he has chosen for himself, trying to seek out all of the positions of these enemies.
Containers?
And yes, they do catch the sight of Kaz. Kaz, unfortunately, will not be able to make his way away. But the one final survivor on the side of No Escape is what they need to bring them back into the play.
They already sent the last man out.
There you go.
Way before Archangel showed up. So, lovely move from No Escape. Nera, he was the one who got revived, so it's time for him to give back to his team. And it's also time for us to give back to you guys who are watching. We have a giveaway item, the Death's Eye Weapons Loot Crate. Claim now. Just remember to screenshot this redemption code and key it in before 5:30 p.m. because after that you don't get anything, and it's only eligible for people who are playing on the Singapore server. So keep in mind.
AQ Khmer, Cambodia, with a potential to take on Sri Lanka now, as Never Stop has got the lower ground. Advantage goes over to AQ Khmer, but no shots fired just yet. Trigger discipline on their side as the players of Never Stop continue maneuvering around, looking for a couple of vehicles for themselves. Haven't managed to spot one out just yet. AQ Khmer having to deal with their own fight up top on the the top of the hill as Boyloy now gets his motorcycle lit up. A couple of shots more for it to be set on fire. But although we're not sure who's firing at Boyloy, the one thing we know is as he reaches towards the bottom of that hill, he will stay safe thanks to the terrain that covers his back just a little bit. And the Archangel straight into the hands of ORV as they try to make a stand on in here. Joker following the one and only X-Gun. Roma brings the vehicle into play as well, but the circle closing in quickly. Will Archangel stand by to put the players of ORV out of commission, or will they just continue moving on? And what a backstab, X-Gun!
It was a bait! But X-Gun did get knocked down, so now Archangel felt compelled to commit to this. ORV, they do have the numbers though, and Roma is already there with the sight in hand. McKenny saves his teammate Dolande, shows up to the time turner, takes him out. No RV actually loses no one. Archangel with kind of a very aggressive maneuver that ends up not paying off, but Archangel have committed to this, and it might just spell their doom, and indeed it does. ORV wipes out the entirety of Archangel. It was a fight that could have been entirely avoided.
Yeah.
If they just drive
into the
circle. I'm not sure what Zika was clearly ahead. Roma was getting in and out of the car. Oh boy. Santa double nade onto AQ Khmer. They also lost two of them, Sana and Zenze on the ground. Santa runs into the building trying to look for the members of AQ Khmer, but it is just pure chaos. He finds no one. They have the sight in hand for Santa trying to cut down the members of AQ Khmer. Santa sees Woyloy driving in and out, bombing and weaving. Can he land the golden shot? Santa, you just need one to get rid of AQ Khmer. So far, no luck just yet. And AQ Khmer holds on to the round.
Very impressive stand by Never Stop there, but I have to touch on Archangels just a little bit more, man. Totally avoidable situation. No idea why they stopped by greedy for 4 kill points, and at the end, not only did they not pick up a single kill point, they get put right back out into the lobby, and that's just an absolute waste of a round for the Archangels after performing quite well in the previous one. Boyloy with the perfect decision to disengage, had the vehicle, backs away, picks up the exact same motorbike that he had on him earlier on. As the players have Never Stop now stop for a quick short moment to recover a little bit. Anxiety engages with no escape, not allowing them to escape too far at all. But the players have Never Stop. Earlier on, we did spot a squad moving straight in towards the compound. I believe it is the players of K9 Esports. So there's going to be a hot battle coming through in a bit.
Yeah, as Boyloy brings the rest of his team back up. Zadi also showing some presence or iPads. A bit itchy on the trigger finger, and now it just attracts the entirety of Anxiety. Because he's going to be punished by Chessman. Or as we know him, Jaboywa getting a second kill for Anxiety. As they all have their vehicles to conveniently drive into the circle. But thankfully for No Escape, they still have survivors, so that is definitely not the end for them just yet. But Anxiety are off to a hot streak once more.
Anxiety now, good compound picked up, but Toda avoiding all of those initial engagements, and it is quite solid in terms of a approach from them so far, but Farang just behind them, ever so close to their heels, might just manage to find a little bit of an opening to grab a bite as well, to just kind of maim them before they can get into a better position. So Toda just needs to be really careful in here, but they do have the vehicle to work with. And it all now depends on where the circle leads them. Yes, there is a bridge for them to make their way in, but if the circle leaves Toda high and dry, these fishes might just not be able to make it through this round.
And Toda actually is the only team that made it to the southern side of the map at the start of the game. And the only time that they're contested is when Geek Fam is also playing. And other than that, Fire Brigade or Central is most likely open for business. But in this case, I think the Circle has pushed some of these teams down to that area. And No Escape is trying to get some recon done. But oh boy, Dada is gonna run into Barba. Oh no! What? What? They...
Never mind.
What happened?
No escape. Couldn't escape the one and only chessman who puts that final checkmate to their play.
Wait,
takes them out of the equation.
Hold on. So Barba crashes his car, flies out, and nothing happens. I'm pretty weird scenario, but I mean, No Escape still ends up going down. So I guess it didn't really matter. Unfortunate exit for them, and now Anxiety has to deal with Toda.
Oh, and Toda has got the backstab here on the setup, but Barba catches one out, has the shotgun in hand, double barrel for the pop, but for some reason whatsoever wasn't able to get that on point. Spark turns around now, but inside of the time turner, he is invaded. Anxiety manages to catch him off guard. Toda on the run, but it is a 3-on-1 turned around. Toby now stuck in a tough spot and manages to reposition. Kanoho, what a pop with the grenade launcher, catches absolutely no one. Toby finishes off one player and knocks Chill down onto the ground right after Baba got traded out. Anxiety still have the numbers advantage in this fight, Husky.
Yeah, I think Anxiety should be able to slowly flush out the members of Toda. Toby finally getting chilled down, actually sees the members of Toda running away, has Pedro to deal with, has to go for the reload. That means Pedro will be able to take advantage of that, but Kanoho comes to the rescue. A good grenade launcher in his hands to stop Toby from being completely eliminated. And now Toda set to run away. A good snipe from Exag as Toda subs him in, and Exag puts in the work. Gets 2 kills for himself. The last survivor of Toda, making life really hard for Anxiety, and suddenly it's down to just Chessman and Kanoho.
And this is the main reason why this guy got acquired from Geek Fam in the first place, right? Exac is most definitely a player that can change the tide of a game or a matchup, no doubt whatsoever. And as the final player surviving on the side of Toda, he now needs to get through Farang and then bring the rest of his team members right back in. And Anxiety can just be that perfect distraction that Toda needs in this situation.
Yeah, Anxiety were able to bring both Toby and Barba back. And now it's down to them and Farang, but Exac got naded by Bayet. That means that Toda are no longer in this game. Anxiety are free to deal with Farang in any way that they like. Chessman gets an initial pick off onto Jesbu, and Farang are put on the back foot. And Anxiety not willing to let Farang go, which means that Farang will have to fight their way out of this. The circle though looks pretty dangerous. The Chessman sees Bayet on top of the roof behind that glue wall, and Anxiety be plotting that next attempt to go for this assault onto Farang, but Circle leaves both of them in the dust. Let's see if Farang can get past this defense of Anxiety that they have set up.
In terms of Anxiety and the opportunity that they have earlier on, they did kind of cut the distance between themselves as well as Farang, but both teams playing it safe. But AK or Khmer, on the other hand, are not playing it safe at all. They storm the front of Team Princess, and Team Princess just lying in wait on the defense now. Time Turner popped out, and Team Princess, Tony gets the very first one. Doommin put down on the ground. Chessman on the off-screen, taking Spade out of the equation. Jiraiya getting the job done as well. But hang! Grenade launcher! AK or Khmer are right back in here. Jimmy Dio taken out. AK or Khmer, they strike hard.
Hank sacrifices his life, blows himself up, takes 2 members with him, and wins it for his team. But guess who is rampaging in the shadows? Never stop. 9 kills so far, and they are not done just yet. The next team on the list, Orange Esports, about to take the wrath of them, of Never Stop. And Anxiety on the other end just finished off Farang and gets themselves 10 kills. And this is setting up to be a very interesting finale. The circle is not friendly to anyone, and the teams who are in the circle so very, very deadly. Never Stop gets a 10 kill. But Anxiety puts a couple more numbers on. They just took out K9.
Russell, bro, this is the ninja right behind.
No way.
Never Stop. Come on, Russell.
No way.
Get us a kill just so that we can hype you up, man. The
Never Stop. No
one
way.
and only player on the side of Orange Esports. Oh, someone else catches guard. And ORV just saved the players of Never Stop. And this is a breakout run from the Sri Lankans. But the problem is they have to swim across a body of water. Now, I don't know about my brothers from Sri Lanka, but I'm a terrible swimmer, so I do not like to be stuck at a situation like this. Riptide Rhythm gonna take down the glue wall of Kanoho, but no follow-up shots to take the guy out of the equation just yet. But to make it up to this point, to make it to the top 3, hats off, Never Stop, hats off.
ORV, best possible position to work with simply because they have a fishing hut to work with. Let's see how Anxiety deals with it. They have overcame a lot of odds. And this is one of the tougher challenges that they gotta face. How do they break through the defenses of ORV without compromising themselves to Never Stop? They have the full squad left alive. We see the glue walls being set up by Kanoho prematurely just to provide some cover so that they can start making a move. And Never Stop right now, they are very, very occupied by ORV, but as you hear the sirens, as the circle closes in again, Anxiety and Never Stop will have to move.
Okay, the circle moving towards Never Stop, bro. I mean, that is the very first blessing of the game. All Never Stop needs to do is just move across the landmass that they have gotten for themselves already. And it is ORV alongside Anxiety that needs to do a majority of the swimming. Now, what Never Stop needs in this situation is to not waste any of their glue walls and wait for the players of ORV to engage with Anxiety first. Use that particular moment to get in towards that final circle and then set up their glue wall barricade. Anxiety will get 2 players knocked down by a beautiful grenade launcher out of the players of ORV. And now ORV needs to swim across. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the Sri Lankans might just nail this next booyah. Anxiety out of the equation. Bye-bye, Filipinos. And now it's going to be ORV going up against Never Stop. Who's going to start swimming first? Santa right behind the glue wall. The pressure needs to be piled up and the airdrop right in front to assist the players of Never Stop just a little bit more. I think I know already who's going to be able to get this victory, and there needs to be a huge mistake made by Never Stop to now drop the ball, Husky.
Yeah, and now this final circle is going to force everyone into the open, but like you said, Never Stop have some land masses to work with. ORV making the move, the grenade!
Yeah!
Cappuccino haven't gotten him out just yet. Sana, a good snipe, but ORV, they're dropping low as God's will. Never Stop will finally...
Yeah!
Sri Lanka is on the map, and Never Stop becomes the flag bearer of the region.
What a play, Never Stop! Just when you thought, based on the performance of day 1, that it was going to be the Archangels that make Sri Lanka proud. Never Stop on their rise to the top in day number 2. Not a single backup player. This is the solid 4-man squad on the side of Never Stop that never stopped dreaming, man. They aim for the top round after round, match after match. They put in the work and they showed that it is possible. What a booyah for Sri Lanka.
Savor this moment. Remember how these guys look like. It might not be frequent that we get to see them, but whenever we do, we know that these are the representatives of the Sri Lankan region. So this is the moment that we will remember for a very long time. Remember, they were still at the bottom of the leaderboard the last time we saw them, but we always knew that the fight was never too far away.
I just want to see all 4 teams introduced into the Free Fire Challenger Series Season 2.
Oh, yes.
From Cambodia as well as Sri Lanka, make it into the Grand Finals,
Of
man.
course.
That's all I want for these 4 teams. What they do at the Grand Finals, I don't care. But it's just going to show the quality that these 2 nations, these 2 regions bring into the whole Free Fire esports competition. And I cannot wait for them to continuously throw things up into shambles and cause this chaos.
Any representative, right? Just even one representative from the region is good enough. I think Never Stop has come out with a very strong statement. Sure, they did get some favors from the circle, but to get to that point itself was very, very impressive. They were winning all these gunfights that we actually didn't get to witness much of it, unfortunately. But when we saw them, they already had 10 kills, and that's kind of the point that we know that Never Stop is on a roll.
Oh, I mean, amazing, right? And towards the final circle, that was a game of gamble. It was a game of the gods of RNG deciding where to send that final compound into, and it was just gifted to the Sri Lankans, and it was in their hands to mess up. It was their ball to drop, and they did not drop that momentum. They did not drop the ball. They did not make a mistake. They held on. They moved on into the greatest position within that final circle, which was gifted to them, but they played that pressure up as well, because we have seen teams make that swim and still guarantee that booyah for themselves as well at the end of the day, but it's just not something that Never Stop allowed to happen at the very end. Super happy for the team, but obviously from here on in, now we demand for consistency.
That's the tough part. Sorry guys, that's the tough part. Could have lost more. Now you gotta amp up your game, but ORV also did a pretty good job. Obviously, they were in the best position.
Yes,
the only
correct.
team with a
Unfortunate.
compound to work with. But the Circle did not favor them. Anxiety though, another top 3 finish for them.
Yeah, but the slay onto Anxiety with the brilliant grenade launcher shot out of the players of ORV was what just stopped them right in their tracks, right? Literally, and of course the final player got taken out of the
You
equation.
can actually see the focus on both teams. So ORV were firing at Anxiety with their grenade launcher, and Anxiety members were firing their grenade launcher and never stopped.
It was a little bit of a misplaced priority, but I see exactly why Anxiety was doing that. Because they knew that technically, if at all they did take out ORV, then they are the ones to lose out overall, because making that swim across would be quite difficult. But I guess they just weren't one in mind with the players of ORV. ORV just saw it as a low-hanging fruit and decided to grab it, right? Why take the risky play when you can guarantee yourself 4 kill points?
You might as well roll the dice, right? Because that's your last attempt. If you don't land the shot, you are going to run into the ORV anyways. You might as well take the shot. Didn't work out, but it's good enough.
And I cannot believe now we move on into Alpine, the final game of the day. I mean, this fun is ending a little bit too fast.
It's the final game already? What time is it? Wait, hold on. Yesterday, we finished our broadcast at 5.
We are getting faster and faster. It's only because the teams are getting hotter and hotter out there.
Yeah. And some of the maps actually ended because the circle closed it completely. So I don't know where we're speeding up, but I think the day is passing by too fast.
We even got a longer break, man.
Exactly. We got 1 extra minute of break. And we still ended faster. We'll take a look at the round standings from the previous round. We never stopped. Of course, they're in first place, 24 points, 12 placement points from the Booyah, and of course 12 kills. Anxiety, again, doing a good job of getting 12 kills for themselves, bagging 20 points. And even though ORV ended up in second place, they bagged enough for themselves as well. 18 points in third place. Majority of the points are in top 3. Orange Esport in 4th. AKO Camille squeezed into 5th place.
A huge improvement from Orange Esports this time round, although not too many points up on the leaderboard. But hopefully this is the start to a good comeback from the team as a whole. And K9 Esports this time round wrapping up in the 6th place with only 2 kills. Now this is that one team that really boggles my mind in terms of what they're doing out there on the battlefield. But this is where I would once again apply the theory of a team trying to hold back, because I know K9 Esports has got more firepower than what they're showing us out there on the battlefield right now. And they are trying to catch the other teams off guard in the grand finals, that is for sure. Team Princess, this one's a surprise as usual. They have been struggling so far. Hopefully that doesn't continue as they this time around pick up the 7th spot with 6 points. Toda bombing out in the 8th place with 5 points to their name, alongside Farang in the 9th place. So many of these big teams really not finding their stride in here at all.
You know, I would buy the notion of keeping your strats more for longer if we were following the old format with 4 weeks of league stage, but we only have 6 days.
Yeah.
We're about to reach the halfway point in 1 week. So if you have anything to hide, please stop hiding it. As I'm getting worried for some of these teams.
I don't know, man. I have the exact opposite opinion, because it is a blessing that it's a battle royale. You get your top 12 in there, and we see very clearly some of the teams that are struggling. And I feel like the only thing that can shake these players who are trying to hide their stats are teams like Never Stop rising up to the top. Because now when you see the bottom guys who were just feeders initially starting to rake up all of their kills, starting to grab a couple of booyahs, that's when you start waking up and thinking, okay, maybe I cannot underestimate some of these teams, because if I played a little bit too easy, they're going to overtake and kick me out and, you know, not allow me to the grand finals. But I don't think teams like Never Stop have brought in the consistency to make teams like Farang and even Team Princess feel the heat just yet.
Team Princess is kind of in a worrying spot, because today is the marathon day, and they have not shown up much at all.
I mean, that is the team where I will say, okay, if you're hiding the strats, now's a good time to bring it out, yeah? But, you know, it's just day number 2, man. We've got 6 days overall. Quite a number of games left to play in here. Group C hasn't really run their marathon in here just yet. So at the end of not at the end of tomorrow, at the end of next week, Saturday, we should be able to see a rough outline as to who's the best to make it to the grand finals based on their performance.
Correct me if I'm wrong. So each team gets to play 2 marathon, and then afterwards they play 4 rounds, right? So we get 24 rounds in total. Okay, so my math is correct.
Yeah.
Because I was trying to compare it to the rounds that you get in the previous league where you have 6 leagues, 8 league days where you play 4 rounds per day. Still 24, so yeah, the number checks out.
32 rounds.
32 rounds?
Yeah.
What?
Because 8 rounds in one day, and then 4 rounds and 4 rounds, so that's 16 in 1 week.
Right, so you've actually played more rounds
Yeah.
in this format.
Yeah.
Okay, my maths actually don't check out.
Technically, bro, there's 8 rounds instead of 6, man. Obviously, they play more.
No, because like back then, so you play 4 rounds per day and you play like 8, right? 8 times 4 is 32. Wait. I'm actually an idiot. So we still get the same numbers of round. Oh my god.
On another topic, never stop.
Cannot believe my maths is
He's the
horrible.
guy that ate already, okay, in here today. I haven't eaten just yet. My brain is still
Must be
functioning.
the food coma.
Yeah, must be the food coma. That one, I'm sure. Speaking of food coma, I had some Sri Lankan food just yesterday.
Right.
I tell you, there's something called a kiri bath, and I've never tried it in my life before. If you get the opportunity, I'll bring you. It's called
where do
Lankan
you find
Cafe.
it?
Lankan Cafe, I'll bring you right
There's
now.
actually one.
Absolutely.
I would love to try it out.
So, the food's a little spicy though. Sri Lankans love their spice.
Spicy is my favorite.
It's okay. You throw a little bit of yogurt in there. That's how I help myself out sometimes. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, final round in here. And my lord, oh God, look at the hot drop coming through at this tiny little spot
Oh
at
boy.
Stadium.
I don't know what to feel about this. Everyone
Toda,
wants
Team
a high tier
Princess,
loot.
AKO Khmer, and you also have Anxiety who wanted to drop in there and then got a little smarter halfway through and backed away.
I'm gonna let this play out on its own. You know? Okay, so AKO Khmer, they are sticking around. Anxiety has other plans. I think Anxiety probably does not, well, except for Kanoho, who is unfortunately isolated, but everyone else is already out of it. Kanoho still takes his fight against Dooming Jun, but Dooming Jun will get a free kill for himself. So a good start for AKO Khmer. Team Princess also getting some kills in the back. Todak doing the same as well. Anxiety is the only team that decides to completely disengage.
In terms of disengaging, it's a good chance for them to back away, but you give up on all of these high tier loot. Toda, beautiful with the initial shutdown, and that's the first blood of the day. And Latte is going to be quite annoyed because he just took down Pain right after that. And the players of K9 Esports eating up bullets from ORV back to back. That's a battle we seem to be missing, but it is all in anticipation of this battle that is about to break out in here. Team Princess on the verge of getting annihilated. Here comes Toda with the sprays, but the time turner pulled out will stop the shots from Spark himself. And the response from Team Princess taken out. All that too easy, courtesy of Toda.
Well, AKO Khmer shows up.
Oh yeah!
And Hang, he's gonna lead the charge. Boyloy,
more?
grenade up to the second floor, and Toda completely
Yeah!
caught off guard. AKO Khmer waited long enough, and they strike at the right moment.
That is what I'm talking about, man. Cambodia, Sri Lanka, the two new regions into the matchup. They're finally learning exactly how these teams function out there on the battlefield. Day number 1 of homework seems to have been a solid day for these two regions to pick up the best advice, the best plays to bring in the firepower in day number 2. And it looks like these players are not done just yet, but Never Stop, on the other hand, after a great round, has got one opportunity to make it away, and Akila gets away with a sliver of his health left on himself. 3 medkits to play around with, but he's not topping his health up just back yet, so that he doesn't lose any bit of time. He backs away into a compound of his own and survives. Orange Esports a little too far from teasing him. Akila has a chance to bring his Skull squad back.
And this guy is carrying like a big World Series emblem behind him. Like that one probably blocked a lot of bullets for him. But of course, if you want to claim something for yourselves, we do have giveaway. Just again, key in this code. It will expire by 5:30 p.m. So it's slightly after the broadcast. Claim it beforehand, because afterwards you will not be able to get it, and you are only eligible if you are playing in the Singapore server. So do keep that in mind.
And the players on the side of Orange Esports now at the buy station, making sure they are all souped up before the next engagement. Anxiety, on the other hand, breaking apart. Not my cup of tea in terms of how they break apart at the rim amount, but it is exactly what they need to be able to loot up as much as possible. And this is why I do not like the strat of breaking up, because when a team like X-Men Akatsuki pays a visit, it gets so much more difficult to defend. And now Barba needs to hang on for his dear life, whilst the rest of the players make that rotation around. Or will they just give up on Barba? A good grenade being tossed out here. Barba's gonna lose that opportunity. What a takedown! Max 7! Barba gets the kill onto flank, and now repositions, waiting for the other players to make their move on in. Avoids the grenade at the very same time as well. Jali will be the next contender as Barba bandages himself right back up with his medkit to wait for the next play, and he gets a little bit of assistance from afar. What a play so far in terms of the defense coming through from Anxiety, and now backup is here already, Husky.
Barbara lands a nail to Justly, and that's it.
Oh, yeah!
Has no chance. Meanwhile, Farang is completely decimating Orange Esports ranks. I think Orange Esports still... I feel like Orange Esports are probably out at this point. I'm not sure. Yeah, so Farang got 4 kills. Orange Esports, no more. This is such a... Well, 5 minutes in.
Yeah.
And 4 squads have been wiped out. Never Stop just revived the team. So they're still in the game, at least for now. But overall, I mean, this Alpine match is one of the more explosive ones that we have seen across the previous 3. And so far, we are still seeing some of the front runners. You know, Anxiety is still in the fray. One of the biggest names right now in this Group C.
Orange Esports, their performance in this competition has been quite questionable. Not sure exactly what's going on there. You know, we talked about Team Princess and their struggle as well, but they are definitely in a much better position to make it into the top 12.
Oh, yes.
And this is just day number 2 of play once again. So, you know, 4 more days of opportunity, albeit not each and every single one of those days will have the same number of rounds for them to pick up those points. But, you know, there's still 4. This is so early on in the competition. But Orange Esports, on the other hand, not only have they fallen from grace, a lot of questionable moves out there on the battlefield, Husky.
Yeah, well, and I know they were also getting run at, right? They ran at by teams and they couldn't win the fights. Orange Esports needs to go back to the drawing board because this is a mediocre at best.
Yeah.
And they are losing fights to a lot of teams. Like, it's not just specific teams, but majority of the teams that run into them win the fights. And sure, we can say that they did win some fights, while the last one they won was against AKO Khmer. Well, no, was against, I believe, X-Men Akatsuki. But that is pretty much it. There's not too much to brag about. K9 still has one guy left, blank, hanging on. And Never Stop just got the whole team back. AKO Khmer, no escape, made it into the circle. As K9 are going, are actually spreading out. They are sending the whole squad across the map.
Oh, and these 2 players that were just brought back in, Normain as well as his buddy here, dropped by the compound of the players of Never Stop. They were brought back in by the one and only Blank with the beautiful Revive Pain joining the fray as well. One after the other, the players of K9 Esports might just get caught out here. Never Stop has yet another opportunity to feed on a team, but Farang is on the approach from the back here. Husky, things can turn really ugly for the Sri Lankans in a moment.
Yeah, there is a member of No Escape that
beautiful.
That Never Stop. They can block off Farang just for a while, but oh wow, they just blow through him. Santa didn't even stand a chance. Sana just come in to at least down Normain. Santa is down. Zenze is no more. And Never Stops. Stronghold does not belong to them anymore. Farang comes in and just sees Sana. They're trying to chase him down. Too bad it's already on the hunt for a killer.
Yeah.
Never Stop might not be able to go any further as Sana is in the red. Finally,
wow!
Actually knocked
Sana,
down.
wow!
Can he get the pickup though? That is the most important part. The answer is no. Sana still gets down. Akila becomes the last bastion of Never Stop.
You know, and that's so beautiful, man. I love the play from Sana because he just sacrificed himself for the Never Stop squad to buy a lot of time for the team. And even in that process, we usually just see players just hiding away behind blue walls. But Sana took the initiative to engage and also managed to get a couple of knocks, which brought him that precious time. Anxiety, on the other hand, they lose Barba, but not permanently just yet. Down onto the ground. He has been knocked. But this grenade might just be able to get the job done. But it is an ice grenade that is going to be taking away at all of their HP little by little, but Chessman brings in the backup, drops iPens down onto the ground, takes him out of the equation. Kanoho, on the other hand, with the Mag 7 opportunity, spots out the players right in front of him, but he cannot do much about it at all. Chessman with the backup, but just a little bit too displaced from the rest of his team members, Husky.
And you can see that, for Anxiety, they have the man advantage. Unfortunately, no escape. It's down to a 1 versus 4. And Anxiety, 2 versus 4, and Anxiety are looking for those extra points. No escape size at this fight. It's no longer theirs. It's no longer doable as they try to escape. Cass running away. But the rest of Anxiety, you can hear the fleeting footsteps. They're just slowly approaching members of No Escape. Should be able to find AQ. AQ Kamir just knocked out ORB. 8 kills for AQ, 9 kills I believe for AQ Kamir so far. And with Anxiety getting rid of No Escape, it's time for the showdown between them and Farah.
Anxiety, they have the setup first. Farang approaching their battle spot. Toby has the information to play with. Doesn't show himself just yet. And Jambal now stepping on in, not knowing exactly who is there. Finally catches sight Jespo with a great spray. Toby gets taken out of the equation. Down onto the ground now. Not much of information to play with. Kanoho with a god nade. Manages to get the 2 knocks. And Farang in a lot of trouble just like that.
Yeah, Kanoho, the golden arm of Anxiety, pops off when you need him, but Farang is able to save the 2 teammates that were knocked down. Now Barbara just rushes in, but forgot that Spade was there. And Spade now shows what he is made of. 2 members of Anxiety down, but Kanoho wants to prove that he not only can toss nade, but also can fight CQC, but they just do not have the numbers. Look at the members of Farang. They are all so low. One good nade could end it all, but Chessman just could not do it. And unfortunately, in front of him, it's going to be K9. What can Spade do in the situation? Caught between a rock and a hard place between Farang and K9. Anxiety might have just made that maker.
Chessman, what a smart play, pulling out the time turner and running past the time turner so that those bullets will not reach him at all. But K9 Esports has been tagged up by the one and only Chessman, and that gave away his positioning. Chessman should have just been a little bit more silent, but he got a little greedy as he thought he was going to get taken out prematurely in there. But K9 using that against the one and only Chessman. Anxiety out of the equation already, and K9 Esports, hopefully this is their better side that we see this time round.
And Farang play a fantastic fight, and it started off with them getting caught up by Anxiety, even a double nade from Kanoho. But Farang stuck together, and they did pretty well. And error.
Sana.
Checking out Sana. Can he close this out?
Oi, Sana!
They're gonna reload! Error!
Yeah!
Down. But Aquila just perished the hangers. Well, AKO Kamir wants a piece of it. 10 kills so far for the Cambodian squad.
Yep. And they are the next ones who are going to be getting all of this hype. Once again, Cambodia as well as Sri Lanka making their mark in the competition. And AK Khmer are going to be the next ones. But let us not forget the one and only Archangels who have been staying away from all of this battle. Now they are going to stay aside and let the 2 titans of the competition do battle with each other. K9 Esports about to take on the one and only Farang to allow Cambodia as well as Sri Lanka to pick up the pieces later on. That's the best way to close off day number 2. Let's see if it ends in that way, because a slight disengagement coming through here from the players of K9 Esports. But Farang doesn't want to disengage. Farang moving straight towards the players of K9 once they spotted them out already. But they play it safe on their own accord as well. Just a few teaser shots as warning, and then they slowly back away. Airdrop towards the side of Farang, which is going to just solidify their approach in this particular matchup just a little bit more. But AK Khmer can start firing off now to catch them off guard, Husky.
And I wonder if they will do that, because AKO Khmer are in a pretty decent position with the circle still, still within their grasp. Farang, though, is making a lot of movements. And on the other end, we have Archangel, the entire squad of Archangel, slowly encroaching into the safe zone. AKO Khmer now takes on Farang head on. Both teams having 10 kills in the bag, but only one will walk away with 14. Farang starts it off. Space does get the tag on the hang. It's a good snipe from afar, and the UAV is making life incredibly tough for AKO Khmer, especially when the positions are revealed by Farang. And AKO Khmer somehow able to get some bit of revive. 2K started off on a good note, taking out Jesbu. And Farang down to 3 members, but they've already committed to this fight, and that means they cannot back off right now. AKO Khmer continuing this barrage. The nades get thrown out. Farang trapped between a big boulder as AKO Khmer now brings out the big guns. The vehicles have come online. They rev the engine. Boiloy going in for the flank. Puts himself in a very frontal position, and Jembao is now getting pressured.
Du Minjin already on the ground but not taken out of the equation just yet. Boyloy is in a grenadable position. One quick toss on in there. Hang in for the play as well. Grenade's not going to catch anyone off just yet. Those glue walls proving to be quite the solid defense on this side of the players of Farang. But now as AKO does battle with the players of Farang, it gives Archangel the opportunity to backstab all of them. And the Sri Lankans look like they want to take that opportunity and run with it with a couple of extra kill points on their side.
Farang tried to disengage but runs into K9 instead. This is a horrible spot for Farang to be in. And Archangel, 0 kills so far, but they have been playing it safe the entire game. Now it is their chance. They did try to third party the engagement between AKO Khmer and Farang just now, but now they got to take on AKO Khmer head on as Pain does down spade or scream. You can see Joker and Ekgun running around the corner. AKO Khmer committing to this as Jespu again down by K9 Esports, but let's keep our eyes on the Archangel and AKO Khmer. Joker double glue wall to protect himself as 2K realizes that that is where the circle is, so he has to run out, but the blue zone is taking him down. He gotta buy a bit of space. Farang gets knocked out in the meantime. Seeker gets a good nade. Hang with a grenade launcher. Hits onto 2 members, but it was not enough. Archangel stays alive. And now it is them and K9 Esports.
And earlier on, it was the players of Never Stop making Sri Lanka proud. This time, just purely with the game of survival, it is going to be the Archangels, but taking on a solid version of K9 Esports this time round. It's not going to be that easy. One would give the win away, give the booyah away to K9 Esports at this point, but the Sri Lankans might just be able to shock us all. X-Gun down on the ground. Woxie with a beautiful snipe from across the battlefield and immediately cutting the distance between himself as well as the rest of the players from the side of Archangel. Bobbin weaving through all of those glue walls, but he doesn't spot anyone out just yet. K9 Pain with a beautiful charge buster in hand doesn't manage to get a shot off just yet. K9 Esports will get the booyah to close off day 2.
Might have ran into some bumps in the middle of the day, but closing it out on a high note is what K9 Esports have accomplished. But Archangel, unfortunately, a couple of kill points, making it to second. Even though they didn't got the glory, the Never Stop got with the booyah, they did finish second. And of course for K9, a very good moment to celebrate once more their second booyah of the day. And the one making the peace sign, or at least the handsome sign, that's blank. Right in the flesh.
Oh, beautiful plays from the side of K9 Esports. And, you know, just when we started asking questions on whether or not they could bring out that aggression, keep up the consistency, they brought in the consistency, brought out the aggressive side as well. Yeah, this is the version I like a little bit better. Let's keep this on broadcast, right? Because the 0 kills getting into the final circle, just purely surviving off of placement points, doesn't seem to be the way K9 Esports usually sustains their way around these battles in Free Fire.
Yeah, but Archangel did do that, and I think they made it to top 2, and I think that's perfectly fine for them.
Absolutely.
Day 1 was kind of the Cambodian region showing up huge. Well, guess what? Day 2 is Sri Lanka showing up huge.
And I love that, right? When you feel like you don't really have all of the best of firepower, you haven't really found your momentum in these matches just yet, stop getting into engagements. Just start focusing on those placement points, because points are points regardless of how they come to your side, right? And I would much rather kind of stake all of my ability out there on the battlefield in the later parts of the game rather than the earlier parts, because at the very least I take away placement points if I bomb out.
Play to your strength, right? Like if I'm not good at fighting, I do not fight.
But I think they are good at fighting. It's just they haven't found that momentum. Unfortunate for the boys, because, you know, not only do they have to kind of like, you know, get used to the meta, get used to the way the Malaysians as well as the Filipinos play very aggressively out there on the battlefield, but they also have to get over their first major tournament jitters, right? This is their entrance into the professional scene internationally, and they want to make Sri Lanka proud, and I'm very sure that's putting them on edge. But just like how Bloody Heads needed to believe in themselves before they could get to the next level, I feel like it's pretty much the same situation for the Sri Lankans as well. So survive off of the placement points for all I care. As long as they get into the grand finals, that's going to be enough. But teams like Team Princess, teams like Orange Esports, who are struggling at the moment, will find a way to hit back, Husky, and that's exactly when the Sri Lankans as well as Cambodians need to just be a little bit more safer. And when I say Cambodians, I only mean AKO Khmer, because we have Diversity Gaming who have been quite consistent in a good way.
I think AKO Khmer did pretty decent today as well, right? They had a couple of, I think, top 5 finishes. They have rounds where they got incredible amount of kills. I dare say that AKO Khmer's performance today it's definitely better than Diversity Gaming.
Yeah, that no doubt at all. Today, Diversity Gaming has had a day of, I guess, a little bit of a lackluster performance. Not so sure exactly what's happening on that side. Yesterday, we saw them play the game of survival, get through halfway, and then get into a couple of engagements. But whenever they strayed away from the engagements, like what Archangels did this time round, they got very close to the booyah, right? So I'll take that play anytime.
Yeah, well, today Diversity Gaming were hunted down by different teams, so it was a pretty hard day for them. I think same for Orange Esports. Like whoever they run into just beats them. So in this case, I think just want to quick touch on the tournament jitters thing. So I used to play in like in-game tournament for different video games that I play, and even those tournaments that do not offer any prize pool gives me the jitters. I can only imagine how these guys are feeling.
Absolutely. $30,000 prize pool on the line. And within the league stage, you only have a quarter of that prize pool available. Somewhere around 7,300.
Right, they win money from this. The only thing I win is a YouTube clip.
Fair enough, man. Fair enough. And, at the league stage, everybody gets a slice of the pie. But you want to get to the grand finals. That's exactly where the real money is. That's exactly where you can spot the lion's share as well. You finish up in the first spot. It's not something that I'm expecting out of the Sri Lankans or Cambodians just yet in their debut appearance in the league stage for the Challenger Series. But at least getting to the grand finals to get the feel of that battlefield is what we expect from them.
They got to start with making it to top 12, and I think they are making good progress. I think the Cambodian teams have a foot in already. They kind of know how to be that. The Sri Lankan teams would take a while more, but they are making good strides. But this is the round 8 standings. K9 Esports ends it with a booyah, the second booyah of the day, giving them 23 points. AKO Khmer, again, a breakout, not a breakout performance already, but it's an incredible performance for the final round. 12 kills and taking on some of the biggest teams that we have, getting themselves 20 points. Farah making to 17, and Anxiety having a slower day, but they still maintain that aggression, getting in 8 kills.
Yeah, overall performance from Anxiety, most definitely very impressive for day number 2. Archangels and Never Stop, Sri Lankans sticking by each other in the 5th and 6th spot this time around, with Archangels just outperforming Never Stop by 2 points. And that was all thanks to the placement points that they have managed to amass for themselves. The 2 kills that they got in that final circle is a testament to which strategy will provide you with more points. Whether you take the aggressive fights early on or at a later stage of the game. Either way, a much better performance in comparison to day number 1 for the 2 Sri Lankan teams. ORV Esports in the 7th place with the 7 points, 5 points for the side of Orange Esports, who continues their abysmal performance in the league stage. Hopefully we will see a little bit of a difference when we come back onto broadcast next week. No Escape in the 9th place, followed up by Toda, X-Men Akatsuki, as well as Team Princess to wrap up the leaderboard. And if Orange Esports has been quite abysmal with their performance, Team Princess, just as I thought they were almost getting into the top 12, they bomb out with 0 points.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at top 6, there was only one Malaysia squad there, and that's Farang, right? Coming online in the very last round after getting off to a slow start. I mean, the first 4 rounds between Group A and B, Malaysian teams at the top, right? A lot of representative. And then we look at Group B versus Group C, the Filipinos, the Sri Lankans, the Cambodians, they all stepped up their game. And you're right, I mean, Team Princess, that's a big worry. Same for Orange Esports. ORV experiencing some drops today compared to day 1, and Toda running out of steam after the first 4 rounds. But this will be the map recap. Toda getting the first 2 booyahs of the day, followed by EWG getting 1 on game 3, Geekfam getting one on game 4, K9 getting 2 booyahs, 1 on game 5 and 1 on game 8. Anxiety getting setting a record in game 6 with a booyah and 18 kills. And of course, Never Stop putting Sri Lanka on the radar by getting their very first booyah for the region.
And Sri Lanka back-to-back had a little bit of representation in that final circle. And this was something that was quite impossible to catch yesterday, where I was getting so frustrated with all of those early engagements, right? I like that about these 2 teams. Very quickly adapting to a different play style. And we could see the adjustment period coming through from the players of Never Stop. And just as we were talking about the adjustment period as to how they would struggle, they whack back with a booyah in Game 7, man. I mean, that's just absolutely ridiculous in terms of performance. But like we said, hitting that booyah may be difficult, but the consistency of performing well in the competition is much, much harder. But that's what we expect out of all of these teams. But it's a good place to start for the Sri Lankans.
And that's how you know that they are actually watching. I am not sure if they have their own dedicated
They
broadcast.
don't.
They don't, right?
Yeah.
So that means that they actually are paying a lot of attention, regardless of what we say on broadcast.
Yeah.
End of the day, if we can see these teams step up to the plate, that is what makes us happy.
Woo!
And now we see that big shift on the leaderboard. Geek Fam is the only team right now that has not changed in terms of standing, still at the top 208 points. But K9 Esports makes it second, Bloody Hate makes it to third, Anxiety makes it to fourth place. And mind you, AJ, Anxiety is the only team that has only played 8 rounds.
Yeah.
Everyone else has played 16 rounds. So, well, 12 rounds, excuse me. So Anxiety are showing us something.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, this squad, I mean, you highlighted them as they were in their previous form, and under Anxiety, that's the exact feeling they give to all of the teams that are holding those ranks right above them, right? They feel that anxiety in heart because they know the Filipinos are about to catch up. But the one thing that I do notice on this leaderboard as well is that you don't see it being dominated by Malaysia anymore. A much better balance coming through in the competition. But I do apologize, EWG, Toda, Axis, etc., because I want to hop on over to the right-hand side of the leaderboard. Never Stop climbing up from dead last in the 18th place, now at the 14th spot. You need to be in the top 12, my friend. And they are now just a stone's throw away from catching up with teams like X-Men Akatsuki as well as Farang. But they need to deliver what we want desperately, which is consistency in the competition, Husky.
And Orange Esports played 4 extra rounds compared to Never Stop, and they still are behind Never Stop.
Yeah.
And I just want to quickly say as well, Anxiety is the only team from Group C, the group that played the least maps, that somehow is in the first page and in 4th place. That is a statement from the team.
Yeah, that's an absolute insane performance from Anxiety. I absolutely agree with you. And week 2, day number 1, which is going to be next week on Saturday, that's going to be the not the random, what's that word called? The marathon. Yes, the marathon for Group C. And that's exactly when we will see Anxiety climb up higher on the leaderboard. They will have extra 4 matches. And if you are looking at 127 versus 146 held on by K9 Esports, with an extra 4 match based on the breakout performance by Anxiety today, I've got no doubt whatsoever that they will most definitely be able to catch up. But the exact same concept is applied to Never Stop as well as Archangels, the 2 Sri Lankan teams who are in Group C as well, that have got 8 opportunities on Saturday.
Absolutely. And now this would be the schedule for next Saturday, the week 2, day 1, or day 3, where Group C, just like AJ mentioned, goes on their personal marathon. We start off with the same mat rotations: Bermuda, Kalahari, Purgatory, Alpine. We do it twice for each day. But for day 3, Group C takes on Group A for the first 4 maps, and afterwards they will take on Group B for the last 4 maps.
And I mean, I in no way expected day number 2 to be so much more exciting compared to day number 1. I expected teams to slow down their pace. I expected them to be a little bit more strategic, but it was just all out, they just putting their emotions and gameplay out on the table and getting the best for themselves, which is why we see an erratic performance in terms of who managed to secure the booyah at the end of the day. And the teams that are rising up to the top are stopping the teams from performing consistently. So although we want desperately to see a little bit of consistency, even the big teams are having a little bit of a challenge delivering that to us because of so many teams who desperately want it for themselves as well.
Can you imagine 1 year ago, we would have rounds where 8 minutes in and no one dies?
Yeah.
And that was without a revival system.
Yeah.
And right now, it felt like people just die left and right. I personally enjoy this a bit more.
Yeah,
There's
me too.
a lot more high-octane action. Not to take anything away, because we had a different meta back then. But it really shows how the teams have grown. It really shows what they prioritize. Of course, the revival system and the disabling of kill feed and all that brings a lot of changes.
Yeah.
But also different regions coming in and not giving an inch just because they are the fresher face.
Absolutely, man. Instead, taking the fight up to their opponents, just like what Diversity Gaming was doing. but not my cup of tea once again. But hopefully on day number 3, we will see Diversity Gaming climb back right above all of the other teams. Today, it was more of AQ Khmer alongside the 2 Sri Lankan teams making a good name for themselves.
Yeah, well, Anxiety and K9 I think also did.
I mean, obviously, I'm
we're
talking specifically about the 2 new regions.
Fair
Anxiety,
enough,
no doubt, bro. Today was a breakout round. Chessman played the best game of Free Fire I believe that he has been jumping into since his debut. Today was a breakout day for them.
I have a feeling he hinted us that yesterday when they got a booyah and he was flashing Deboiwa.
Yeah.
And I was like, this guy has the MCP jersey. I wonder where he got it.
Yeah.
And today he became the hero for the team.
And it's just so good to see all of these teams just continuously keeping up the competitive spirit, not really backing down from a fight whatsoever, which just makes the competition so much more enjoyable to watch. But it is, of course, thanks to Garena, who removed the kill feed from the equation. And when you do not see who you engage with, that's what you were mentioning earlier on.
Yep.
This is something that we've discussed in the past as well. It helps you be so much more confident in some of your engagements. Because in the past, where you know that, for example, a dominant team is out there on the battlefield, you accidentally knock one of their players, we used to see teams disengage instantaneously.
They
And that was so boring, right? And then when they are on the run, these dominant teams start to go on the chase, and then it's an unfortunate situation. But the smaller teams this time around, technically based on the leaderboard standings, are not backing away from the fight, and that's what we love, Husky.
Yeah, we have 4 regions, and all 4 regions have shown some sort of promises, and I just cannot wait to see what the rest of the league stage is going to bring to us. But now for now, that's the end of the day. It's the end of week number 1. But do remember, when next Saturday rolls around, we will be here at the same time for day number 3, where Group C shows us what they're made of in a 8-game gruesome marathon to get as much points as possible and to tie up all the rounds played with the other groups. Until then, we're gonna wish you guys a good day. I'm Husky. He's the Musashi AJ on behalf of everyone. See you guys next Saturday for more Free Fire action for the Free Fire Challenges Series Season 2.
Hi survivors, we are Dollar, and we're starring in Free Fire's latest campaign,
Free Fire untuk semua budaya.
with our collaboration song, Fight!
Sangat memujakan and very empowering at the same time sebab semua member Dollar celebrates different culture. Betul tak, girl?
Betul, and in the song as well, you can definitely see that the concept is that. And it shows you that walaupun kita orang cakap tentang, tradition and culture, we don't make it old, we can actually make it cool and modern and fun.
Exactly, and it actually brings everyone from different cultures together and enjoy the same thing.
For me, on a daily basis, Dollar's schedule is very long, hectic and super long hours from day till night. So when we get sent home, I will pull out my phone and just and it helps me de-stress, and it's a very relaxing way for me to unwind my day.
Exactly, and speaking of long work hours, we actually have a lot of waiting time too in between, which is when we go on and play as a team, which is super fun. It's a fun way to bond among us girls. Also, a really, just fun way to bond.
Yes. Untuk I pula, kalau I stress dengan assignment as a student kan, I akan guna Free Fire untuk release saya punya stress. Not just that, Free Fire pun easy to play. So, untuk orang yang newbie baru nak belajar main game,
That's me. I'm not a gamer, but I can play Free Fire really well.
Yeah. So this game sesuai untuk orang yang baru-baru nak belajar sebab memang very straightforward. Korang pun boleh senang faham.
Easy to play.
For this time, for Free Fire, it is actually very different daripada Shoot Dollar yang sebelum ni sebab for this particular music video, semua member Dollar ada kita orang punya different team.
Yes, it was huge. There was different sets and everything. And walaupun sangat memenatkan, it was definitely super worth it because rasanya the result is going to be super gempat.
Bang bang pow, and actually throughout the whole time we actually shot at different locations of Malaysia, so we actually had to experience places yang kita orang pun tak pernah pergi lagi. So it was really fun to see all these new places in Malaysia. It was almost like a mini tour.
Wow.
Thank you so much for supporting Dollar and also Free Fire.
We hope you guys love the song as much as we do.
Yeah, and do check back in to see and stay updated for any more updates.
Don't forget to check out Free Fire's Rampage event,
where you can win special merch,
including our autographs.
Booyah!
Free Fire untuk semua.
Hai, nama saya Razlan. IGN saya OE Jebat dari pasukan Orange Esport.
Hai, nama saya Alif Daniel. In-game name saya ialah OE Dekos. Saya berumur 17 tahun dan masih belajar. Saya akan bertanding bersama tim Orange Esport.
Hello, I am Jiminio.
Hello, I am Jiraya.
And we are from Team Princess.
Saya Jiminio sebagai IGL Team Princess, Tony dan Jiraya sebagai Russia, Mika Boy sebagai Frege dan dua pemain simpanan iaitu Abekari dan Nonem. Peranan saya sebagai IGL ialah meletakkan role masing-masing mengikut skill individu yang saya lihat dari segi gameplay mereka.
Peranan saya dalam tim ni adalah sebagai leader pasukan dan support dalam in-game.
Peranan saya dalam permainan ialah sebagai IGL atau support Russia. Saya yang selalu membuat keputusan untuk membuat rotation.
Semua ahli pasukan saya suka buat lawak dan tak cepat koyak.
Fakta yang menarik bagi tim Princess ialah tim ni baru sahaja ditubuhkan seminggu sebelum FFCS bermula. Seterusnya, player yang dikumpulkan ada yang berpengalaman dan ada yang juga baru bermain untuk Liga. Bagi player yang berpengalaman ialah TP Jiraya, iaitu Farang Pablo yang pernah mewakili Malaysia untuk Free Fire World Series 2022 dan sekarang bermain untuk tim Princess.
Cabaran utama yang kami hadapi adalah mencari chemistry sesama kami kerana kami merupakan tim yang baru ditubuhkan untuk FFCS kali ini.
Cabaran yang saya hadapi ialah ketika bermain di handphone kentang dan line selalu problem.
Tim yang kita orang akan hapuskan ialah WNL dan Team Princess.
Tim yang kami tak sabar